road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome to the final day of action of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It is round 8. It's the final round of the season here at Three Sisters Circuit. It's a brand new track for FAB-Racing and we've seen some fantastic action on and off the circuit. 10 races happened yesterday on Friday, so we're racing on Friday, Saturday. This is the big day, the big race day. 20 races are coming up on today's schedule of championships still to be decided. My name is Lewis Ray and alongside me once again for this weekend is Mr. Ross McIntyre. And well, Ross, we've seen some great races yesterday and of course we've seen some great action from some champions as well. Sylvain Mountsie, British Talent Cup vice champion in 2023 and next year's RedBull Rookie rider. Well, he went on to win the Extreme 200 class and well, it went to show once again the talent that comes from FAB-Racing. And of course we are on the road to MotoGP and we're a feeder series to the RNG British Talent Cup with the majority of the grid made up of FAB-Racing riders, and as well next year's RedBull Rookie grid, all Brits, Evan Belford and Sylvain Mountsie are of course FAB-Racing riders. Last weekend as well at Donington Park, plenty of the riders were on track on the RNG British Talent Cup Championship, and of course we've got two new race winners, Ronnie Harris and Philip Soroviak. Both of them extremely talented riders, both of them ex-Fab riders. Still we could come back. Ronnie Harris will be on track today in the Extreme 200 class as well. But Ross, yesterday some great racing on track and well, some championships yet to be decided on the final day of action.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Lewis. Hello and welcome wherever you are watching from around the world. As you said, many championships still to be decided, and of course we've got the big one on the way as well, the premier class of FAB-Racing, the premier class of mini bike racing in the UK, the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. As we head into race 2, there are still 3 riders mathematically within a title shot, and it is closer than ever. And we'll just have to wait and see. Of course, we've got all our race 2s, all our race 3s, our final races of the season coming up. But until then, we've still got a little bit of time before we get going with our racing for today. We're currently in the warm-up sessions for this morning. So why don't we take a look back to yesterday and maybe check out some of the racing and some of the action that you may have missed.
This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship. Title Decider.
Well, title decider on the line, but it's a bit of an interesting title decider, this one, because it's 44 points separating Taylor Tomlinson so it's 44 points separating Taylor Tomlinson from Sebastian Gazlowski in P2 in the championship, but Gazlowski did not qualify, so he's starting from the back of the grid while his rival starts in P2. Rex Austin pipped him to the pole, but his advantage, Taylor Tomlinson, because all he has to do is outscore his rival by 6 points in this race, and much akin to last year, Taylor Tomlinson will be on top. It is Rex Austin that starts on the pole position. Taylor Tomlinson, the championship leader, he starts in P2 with Logan Cousins in P3 and Josh Perkins in P4. Preston Baker is 5th with Archie Hooper in P6, and Sebastian Gazlowski should be starting the race in P7. He has got a very tall order to climb if he wants to keep this championship going all the way to the wire. If they finish as they do, then it will be Tomlinson crowned as champion of the AC40 Pros in 2023. It's almost a mirror image of the Rookies Cup from last season, where once again Tomlinson and Gazlowski battled hard all season long, with Tomlinson prevailing at the final round. Maybe we're going to see a similar thing this time, Lewis.
Maybe we will, because just 44 points. Gazlowski had a crash earlier on in the weekend and he had to get a lot of check-up from the medics, which meant that he didn't make it into qualifying, and now it means he's started from the back of the field. Taylor Tomlinson, he's not in pole position though. Rex Austin is up there, and we've seen Taylor Tomlinson make some mistakes whenever he's been battling before, but we'll be using a flag here at Three Sisters, and Logan Cousins getting told exactly how that is going to work. So Lee Klaus, she's waiting at the front of the field, and then all the helpers, all the parents will clear off. She'll get the green flag, it'll go up in the air briefly, and then it'll come crashing down where we can get the drama started here in the AC40 class now. The lights are on, the lights are off, and we go racing for the first time ever here at Three Sisters. And straight away, Taylor Thompson dropping down the field to third position. So Taylor Thompson losing ground to Logan Cousins in second place. But Rex Austin, he leads the way. So Rex Austin on the 911 machine, he leads the way after an incredible start to the race. And Gosowski already from the back of the field, he's been up 2 positions on the 64 machine. Now already starting his move on Logan Cousins. Taylor Thompson, though, he goes back into second now and starts his chase on Rex Austin. In qualifying, it was 1/10 of a second that separated them from pole position. But in the infield section, Taylor Thompson on 77, an impressive ground made there. So perhaps in the race of the lead, Rex Austin potentially riding a little bit tense on the 991 machine. And there is Logan Cousins crashing out of the race, losing the front on the number 7. He picks it up in just a moment's time, but he picks up himself. Great to see him on his feet. And Dale Baldwin, our photographer here at FAB, I'm sure he would have got some great shots of that, but hopefully he can get that big restart, and hopefully he can get that back in this race. But we'll have to wait and see. Some fabulous pictures from Dale Baldwin. But there's Taylor Thompson looking to take the race lead now from Rex Austin, as Sebastian Gosowski, he's in third.
Well, if they finish like this, Tomlinson is champion. Gosowski has to win or finish second if Tomlinson wins to take this title to the second race tomorrow. It is so tense out there. It'll be 7 laps left to run in half a lap's time. Gosowski, though, absolutely flying. His fastest lap, which was set last lap, was half a second quicker than anybody else out on the circuit. He is a man with a point to prove, of course, missing out on qualifying after being told by the medics that he was not fit to race. Now he's been declared fit, and he's out there. He is determined to prove that he has what it takes. He's determined to take this championship down to the wire, and he is determined to make his way through Rex Austin. But Rex Austin's also having a look on Taylor Tomlinson as they head up to the top end of the circuit, and the top 3 separated by nothing. We have got a race on our hands here, folks, as they head through, coming into the infield section. It's still Tomlinson from Austin, from Gosowski, your top 3, but any one of them could win this race. You know, all 3 of them have the pace as Austin looks to the inside, heading into Luna Bend, can't quite make the move appear. But again, the fact that he is attacking, it shows that he has the pace, but maybe he's now falling back into the clutches of Sebastian Gosowski, who's going to have a look to the inside, but it has the door firmly shut in his face. But once again, all of these little moves just show each one of these riders has the pace and the ability to make moves and make things happen out on the racetrack here at Three Sisters. Running up the hill once again, it wasn't a very good exit for Taylor Tomlinson, but he will maintain the lead heading into turn 1. And it's, 6 laps left to go. It's anybody's guess. Gosowski has another look again heading through the S's. He just can't quite make the gap appear at the moment, but with the lap times that he is running, he is surefire to be challenging for the race lead the whole way through.
1/10 of a second separated them at the line last time around. So incredibly close at the front of the AC40 Pro race and at the Three Sisters circuit. Well, it's been shown over the past couple of races that it's a very quick circuit, and it produces some great racing on track. But Taylor Thompson, he's going to want to produce yet another great result so far this year. 9 race wins to his name, and in total 15 podiums with only 2 DNFs. But now Rex Austin, he's going to want to add another race win to his tally, and they're almost 3 wide here at the AC40 Pro class. And Tomlinson, 75 thousandths of a second was the gap, as now Sebastian Gosowski trying his way to second position. He backs out a bit very quickly on the 64 machine, but just 5 laps remain here at Three Sisters, and the clock is ticking down for Rex Austin. He needs to find Tomlinson's weak point very soon, and otherwise he can potentially face Taylor Thompson getting in a rhythm and starting to edge away and edging the gap, because in qualifying he was very close, but he might have went back to the drawing board with his parents and with his mechanics to find a new strategy, find a game plan, and find some time on this circuit.
He will indeed, and time is also ticking for Sebastian Kozlowski as well. If he finishes second and Tomlinson wins this race, as Rex Austin has a look, heading up the Conrod straight and into turn one, Rex Austin will slide through. That changes things in the championship. Okay, so with Tomlinson now falling down into P2 and Austin in P3, that means, as Tomlinson has a look, that means that Tomlinson is now not champion. It will go down to race 3, but he misses out on the championship by 1 point. So it's going to be an even taller order for Kozlowski unless he can find a way through. There is still 4 laps left to run, soon to be 3, as Tomlinson edges a wheel up the inside of Austin, but can't quite get the drive, heading onto the Rogerson straight, now into the left-hander and Luna Bend, the final corner here, and it's flat to the line, and here we go. It'll be 3 laps left to run. Rex Austin, we know he's fast, heading up the Conrod straight. What can Tomlinson do? What can Kozlowski do? They all tuck into the slipstream. They're all looking for any advantage that they can find heading into turn 1, the big right-hander that leads into the S's section, but no one can give each other an inch. No one can find the gap, but maybe Tomlinson can launch one up the inside into Joey Dunlop corner. No, doesn't quite get it done, but he has got so much pace on that 77, and you can tell he wants to wrap up this championship in race 1 and take all of that pressure off his shoulders.
He wants the pressure off his back at the moment, but Tomlinson, he's going to have to work hard for it, but now he's trying to work his way into the race lead still, but Kozlowski's there to pick up the pieces and try to keep his championship hopes alive in 2023. It's the final round of the season, and now they come round what's going to be the final corner of this lap. Taylor Tomlinson trying to fight the way through, trying to find some slipstream on the Mini Moto machine and diving down the inside now. Will Rex Austin run wide ever so slightly? But you can see the bumps around this circuit. It's so bumpy for these Mini Motos with no suspension. As Taylor Tomlinson back down the inside, he goes now into the race lead on the 77 machine. He leads the field through, he leads this free bike battle, and Rex Austin instantly claiming the lead of the race back. Will Kozlowski get involved? He's trying his hardest. He stuck a front wheel there, but he had to back out of it very quickly. But it's showing now as the race is coming to the closing stages, everyone wants to win.
As they come to the line now, 1 lap potentially separates Taylor Tomlinson from championship glory. Yet again, 1 lap also separates Sebastian Kozlowski, taking this one down to race 2. It's the final lap of the race. It's anybody's guess. Tomlinson dives to the inside. He takes the lead, heading through turn 1, and now it is all in his hands. Can Kozlowski find the gap on Rex Austin? No, he cannot. It is advantage Tomlinson as we head down to the back end of the circuit and into the Joey Dunlop corner and back onto the main start finish straight. Tomlinson's going to have to go defensive from the fast charging Rex Austin, who's back through. Can Tomlinson counteract? Can he fight back as they head through the left-hander and onto the Rogerson straight? The 3 of them were separated by less than 2/10 of the line last time. Who's going to be on the top set? Is the championship going to be decided in this race? We've got 1 corner to go in Luna Bend. Can Tomlinson get the run? I don't think he can. Rex Austin will take the win in race 1, and Taylor Tomlinson will not be champion this time by, and Sebastian Kozlowski almost into second place. Missed it out on 18 thousandths of a second. Wow, that means though that Kozlowski has a tall order in race 2. If Tomlinson leaves race 2 with 25 points or more in the championship, he is champion. The gap is currently 49 points. Kozlowski has to win and Tomlinson has to not score to take it to race 3. But man, oh man, what a race. What drama we've seen here in race 1 of the AC40 Pros. That is how you start a weekend from Rex Austin.
A great weekend, a great start to the weekend for Rex Austin, a great victory and an awesome battle on the circuit. And now Sebastian Kozlowski, he's getting a little talk from some of the members of the team on, from the 64 machine. Of course, Kozlowski involved in the Danny Webb GP Camp Harrison. They also down there giving his support to his friend out on the circuit, Lewis Hull, talking to some of the riders as well. But these guys, always great friends on and off the circuit, because Rex Austin, he won by just 1/10 of a second for the opening race of the weekend, the first ever time here at Three Sisters. Taylor Thompson and Sebastian Kosowski, the championship rivals, were in second and third, with Preston Baker finishing in fourth. Josh Perkins, he had a good result in fifth position, with Archie Hooper in sixth. And sadly in that race we did lose Logan Cousins after his crash, after losing the front earlier on in the race at Paddock Bend. So still 2 more races to go this weekend for the AC40 Pros, and well, after that race 1, you'll certainly be looking forward to it.
Although the Extreme 200s Championship is done, and done as that man there, Sullivan Moundy, took the title last time out at Wilton Mill, it is still going to be an interesting one, because of course it's Extreme 200, it's the catch-all class here at FAB-Racing. We've got some new faces to the Extreme 200 grid as well. Austin Johnson makes his way here for the first time on a new machine, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one all unfolds. And crucially here, Lewis, we're moving on to the big bikes now, and that means that we're moving on to the big circuit. As a pole sitter, Sullivan Moundy, your champion from this year, and of course a big congratulations to him as well, in order, the vice champion of the British Talent Cup this year, and he has got the call up to RedBull Rookies in 2024 alongside British Talent Cup champion and former FAB racer as well, Evan Belfort. So a big well done to all of them as the riders make their way onto the grid. They'll be heading out for their green flag lap shortly. It looks like Ronnie Harris has only just squeezed his way out. He's going to have a very, very quick dash down to the grid. But once he's made that, we'll get underway for what should be a very, very exciting Extreme 200s race. As always, interested that Marco Holt's going out there as well for this one. Of course, he's got a few races to look forward to this weekend. He's still in the fight for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 Championship. He's already won the 50s Championship last time out, so interesting that he's willing to take that risk to go out there, and what is a very fast and a very brave circuit. On one hand it's track time, but on the other hand, you don't want to be fighting and doing anything too silly when you've got a championship on the line in the most prestigious category in FAB Racing.
You don't indeed. And now we await to get underway for the green flag lap, as actually Annabelle McCarthy is having some issues with her Bushy Moto, but she managed to get that started and we can get racing. The first time she's ever raced in the Extreme 200 class. We have a 7-bike field this time around. The class is constantly growing. We have some people watching on and enjoying the action here at FAB Racing for the final time this year. And of course, if you're watching and if you want to get involved, well, head over to the FAB Racing Facebook page or the website or contact any of these racers, and I'm sure they'll point you in the right direction. But Sullivan Mounty this time around, he's going to be the rider on pole position on the number 4 machine, vice champion in the British Talent Cup, and now the 2024 Red Bull Rookie Rider. In second place, Blake Wilson, with Marco Holt and Lawrence Wardle on the second row of the grid in third and fourth. Austin Johnson and Ronnie Harris, he took his first race win at Daunton Park just 1 week ago. He will start in sixth position, with Annabelle McCarthy rounding out the field in 7th place. So some new names to the class this time around, Wardle and McCarthy. So it's going to be very interesting to see what impact they can have in this race. Sullivan Mounty on the number 4. He's going to want to convert this into a race win. But Marco Holt and Blake Wilson, well, the Metricats are ramping up here in the Extreme 200 class, and they're trying to show their dominance in here. Austin Johnson, he's the number 1 of the riders on the Bushy Moto, a different riding style to what he's usually used to on the Metricat machine. But this time around, we're going to have a flag here in the Extreme 200 to start the race. The green flag will go up and then it'll come back down, and then we will go racing. So Lee Klaus, she goes running to collect the green flag, and of course a lot of these guys on the road to MotoGP and on the road to a win in race 1 will be Sullivan Mounty. Wait and see as the flag drops, and Sullivan Mounty a wheelie off the line. And now he manages, though, to hold on to the race lead. Blake Wilson, he's in second place, but Marco continues his way in third. But Austin Johnson straight away trying his best to get past Wardle in 4th position. Annabelle McCarthy starting to drop off in 7th position after a tough start to the race. But there's Ronnie Harris following through and following on the footsteps of Austin Johnson, who's just in front of him. But Sullivan Mounty at the front, vice champion in the British Talent Cup. He's going to want to try and get another race win in the Extreme 200 class. So far this year, 8 race wins to his name, and wraps up the championship already this season. So incredibly impressive stuff from Sullivan Mountsie. He loves a good burnout whenever doing celebrations. Hopefully we can see another one to celebrate his recent success in his racing career. But Ronnie Harris, and there is Annabelle McCarthy as well. So a good start to the race. Everyone nice and clean in this Extreme 200 class. A pack already starting to form with 4 riders in this lead group. So although already only 7 riders making it out to the track for race 1, 4 of them battling for the win.
Absolutely, of course. Sullivan Mountsie, a lot of recent successes, of course. The Extreme 200s champion of 2023 here at FAB-Racing. Far more important than, vice champion of that British Talent Cup thing and whatever RedBull Rookies is. But, he had a great start. Almost wasn't, because he pulled a wheelie and then nearly dropped it heading into the first corner from the start-finish line. Did really well to stay on the bike, actually. But he's managing to hold on that number 4 at the moment. But Blake Wilson, Marco Holt, Lawrence Wardle, they're all keeping very, very close at the moment. Those 4 doing a great job. Lawrence Wardle, actually, fastest lap last time round, a 57.766 as they just crossed over the line and they come up Penrith, climb the fastest part of the circuit. It's almost completely flat out through this section for these riders. It is insane how fast these guys are going up that back part of the track, over the hill, of course. We haven't seen that yet today. It's been Mini Moto action only. They've only been using the infill course. Now on the bigger bikes, we're getting to the fastest section down the back of the track, and they are so ridiculously fast through there. It almost boggles my mind how quickly they can take some of those corners. But it will be Sully that leads the way up the front. Blake Wilson holding off Marco Holt for P2 at the moment, and Lawrence Wardle just at the back of the pack. Austin Johnson currently running in P5. He's doing a good job. He's got a new bike to run, the Bucci bike that he's bought for this weekend, and hopefully I'm hoping he's going to run it some more next year as well in the Extreme 200. So great to see him out there doing a good job. Sullivan Mountsie makes it 8 laps left to run though. Marco Holt this time fast. Oh wow, what a lap from Marco Holt at 57.218. Of course, no lap records here because we haven't been here before, but it's interesting to see just how fast these guys are running. They are leaving nothing on the table.
They're leaving nothing on the table in the Extreme 200 class, and Sullivan Mountsie, 0.2 of a second was the gap between himself and Blake Wilson last time around. But Mark Holt watching in 3rd position like a hawk. But Wardle in 4th place. After the first lap, he did have the fastest lap, but now that goes to Mark Holt, a 57.218. But Sullivan Mountsie, he powers it out through, and he looks to hopefully come back to FAB next year whenever he can. I'm sure he'll be very, very busy next season, but they're hoping to come back and hoping, well, we hope up here in the commentary box they can keep helping out these younger riders. We've seen the past doing solid stretching early in the morning before the race. I'm not sure if that's happening this weekend, but he still does a lot of work with the young riders, helping them out and helping them get faster on the circuit. But there's Blake Wilson under immense pressure from Marco Holt in 3rd place. With 7 laps remaining in this race, it's starting to heat up. Wardle dropping back ever so slightly in 4th position. So a 4-bike battle quickly turns into a 3.
It does indeed. These top 3 starting to streak away, and Sullivan Mountsie starting to put the hammer down. But as you said, Lewis, it's great to see older riders like Sullivan Mountsie and, other riders who have in the past, for people like Evan Belford and your Casey O'Gormans, those guys who come back and they help out with the younger riders. And, it's great as well to see out in the Extreme 200, you've got riders like Blake Wilson and Mark Holt, surely future shoo-ins for the British Talent Cup given their talent, but, still with a long way to progress in their careers. And they're following, a rider who is now in the RedBull Rookies Cup and has achieved the dream of every young rider in this FAB-Racing paddock. And they're out there following him and learning from him, and they're absorbing that information, and it's helping them to progress from already brilliant riders to potential superstars in the future. And that is what we love about FAB-Racing. It's a real family atmosphere. Yes, it's it's great racing, but it's also about getting young British talent out there into the world of motorcycle racing and making them world champions, making them superstars, making them everything we could want them to be. And that's why we do what we do, because we love it and we want these young British riders to get out there and show the world what they can do. As it is though, Sullivan Mountsie still holding on to the lead from Blake Wilson. Marco Holt is starting to put some pressure on the number 8 in P2. He's starting to maybe think about making a move with 6 laps left to go. As there we see Austin Johnson in P6. He's been overtaken by the Ronnie Harris, who I think has been having a few issues. Again, he was slow to make his way out to the grid, then a disappointing start. Just think the bike isn't quite doing what he wants it to do. I think maybe a few mechanical issues. But Austin Johnson out there, again, new bike this weekend. and he's doing a good job at the moment, of course, hopping on a new bike. It's a new track. Gives a little wave to the camera there, actually. There you go. Didn't expect to see that from someone in the middle of the race. Of course, we have seen riders doing wheelies in the middle of the race. Throwback to Rossi Banham a few rounds ago, just showing off because he could. But don't think I've ever seen someone wave to the camera with 5 laps left to go. But there you go. Thanks very much, Austin Johnson. But yeah, good to see him out there learning his new bike, learning a new track as well. He's doing a great job on his iconic number 27, of course. And as we switch our attention back to the front, Holt is definitely starting to put the pressure on Blake Wilson.
Mark Holt ramping up the pressure on the 58. He's getting in the slipstream at the moment. He's getting his way into a second place and trying to get his way into the overtaking position. So last time around, 3/10 of a second separating these two riders, and then we come around the final corner of this circuit and power it through towards the line, and it's the fastest lap of the race. The first rider into the 56-second bracket in the Extreme 200 class, a 56.975 for Marco Holt, as now they power it down through it. It's such a tricky circuit to get your braking marker for this corner as it's dropping away from you. As there's Blake Wilson still defending. It's a great job what he's doing at the moment with 4 laps remaining. Lawrence Wardle, he's still ahead of Ronnie Harris in 5th position, but there's confirmation of the fastest lap of the race. It's went to Marco, a 56.975, and can he go even faster this time around? 1/10 of a second. He brought the gap down by 2/10 last time around. Well, if he did the math, that meant that he would have to overtake him this time around to go 2/10 faster once again. But we're going to have to wait and see if Blake Wilson is picking up the pace as we make our way round the final corner for the last time once again, and then we go round towards the line. What's it going to be? Is it going to be another fastest lap from Marco Holt? As no, it is not, as there we see him continuing to race on, and Marco Holt, it looks like he has no problem at the moment. Actually, he seems to be dropping away massively, and Marco Holt potentially pulling into the pit lane from this race. So Marco Holt potentially pulled into the pits in race 1, and then straight back into the paddock for Marco. No clue where he has gone, but Ronnie Harris powering it out through as well, as so is Wardle. So Lawrence Wardle, he'll be promoted into the podium places, and there's Blake Wilson, he's all on his own. So Marco Holt having issues there on the 58 machine, and straight away pulling into the pits, and away out this race he goes. A 3 laps remaining. So disappointing for Holt.
Yeah, indeed, what a shame. He was running super well, as there we see another rider potentially with problems. Nope, that's someone getting ready for the next race. But yeah, Mark Holt just he came in and went straight back into the pits. Of course, after this we do have the Mini GP 50 race, which I'm presuming that he's going to be in, so maybe he's getting ready for that, but I can't see him on our grid, so I'm not really sure what's happened. And he didn't stop, didn't tell anybody there was an issue, didn't get some help from any mechanics, just went straight back to the awning. So what a shame there for Marco Holt, but 2 laps left to run. And this man, Sullivan Mounty, of course, now a Red Bull rookie rider from 2024 onwards, and he is showing us why. Vice champion in the R&G British Talent Cup. He got the call up to Red Bull Rookies, and of course, he's now put the hammer down. He's now showing us why he is the Extreme 200 champion in 2023, which of course the most prestigious thing that he's achieved all year is winning the Extreme 200 championship in 2023. But of course, he has had a fantastic season, and he will start the final lap here at Three Sisters Circuit. He is clearly enjoying. He only got here this morning. They got back from the Red Bull Rookie selection days in Spain only yesterday. They got about an hour of sleep, him and his dad, and then they packed the van and came here. So 1 hour sleep Sully is doing a great job out there on circuit, and he's got about half a lap left to run to make it a dominant victory. It was the fastest lap last time. He's really turned the wick up late in this race at 56.893. That is a phenomenal lap time from the number 4, who's been fantastic all season and been doing a great job. As there we see further down the order, Anima McCarthy doing a fantastic job in P6 at the moment, getting some track time out there, which is great to see. But Sully rounds the final corner. He'll win in race 1 here at Three Sisters with a dominant ride, yet an enjoyable one nonetheless, as he rode with the likes of Wilson and Holt early on and showed them how it's done by the vice champion of the R&G British Talent Cup. He poses for the camera. I'm sure we'll get a burnout in a short moment, but Wow, what a race there for Sullivan Mounty. He takes a dominant victory over 4.5 seconds ahead of Blake Wilson in P2. Lawrence Wardle rounds out our podium. Great start to his FAB-Racing career there for the 414 with Ronnie Harris in P4. Austin Johnson finishes P5 on the 27 with Annabelle McCarthy in the 113. And unfortunately, we lost Marco Holt. But there he is. Sullivan Mounty makes his way back into the pits there. But wow, what a great result there for Sullivan Mounty. Simply great stuff. And of course, we'll see him twice more this weekend and much more of him next year on a European stage.
Coming up now is race 1 for the Mini GP 50 class. The riders are already ready to make their way out of the pit lane, and George Ackerman having a little conversation with Cal Maxwell there briefly, but they'll be competing on the circuit in just a moment's time. Luke Fitchett, the number 7, he's looking incredibly confident. Of course, the championship is already wrapped up in this class. Marco Holt is already your 2023 Mini GP 70 champion, and what an impressive year it's been for him. 15 race wins to his name. Can he add another this time around? And so far he's only been off the podium twice, so it's been an incredibly impressive season for him and incredibly consistent, because he's had 11 podiums in a row as Marco Holt, and I'm sure he's going to be wanting to add to his tally in the 50s. But I believe Marco Holt, sadly, in the 50s, he's not going to be out this weekend racing these guys on the circuit. So after wrapping up the championship, it seems like he won't be adding anymore, so they're potentially focusing on other avenues in the future. So Luke Fitchett, he'll be on pole for this one with Wilson Dilks alongside, so it's going to be an incredibly close race, because lap time wise, less than 1/10 of a second separated the front row of this field. And once again, a massive grid for the Mini GP 50 class. 19 riders lining up to take the start here at Three Sisters.
It should be absolutely incredible. Of course, as strange as it sounds to say for Mark Holt, given how amazing this championship is, he quite literally has bigger fish to fry with the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s title on the line. But still, 19 riders, some great talents out there today. And, it's going to be interesting to see. Mark Holt is not here. He's been in fantastic form the past few rounds. Won all 3 races last time out at Wilton Mill. But now he's not here. Who's going to stand on the top step in race 1? It is flat cap Luke Fitchett. He starts from pole with Wilson Dilks alongside. Travis Shaw, great qualifying for P3 with Jensen Bishop in P4. Frankie Watson is 5th with Chloe Gleason, an amazing effort into P6. Seth Hayward and Harley Baker on row 4 with Byron Johnson and George Ackerman. They round out your top 10. Matthew Thomas is 11th with Beth Ashby in P12. Riley Paisley is 13th with Annabelle McCarthy in 14th. Lewis Curtis is 5th with Murray Simmons, who you're actually just seeing leaving the pits after some problems. He'll make his way around and he'll start 16th. Great to see him out. Ollie O'Gorman, he starts in P17 with Callum Maxwell alongside, and Tyler Hartley rounds out our grid of 19 here at Three Sisters. A fantastic showing once again for the Mini GP 50s. The grids this year for this category have just been absolutely enormous, and it's been great to see. Of course, this is the first step onto geared Grand Prix style bikes for these young riders. Of course, you can be on these things as young as 9 technically in this category with special permission from the FAB-Racing organisers. Then from 10 onwards, it's your own game. And of course, this is the first step for these riders on the road to the R&D British Talent Cup, on the road to RedBull Rookies, and on the road to MotoGP.
On the road to MotoGP is Luke Fitchett. He's got his eyes on a race win in the Mini GP 50 Championship. He's actually got his eyes on the British Talent Cup in a couple of seasons' time. So hopefully we can see him there. Hopefully we can see him doing well. But Lee Klaus, she holds the flag at the front of the field, the red flag at the moment. It'll soon switch to a green, where it'll get raised in the air and then it'll get dropped, and we can go racing for this crazy race. 11 laps are in store for us, 19 riders in the field, and it's going to be extremely exciting. We're excited up here. I'm sure all the riders are, and the parents are. Potentially some nerves as well. But Frankie Watson getting a final couple of checks. I believe we're waiting for Simmons to make his way onto the field after leaving pit lane late. But Lee Klaus tells everyone to get off the grid, clear the grid, and then we can start racing for the first time ever here in the Mini GP 50 class. But the flag will rise and the flag will drop, and we will go racing. And Luke Fitchett takes the race lead from pole position and maintains that gap. And already it's been a very clean start as Matthew Thomas tries to make his way past Byron Johnson, as there's Luke Fitchett getting overtaken by Wilson Delps at the start of this race. Travis Shaw in the third position. So Travis Shaw, a great ride for him with Jason Bishop, Frankie Watson, Chloe Gleason actually making her way into fourth position. So Chloe Gleason could potentially get on the podium here in the Mini GP 50 class. But at the front, Wilson Delps, fellow Danny Webb GP camp rider, making his way into the field. Now they break the timing line for the first time. Frankie Watson tries to find some slipstream, tries to find a move as Luke Fitchett tries to find his way back into the race lead. He's loving this Three Sisters circuit. It says it's extremely tricky to ride. You need full commitment and you need to almost predict the corner before you can see it. And this is where you need to start predicting corners, because it's corner after corner. It's tight, it's twisty, it's tricky, it's bumpy for these guys, and it's a 19 bike field in the Mini GP 50 class. So Luke Fitchett, an interesting dynamic for the start of this race. Wilson Delps at the front.
It is indeed. What a start for Wilson Dilks, but Flat Cap feature keeping him honest here as we are about to head on to the second lap of the race, heading through the S's section and onto Rogerson Straight. Can Fitchett maybe find a gap coming into the next left-hander? No, he cannot. And as they head through Luna Band, and now it is flat out all the way till the Joey Dunlop corner, up the Conrod Straight, and this bit is without a doubt the most daunting part of the circuit. It is flat out through a bumpy right-hander at Penrith Climb. The penultimate corner before the Joey Dunlop corner is a aptly named Coward Summit. That tells you how dangerous and scary it is through there. A blind off-camber left-hand sweeper that flies down the hill before you get to the pit straight. But here we see Luke Flatcap Fitchett has found a way through to the outside. Can Wilson Dill maybe take it back on the inside? Yes, he can. Flatcap Fitchett was the fastest lap last time. First rider into the 59.960 region. Everyone else still running 1 minute lap times. What a great battle we are witnessing here. These two trading places, trading blows at every single corner they get to. It's currently the 85 that has the advantage over the number 7, but that won't last. We're going to be going on to 8 laps left to run this time by, and these two are absolutely on the money. They are flying out the front of the field. The last time on the line, they were 3.5 seconds ahead of Chloe Gleason on the 25, who's still running in P3 and is doing an absolutely unbelievable job at the moment. If she finishes there, I believe she will be the first female to finish on the podium in the Mini GP 50. So phenomenal stuff there from Chloe Gleason. Frankie Watson gets into P4 with Travis Shaw dropping down, and once again the back section of the track belongs to Luke Flatcap Fitchett. This time though, he defends from Wilson Dills.
Now they continue to battle through, and Dilts continues to disrupt Fitchett's rhythm, and he takes the race lead with 8 laps remaining. This time around, 62 thousandths of a second separated them at the line. So 8 laps remain in this race. Frankie Watson, he makes his way up into 4th position with Travis Shaw dropping down to 5th place. Jensen Bishop and Byron Johnson are battling behind as well. So this 90 bike field incredibly close as well. So Luke Fitchett, 62 thousandths of a second. There is the battle for 3rd position with Chloe Gleason still at the front of it, and Fitchett reclaims the race lead. He commits his way through the Pentif climb and then towards and down the Coward Summit. It's such a tricky end to the lap here in the geared bike in the Mini GP 50 class, and Fitchett, well, he's had plenty of experience on it. He had some bike time just a couple of weeks ago at this circuit just to familiarise himself with it. Only 1 day riding at it though, and conditions were nothing like this. The first time he rode it in the dry was today, as now Dilts once again at the exact same corner reclaims the race lead at the SE. So incredible stuff from Wilson Dilts, and it proves how much confidence he has, and it proves what a new circuit can do. I mean, we have Dilts in the lead, Sandley no halt, but Chloe Gleason on the podium battling away with Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw inside the top 5.
Absolutely, some fantastic battles happening all over the circuit here at Three Sisters. The riders have taken to this place like a duck to water. They just absolutely love it, even though some people haven't been here before. What a dive there from Wilson Dilks, battling with Luke Fitchett all the way up the straight. Brilliant stuff heading through Penrith Climb and heading into the final calls. This is where Fitchett is clearly stronger, but as it stands, that number 85, now he's got the fastest lap. Now he's into the 59 of 59.751 from Wilson Dilks, a phenomenal lap, and we've still got 5.5 laps left to run. These two are giving us a battle for the ages. Just phenomenal action everywhere you look here. As always in FAB-Racing, we've come to the final round of 2023 here at Three Sisters, and so far every single category has served us up a treat. It has been phenomenal action so far this weekend, and especially here in the 50s. Of course, these riders on the road to MotoGP, on the road to the British Talent Cup, as there we see to the outside goes Flat Cap Fitchett side by side into Penrith's climb. Oh my goodness, Luke Fitchett, take a bow. What a move. That was super brave. That was super tight. That was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Impressive stuff and very, very risky. So Luke Fitchett on the number 7 reclaims the race lead with Dilks in second. So Dilks continuing his charge and continuing his battle. This is the strong point on the circuit though. So the 85 rider not able to make a move this time around, potentially now leaving it to the last lap of the race because he knows he can reclaim the race lead and hold it all the way until we start the climb. But by the time that would happen, the checker flag would already be out, so perhaps tactics now started to come into play, but still all out war, to be honest, at the front as Luke Fitchett comes over the line, or comes towards the line now, and now comes towards Callum Maxwell, one of our backmarkers at the moment. He's in 18th position, just behind Ollie O'Gorman. Of course, Ollie O'Gorman's brother Casey, he'll be racing this weekend at Aragon in the Junior GP Championship. Recently re-signed for another new team, and actually comes off the back of a podium in the British Supersport Championship. And Matthew Thomas, he's battling away at the moment and continuing to try and hold his way with Baker, as well as Bethany Ashby and George Ackerman just behind, as there we have Baker making his way down the rise in the Coward Summit there, and he's made it work and made it through. On Matthew Thomas and Bethany Ashby pushing George Ackerman wide, so perhaps some yellow flags being waved in the infield section of the circuit, but Bethany Ashby doing her best to hold on to this position. So this is the battle for the final couple of positions inside the top 10 with just 4 laps remaining.
Yeah, yellow flag being waved. Looks like Travis Shaw has stopped at the side of the circuit. Think a mechanical issue there for him, so a big shame, but luckily he is all okay as this battle rages on further down the field. Matthew Thomas doing everything he can on that number 47 to try and make his way through Seth Hayward, but it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to duke it out as the 24 of Harley Baker doing a great job to get through there. They now begin with 3 laps to go across the line. Now there goes Matthew Thomas up the inside, heading into Penrith's climb. Such a difficult corner again, much like, and then side by side, surely not. Wow, what a move there from Harley Baker up the inside at Coward Summit. That is brilliant. I mean, that section of racetrack is so difficult. Both corners, you've got a steep climb or a steep decline. They're off camber, they're bumpy like there's no tomorrow, and your every instinct screams slow down, or just get off the bike, or just get me out of here. You've just got to grit and bear it. You've just got to trust the bike has got to stick and just go for it. As there we see, going for it is Luke Fitchett, back up the inside of Wilson Dilks on the penultimate lap of the race. He will take the lead, but this battle, it's been raging on for lap after lap, corner after corner, and they're still going. We've got no idea who's going to finish on top.
It's been brewing for the last couple of laps. This 11-lap race is coming to a close. Just 1.5 laps remain in the Mini GP 50 class. Luke Fitchett, he's in first position still at the moment, but Wilson Dilks, he has started to build. He's started to try and make a move for the lead. Once again, they're side by side, and he makes it work. The 85 hits the front once again, and now we head towards the end of the lap and then towards Lunar Bend now, and then the final corner of the lap before the finish line. The all-important last lap board will be awaiting for these riders. Wilson Dilks, he's going to be the first rider to head on to the last lap of the race. What is the gap going to be though? 0.2 of a second. Luke Fitchett, he's building up a move, he's building up momentum, and they're side by side towards Coward Summit. Luke Fitchett reclaims the race lead as now they head into the braking zone. And well, the number 7, keep calm, keep cool, keep collected. Ollie Gorman, a bunch of riders that they're coming towards Simmons, Curtis and McCarthy, that they're coming to lap on this final lap. Will that disrupt their rhythm? Will that potentially come into play? Because Wilson Dilks once again winding up a move, getting the better drive on the 85, and now looks like defending, almost cut it off, heads front wheel. So number 7 potentially not going to be disrupted by back markers, or will he? We're going to have to wait and see towards the final corner. Yes, he will. Ollie O'Gorman just in front, and Luke Fitchett past now, and then Simmons will be the next. Wilson Dilks following through, trying to get the drive into the final corner. Lucy Curtis as well, as now Luke Fitchett comes towards the line. Who's it going to be there side by side? And Luke Fitchett wins by 1/10 of a second. What a race in the Mini GP 50 class. Who's going to claim that third? And we'll wait to see who is going to claim last position on the podium. But Luke Fitchett, what a great result. And Frankie Watson claiming third with Chloe Gleason in fourth, so just not able to get the podium places. So Luke Fitchett, what a ride and what a race between the two riders.
Absolutely great race between the pair of them. Of course, we know Luke Flatcap Fitchett is one of the greatest defenders here in the Fab paddock, and he was really pushing the envelope on that last lap, almost stepping way too far to keep Wilson Dilks behind, and it worked. Luke Fitchett takes the victory. Wilson Dilks can only manage second with Frankie Watson in P3. Chloe Gleason is fourth with Byron Johnson in P5. Jensen Bishop sixth. Seth Haywood in seventh. Matthew Thomas is eighth. Harley Baker P9 after dropping back, unfortunately. And Beth Ashby rounds out our top 10.
Now then, race 1 for the pit bike 140 class is just moments away here at Three Sisters. It's been a fast and furious weekend for the pit bike 140 class, with Liam Wood claiming that pole position. But Jamie King, previous champion, multiple time FAB-Racing champion, he is on the front row for this one, and potentially Jamie King, who knows, he could win his first race of the, well, not first race of the year, first race of the year, first race since 2021. But Jamie King exploring some of our avenues, having some sidecar riding yesterday during practice. Who knows, maybe we could see Jamie King on the sidecar. But right
don't tempt me.
It would be very, very funny and very fun to watch. I'm sure he's making a YouTube video out of that one. Of course, Pit Bike Sonic in the Sonic Levers on the front row of the grid. What is going to happen in this one though? And the clouds are starting to loom over the circuits. Potentially, who knows, some rain inbound. Although weather forecast say no, you just never know here at Three Sisters. So Liam Wood on pole position and Chris Wells out there, and once again showing off the number 1 plate.
They've gone the way. They were supposed to cut round and go to the grid and then do their formation lap, but they've gone the wrong way. So I'm sure some marshals are going to be race control. They're telling him to slow down. So it looks like this will be the green flag lap then. So Liam Wood starts from pole. Jamie King alongside. He's had some good form in the last few races. Maybe it's time for him to step back onto the top step of the podium for the first time since 2021. Of course, the 3-time pit bike champion who's just not had the best of luck the last few seasons. Michael Med starts in third with Bailey Lawrence. Great qualifying from her, as you see her on picture. She starts in P4. Chris Wells with that number 1 plate, the new champion of this year. He could only manage P5, a disappointing qualifying for him, but you know that he'll fly forward in the race alongside Cameron Salt in P6. Keaton Payne is 7th with Robert Med in P8, and Sean Whitaker rounds out our grid. We've just had confirmation in our ears that this is now being classed as the green flag lap because they all went the wrong way and didn't go around properly and then do a proper green flag lap, but it's fine. We're going racing. It's race 1 of the pit bike 140s here at Three Sisters. It's all going to be absolutely fine. Lining up then on pole position, Liam Wood, who's been in fine form the last few rounds, but alongside him Pit Bike Sonic, who's been on the up the last few races as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Can Liam Wood hold on? Can Pit Bike Sonic find his way through? It's, no, this is the warm-up lap. Okay, so we are doing a proper warm-up lap then. So chaos already, and it's not even started. It's always the way with the Pit Bike 140s.
Always in Pit Bike 140 racing, you have some extra drama because that is the way they do it on and off the circuit. But Liam Wood's in pole position for this one. The interesting dynamic for the Pit Bike 140 class this year He's almost been the wingman of Chris Wells, who wrapped up the championship last time out at Wilton Mill. Some great celebrations actually from him and from his friends, and one of them of course being Mr. Jamie King. And Jamie King, he'll be starting the race from the front row of the grid on the 76 machine, hoping to win once again, hoping to taste victory once again. Cameron Sewell, he's on the third row of the grid. A great qualifying result there, but of course as you can see, all the people that make this possible as well, doing a great job at supporting the series here at FAB-Racing. Sean Whittaker, he's back, and he's going to be starting though from last place, so not where we normally see Sean Whittaker. And Chris Wells down in fifth as well, not normally where we see Chris Wells. So a lot of riders perhaps where you say you wouldn't normally see him. Bailey Lawrence having a very impressive qualifying in fourth. Who knows, can she repeat the success of her brother?
Maybe, we'll have to see. Of course, Bailey Lawrence's older brother Taylor, a legend round here in the pit bike pods. Now it's time to go racing. Let's do this properly this time, shall we? It'll be green flag in the air. The green flag drops, we're underway. It's a great start there from Michael Ned. He's going to take the lead from P3. Jamie King drops down to third with Chris Wells sliding down into second place. What a start there from the 777 starting in P3. Chris Wells already up to fourth place as well. A phenomenal stop here, running slightly wide there though. Goes the 777 and through goes Liam Wood. He will try to retake the lead through the S's, but no, a great defensive effort there from the 777. He's going to hold on for the time being. Great stuff from him, really fast on the start. But as we head through now, coming up to the start-finish line, we will officially start the opening lap. It'll be a 10-lap race. And there we see Bailey Lawrence fighting with your new champion, Chris Wells. Bailey Lawrence back into fourth place after dropping back at the flag. And there we see the front two fighting away. They're pushing each other hard, but it is Michael Med that leads the way from Liam Wood. Jamie King dropping down to third off the grid. He'll be disappointed with that, but we know Pit Bike Sonic's got a lot of pace. We'll wait and see what happens as they come back to the pit straight. It's still the 777, but here goes Liam Wood. No, not quite going to happen this time, but those front two look pretty inseparable. Could be a long race between them.
It's going to be a long battle. A 10. Oh, that's what Cash is there. It's the 777 down. Michael Med is down. And after he tucks the front out of the race lead, he's so disappointed with that one, you can tell. And now Liam Wood, he will get promoted into the race lead, and he will be able to shoot off into the distance. Jamie King, he'll be promoted into the second place position, as now Michael Med, he puts that bike to the side of the circuit, sits on the tyre wall, and that is it. Chris Wells having the battle with Bailey Lawrence at the moment. A very impressive ride for Bailey Lawrence. She is now in the podium places in the Pit by 140 class. This is what we love to see about the Three Sisters circuit. It's springing up so many surprises in the Pit Bike 140 class. Jamie King last time around, 1.7 seconds was the gap between himself and Liam Wood. Chris Wells and Bailey Lawrence, they were a further 1 second behind. Chris Wells though, diving down the inside, can he make it work? Bailey Lawrence chops off his front wheel, and then she can keep that podium place. But Chris Wells already trying to string up another move with the number 1 plate on his machine, but he has to back out with that one once again. He's finding it very tricky to overtake here at Three Sisters.
Bailey Lawrence, something's just clicked for Bailey Lawrence this season. I mean, you know, it's been a few seasons of progress and, you know, getting used to the bike. She's been racing in the pit bikes for quite some time, and she continues to hold off the champion. And although she had a pretty disappointing round last time at Wilton Mill, the round before, round 6 at Arawa, absolutely awesome out. A few great results up in the top 5, as there goes Chris Wells up into the podium places. But Bailey Lawrence, you know she's going to continue to fight back, because she is flying at the moment. Awesome stuff from Bailey, and up the inside, it's a Penrith's climb. What a move from the number 9. But can Chris Wells challenge? No, surely not. Yes, he does. Back out, heading into Coward's Corner. Wow, what a move there from Bailey Lawrence. Again, something has just clicked for that girl. She is flying at the moment, but runs slightly wide out of Joey Dunlop. That allows Chris Wells another look up the inside, but she's laying on the brakes again. Liam Wood leads the way from Jamie King, and we've got a monster battle on our hands in P3 between Bailey Lawrence and another rider down there. That is the number 12 of Sean Whittaker. I'm not sure if he's gone down or had problems, but back to the battle that we're focusing on. Bailey Lawrence against your champion, Chris Wells, for P3 as it stands. Although for some reason it says Chris Wells is currently running in 10th, I can assure you that he's not. He's fighting very hard for this podium place. But Bailey Lawrence is putting up a stoic defensive effort at the moment as they come round. They'll head on to 7 laps left to run. Up the inside goes Chris Wells once again. That seems to be his favourite move, and actually gives her a little wave. He's racing Bailey Lawrence. He's racing her hard, and he's saying, come on then, give us what you got us. Back up the inside goes Bailey Lawrence with a phenomenal move. Chris Wells, you can tell he's enjoying this. He's giving her waves. He goes through saying, come on, show me what you got.
Now these riders continue to battle for the final place on the podium, but the important thing to remember is that this is not the finish line at the moment. So at the finish line, over the past couple of laps, it's been Chris Wells who's been ahead. So Chris Wells, he looks to be fastest in the final couple of sectors, but 7 laps remain in this race, and Bailey Lawrence still defending for that 3rd position. She is really enjoying this battle with Chris Wells. It's really great to see her at the front of the field. Jamie King currently in no man's land, 2 seconds behind Liam Wood and 4 seconds ahead of these guys. Sean Whittaker still trying to get his motorcycle fixed at the side of the circuit, but now coming around the final sector of this circuit, down Lunar Bed, and then towards the final, towards the finish line at the moment. But Bailey Lawrence crossing lines. We get 6 laps to go, and now breaking that rhythm of Chris Wells. Will Chris Wells potentially make a move at Coward Summit this time around? He's building up a move, and he makes it work on the number 1 plate, and he makes it through into 3rd position. And what a battle these guys, what a tussle they are having for 3rd position. Cameron Sewell is just behind these guys. He is having his own battle with Keaton Payne for 5th position. So no matter where you look in the pit by 140s, as usual, battles all the way through.
This is amazing stuff for the final podium place. I'm just loving your new champion, Chris Wells. He is clearly enjoying battling with Bailey, which, heading into the start of the season is not a fight you'd expect to see. And then as he's going past, we're saying, come on, show us what you got, bring it to me. And she definitely is. Although she's dropped back slightly at the moment, Chris has started to put the hammer down ever so slightly. You know that she's going to try and catch. You know that she's going to continue to try and fight for that podium place. It is 5 laps left to go. Liam Wood is 3 seconds up the road from Jamie King in P2, with Chris Wells now holding on to that P3 spot for the time being. There we see Pit Bike Sonic, your 3-time Pit Bike champion, a 4-time FAB-Racing champion overall, actually. Well, technically 5 if you include the Moto Team thing that he sold earlier this year, but let's not get into that. A legend of the FAB-Racing paddock, and although in this race it may not look like he's going to step back onto the top step of the podium, he's still putting in a phenomenal effort on that 76 machine, and it's great to see Jamie back to his full form, back to his full potential, and showing us what he can do on a pit bike. Of course, this man, he's got many a story. Will happily tell you how he had passed with Marc Marquez one time. He's got many a story about pit bikes. He's destroyed one of our cameras before. He's just a real legend around these parts, and it's great to see him back to his absolute best, and of course all in those Sonic leathers. The number 94 of Liam Wood makes it 4 laps left to run this time by. He's still pulling away from Jamie King up the front. What a great performance from Liam Wood on the number 94. Jamie King holds on to 2nd, with Chris Wells now starting to extend the gap to Bailey Lawrence in P3. Further down the order, this is Keaton Payne and I believe Cameron Sewell fighting for 5th place. Another titanic battle further down the order. Again, as with always in the pit bikes, everywhere you look there's action, everywhere you look there's a tussle. It is brilliant racing, and it's a fantastic category, and it's a shame that the grid is just so, by pit bike terms, it's so small this weekend. Normally we're having over 20 riders, only 9 making it to the final round, unfortunately. But even then, it's been a fantastic race so far, with 4 laps left to run.
Liam Wood at the front, 3.4 seconds was the gap, and small puff of smoke coming out of his exhaust there, and that's one thing we see in 1 or 2 pit bikes this season. So Liam Wood, hopefully he can make it to the end of this race. He makes it to the end of the lap though, and he's going to tick off yet another lap in the race lead. 3 laps remain in this race, and obviously at the start of the race we did see Michael Med battle with him, but Michael Med getting pushed to his limit, and he cracked under the pressure of Liam Wood. So now Liam Wood on his own and 4.5 seconds ahead of Jamie King in 2nd position, and then 3rd it's still Chris Wells, so 2.3 seconds ahead of Bailey Lawrence at the moment. So these riders having a good battle. The gap starting to stretch out ever so slightly in the latter stages of the race. Of course, these guys slightly messed up on their green flag lap, which meant the race did get reduced sadly, so it was only a 10 lap shootout for these guys. But Liam Wood he won't mind because he's been at the front for every single one of them.
He has indeed. What a performance we are witnessing from the number 94. Again, little puff of blue smoke. The engine maybe just burning a little bit of oil. Hopefully that's not becoming a problem as the race goes on. But onto the penultimate lap goes the number 94. It's a 4.5 second lead at the line last time. It's a new fastest lap, this time a 101.207. That is absolutely ferocious pace from Liam Wood. The gap, he extended it by a second last lap. It's now 5.5 back to Jamie King with Chris Wells in P3 as well. I think Chris Wells, the champion, he's now started to find his rhythm a little bit. Again, just extending that gap to Bailey Lawrence after their titanic battle earlier on in this race. But Liam Wood, he is absolutely laying the hammer down. He's doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. As further back, Keaton Payne and Cameron Saul continue their battle. But as we focus on the 94, he has a glance back and there's nobody to look at. He is in a league of his own out there in race 1 of the Pit Bike 40s. Of course, the last 3 races of the season for this guy, this being the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. And they're making sure that it's a fabulous round. As there we see Keaton Payne and Cameron Saul continuing to fight further back down the field for P5 and looking down there for a brief moment. But final lap of the race for Liam Wood, and he could basically do it blindfolded. He has been phenomenal this race.
Liam Wood at the front for the final time in this race. 6.2 seconds is the gap. He can cruise round for this final time, but hopefully he doesn't have any issues. Hopefully he doesn't make any unnecessary mistakes, as there's still Keaton Payne ahead of Cameron Saul. Cameron Saul, though, he's trying his best, and he maybe thought that was the final lap there, so his hand was up in the air, very confused. But, well, time flies when you're having fun. But there's Liam Wood in the race lead at the moment. What's the gap going to be this time? It's going to be interesting to see how he approaches this final lap. If he just cruises around, or if he continues to maintain the gap, continues to push, because sometimes that lapse of concentration is when you make mistakes. And Liam Wood, he's not made one of them. He's forced Michael Med to make a mistake, but Liam Wood, he's going to come out on top in race 1 of the Pit Bike 140. A race 1 once again, and a race win to add to his books. Jamie King should come home in second position, 6.6 seconds behind. So Liam Wood pushed on in that final lap, and Chris Wells, he claims podium over Bailey Lawrence after their battle. Who's going to get 5th? It looks like Keaton Payne has got the better of Cameron Saul. And what a pit bike race this has been. Keaton Payne crosses the line in just a moment's time.
He does indeed, and what a race that is for Liam Wood as well, because that means he is now the vice champion of the Pit Bike 140s in 2023, with Lucas Brown being a no-show and the gap over 50 points between the pair of them. Liam Wood is your new vice champion for 2023. He takes a stunning victory here in race 1 with Jamie King in P2 and Chris Wells your champion. He rounds out the podium. Bailey Lawrence brings home a phenomenal P4 for her with some great racing action, with Keaton Payne in P5, Cameron Saul in P6, and Robert Med, he rounds out our finishers. Unfortunately, we did lose Sean Whittaker and Michael Med after his crash from the lead on only the second lap of the race. What a real shame for him. But of course, still 2 more races to come tomorrow for the Pit Bike 140s, the final race of the Pit Bike season. And well, we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen, because well, Liam Wood looks pretty dominant, but we've seen Bailey Lawrence with a great ride. Jamie King looks pacey as well. It could be anybody's guess as to what is going to happen in race 2 and race 3. Is hotting up in the Mini F1 Sidecars. They're making their way out for race 1, and boy oh boy, it is close out there. The championship gap between Mr. Mini F1 Sidecar, the eternal living legend that is Mick Williams, only 35 points ahead of the Green Streets, who have spent years trying to claw their way closer and closer to that number 26 machine. And finally, they've got a shot at the championship, and to make things better for themselves, they're sat on the pole position as well. Of course, Mick Williams starts alongside them. We're not sure if this is going to be the race start or not, so it'll be Green Streets on the pole with Mick Williams and Michael Elms in P2. Mick Lay starts in P3 on the 44 with John Hosker on the 127 in P4. The MPs start in P5 with Mark Parker and the M's in P6. Vince Bailey starts in 7th with Liam Wood in P8. And Ian Glover and Elliot Newton, they start in P9. The Green Streets, it's a 35-point gap. They could take this championship with a few race wins, but they need some misfortune to befall Mick Williams. But this is such a scary track. It's such a big track. And the sidecars around here are absolutely rapid. So we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. It looks like it's going to be the race start. So we wait for the flag marshal, Lee Klaus, to put the green flag in the air. It's green flag drop. We're on the way. It's a very strong start from Mick Williams, but he's not able to capitalise and take the lead. A slow starting number 44, though, still manages to hold on to P3 for the time being. As they all make around the Green Streets, already having to go on the defensive from the 26. They're going to take this championship fight straight to the number 90 and up the inside goes Mick Williams, but unable to make the gap appear. This is going to be a fierce battle. These guys take so much pride in their work, of course. All these custom homemade mini F1 sidecar machines. So much love and effort and dedication goes into crafting these things. And now we've got a championship fight on our hands between the family team and the eternal champion Mick Williams. Can the Green Streets win it in race one, or can Mick Williams do something different as the 44 slides into P3? We officially start lap one, crossing the timing line and up to the top end of the circuit, where it is very, very scary for these sidecar guys. They're just so fast heading down through there, but it will be the Green Streets holding the lead for the moment as they head through Joey Dunlop corner. But look at the 44, they're looking very pacey in P3. Despite the slow start, they are already beginning to catch the two leaders.
The 44 in third position at the moment. Potentially, could we see Mickley lead the way here at Three Sisters? It's sprung up some surprises already, and well, they qualified in third position, but it's a title pressure getting to Mick Williams in race one and brand new circuit, a brand new challenge for him. So who knows what's going to happen? No one knew what was going to happen going into this round, with of course the two sidecars at the front being two completely different machines. As you're seeing there, one better mid-corner, Mick Williams far better mid-corner. They really have to build up the speed, build up the momentum, while the likes of the number 90 of the Green Streets, they can break deeper. Who's going to get the best of the braking and get the best of the mid-corner here at the top end of the circuit? It's going to be side by side here in the Mini F1 sidecars. Mick Williams takes the race lead once again here in the Mini F1 sidecar class. It's been an incredibly close race so far. Now they power it out through towards the start finish line. The 44 still in third position, and we tick off yet another lap. 6 laps remaining in a freeway battle at the front.
The 44 is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line and on the brakes as well. I mean, they're losing out in the tricky mid-section with all the corners, but coming down the straights, they are just so fast. It is unbelievable how fast that thing is in a straight line. But it is Mick Williams that leads the way. If they finish as they do, championship does not end here, but the gap will extend to 40 points, and that puts the pressure on the Green Streets. But they're going to try and fight back. They have a little look heading into the final corner, and a bit of a wobble there for the 26 machine in the lead as well. But the Green Streets unable to capitalise. It's going to be 5 laps left to run at the line this time by. And maybe the Green Streets can try some heroics, much like Mick Williams did on the previous tour. Can they have a look to the outside? No, I don't think they will. Just a bit too far back on this occasion. As further down the order as well, that is the MPs leading the 127 John Hosker machine. Contact and crash between the two leaders. Mick Williams is furious. The Green Streets try and get going, and fierce words exchanged between the two sidecar teams. Mick Williams is out of the race. The Green Streets get going once again, but how damaged is that sidecar? Absolute crazy, ludicrous drama here at Three Sisters in race one of the Mini F1 sidecars. Where do the Green Streets come out? Mick Williams, your championship leader, out of the race. The Green Streets are out of the race as well. Unbelievable. The Green Streets out of the race. Mick Williams is furious. The Green Streets confused. That means the 44 leads the way here at Three Sisters. Looking through the visor there, his eyes were on absolute stalks. He can't believe what he's just seen. He's leading in race 1.
Mick Lee leads the way. Mick Williams is out of the race. The green streaks are out of the race. The championship leaders collide, and the championship pressure showing between these guys. The first time I've ever seen Mick Williams absolutely furious at the side of the circuit. Words will be exchanged in the paddock or in the pit lane between these 4 riders. So now they continue it through, and this is the battle for 3rd position. John Hosker and Mark Parker battling it out with the MPs as well, actually, in this battle as well. So Chris and Robert Impey down to 3rd now, actually, as John Hosker gets into 2nd position. So now these guys continue it through while McWilliams and the Green Streets are just watching that side of the circuit, completely different ends of the pit lane from each other. They are not wanting to see each other as McWilliams throws off. McWilliams is walking away through the paddock as well, it seems, for these guys. Throws off his levers because that is one of the first DNFs for contact that we've seen from McWilliams. There is the Green Streets having the conversation, talking about what went through. They seemed a lot more relaxed about the situation. They were trying to dive down the inside, but there is the 127 of John Hosker in 3rd position. It sounds like they've just got promoted into 2nd through MP. So MP, they've dropped down to 3rd position this time around, and now they come towards the line. Hosker 23 seconds behind Mick Lee in the 44 machine. So the 44 of Mick Lee leading the way by an astounding 23 seconds. Dominance in Mini F1 Sidecars from very, very unexpected circumstances.
I genuinely cannot believe what I've just seen. I've never seen Mick Williams furious like that in my life. Strange enough, that also hands him the advantage in the championship because neither of them are going to stall, so the gap's going to stay at 35 points heading into race 2, which means to keep the championship going to race 3, the Green Streets are going to have to outscore the 26 by at least 10 points. Or, sorry, at least 11 points, should I say. Just unbelievable drama here in the Mini F1 Sidecars. Just unreal. I know words will be exchanged between the two. Potentially race control could get involved with that one. Potentially penalties handed out. But oh my, unreal action. Mick Lee in the 44. They were looking fast. They were running in 3rd on the tail of the leaders, and they have been handed an absolute gift from the racing gods. A 27-second lead. They could cruise home. All they got to do is bring it home, and they have won race 1 here at Three Sisters. What a way to kick off the weekend. I mean, I'm confused, I'm shocked, but I can't help but smile. Three Sisters has been serving us up treat after treat races all day long, and here in the Mini F1 Sidecars it is no different. What drama, what chaos, what tension as the championship battle goes down to the line. We're starting the final lap of the race for the 44 of Mick Lee, and my oh my, as there we see Mick Williams himself alongside Mike Elms. They are furious, but they're choosing to watch along down at the end of the pit lane. But with just half a lap left, a full lap, or half a lap, yes, left to run, should I say, as they head through Cowards Corner, Mick Lee has, well, again, he's been given a gift, but also deserved, because that 44 machine has been rapid. I believe it's possibly his first ever win in the Mini F1 Sidecars. I think they've turned up with a new engine this weekend. It's making some strange noises. We all thought it was unhealthy just because of how loud and the pops and bangs that are coming out of the exhaust of that thing. But it is fast, as there we see starting their final lap. That is Impey and Mark Parker fighting for the final podium place. But with only a handful of corners left to run, the 44 machine. Unexpected contact, unexpected drama, but you are seeing something you wouldn't believe if I told you would happen before this weekend. The final corner, and the checkered flag beckons for the 44. Mick Lee is a race winner in FAB Racing. Unbelievable. unbelievable scenes here in race 1 of the Mini F1 Sidecars. The 44 take the checkered flag after the Green Street and Mick Williams take themselves out through contact, and maybe getting a bit emotional there is Mick Lee. Unbelievable stuff. The Hoska machine, the 127, they will look set to come home in P2 as we wait to see where everybody else is going to finish. But the gap that Mick Lee had, they were so fast. Second place still hasn't crossed the line there. So John Hoska takes second now. It will be the Impies on the 457 rounding out the podium. Mick Lee won that race by 36 and a half seconds. As there we see Mick Lee talking to some marshals, or Mick Williams talking to some marshals, and Mick Lee and the passenger go up to have a conversation and see what happened, maybe asking what happened, did you see?
Of course, so they would have been watching.
Yeah, they would have, absolutely. They were right behind the leaders when that contact happened. They would have seen it, but Mick Lee takes the victory. Hoska in second. The Impies round out the podium here. And, just unbelievable scenes here. And, what drama in race 1. 2 races left in the Mini F1 Sidecars. It is anybody's guess as to what is going to happen in the future. Moving forward, the sidecar removed. Just unbelievable action here in race 1. 2 races left to run this weekend. The championship tenser than ever. And boy, oh boy, through some unexpected drama, we have been served up perhaps one of the tastiest championship fights we've had in years in FAB Racing.
Coming up now is race 1 of the Premier Class here at FAB Racing. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 50, Mini GP 70 British Championship. So the first race of the Mini GP 70 British Championship is just coming up, and rain is just coming into the air. So Luke Fitchett and Marco Holt, championship rivals. The championship is as close as ever. 21 points separates these guys. So 8 race wins for Mark Holt so far this year, and just a 21-point lead. Multiple riders can still win the title. Likes of Blake Wilson and Archie O'Brien can still have a play, but it is raining here, and it's raining just before the Premier Class here at FAB, so they will not want to go race on these slick tyres while rain is in the air, and potentially a change of tyres could be coming up. So race 1 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70, it's the deciding weekend for this class. Of rain in the air, the riders will make their way out of pit lane, and they will hope to claim the LS2 Helmet prize at the end of the year. But if the rain gets any harder, potentially we could see the race delayed. Potentially we could see the riders swap onto tyres, or a small delay while we await to see what this weather forecast is going to do. We did say throughout this whole day that we did think the weather forecast had been pretty unreliable all weekend, and here we are once again. It's showing us that, well, it said it wasn't going to rain, and it did.
Chaos here at Three Sisters. What a Friday we have had here. What a first day of racing at the FAB Racing final round here in Wigan. Archie O'Brien lines up in P2 on the grid. He desperately needs a race win. He's 45 points away from your championship leader, Mark Howell. He is still mathematically in with a chance, but he needs a race win to keep his title hopes alive. But it will be championship leader Mark Howell, potentially on the verge of history. He starts on pole position with Archie O'Brien in P2. Blake Wilson only 23 points away from Holt. He's in third place with Flat Cap Fitchett only 21 points away from Holt in P4. Your 4 championship rivals starting together, as you can see. Blue skies in the distance, but a little bit of rain coming down. Is that going to affect anybody? We'll have to wait and see. Wilson Stilks starts in P5 with Sam Garner alongside. Bill Harris and Jensen Bishop make the 4th row of the grid, with Harry Payne and Austin Johnson rounding out your top 10. And Finley Polhu and Hamish McIntosh. That is your 12 riders for race 1 of the Premier Class here at FAB Racing. The championship can mathematically not be decided in this race. As we see the dads there, we see Luke Fitchett's dad, Marco Holt's dad as well, maybe discussing what's going on with the skies. Yep, definitely pointing to the clouds. It doesn't appear to be coming down too hard, but we're just going to have to wait and see. It's just spitting. We know this track is grippy in the wet as well, but not on slick tyres. So it's going to be a play by ear. See what happens. Archer O'Brien, pressure on that young man's shoulders. He needs a good result today to keep his championship hopes alive. But these top four are so close in the championship, and it's all waiting and seeing what is going to happen. There's rain in the air, there's tension in the air. The championship cannot mathematically be decided in this race, but there could be chaos, there could be drama. We have seen it all weekend long so far here at Three Sisters. It's time to go racing in race one of the LS2 helmet, Mini GP 70 British Championship, with a historic title on the line. It's green flag in the air. The green flag drops, we go racing. It's a great start from Mogold. Up the inside there goes Blake Wilson. It's a disappointing start for Archer O'Brien. Luke Fitchett runs wide at turn one as well. He might get done for fifth here, heading into the hairpin, but he will just maintain the position. But wow, the number 8 of Blake Wilson fighting Marco Holt to the inside, coming through left-hander and into the S's. He is fighting hard. He knows that the championship is up for grabs, only 23 points away from the race leader in the title as it stands. But Mark Holt leads the way. Archer O'Brien still on the back of this front two. He desperately needs to finish ahead of his championship rivals in this race, with only 2 races left in the season, not including this one. But Marco Holt leads the way from Blake Wilson in P2, and Archer O'Brien rounding out the top 3. Luke Fitchett, a disappointing start for him, but he's holding on to P4 for the time being. Does Blake Wilson find the move coming into Joey Dunlop curve? No, he does not. But does he get the drag coming down the pit straight? Not quite, but he is pressuring Marco Holt everywhere you look. But Holt still leads the way. Of course, he's already won 1 championship this season, the Mini GP 50s title. He wrapped that up back at Wilton Mill. But now, as we come through into the S's section, we know that he is only a handful of races away from making it 2 historic championships for the young number 58. But Blake Wilson, he's trying desperately to make that not to happen.
At the front, the battle continues. Mark Holt continues to lead the way, but Blake Wilson is going to want to do something about it. He's building up a move already, but it's going to be almost 3 wide into the rise. Archer O'Brien on the 91 machine. He's wanted to start to make a move here. The championship is as close as ever, and the racing is just as close on the circuit. But now Blake Wilson, he's continuing to build up that move. He's continuing to look down the inside on the number 8 machine, but he backs out of it. So Marco Holt at the line last time around, 0.2 of a second was the gap between them. And there is Marshall kicking off some debris off onto the side of the circuit, and just behind as well, Wilson Delks and Luke Fitchett continues to battle. So if these 3 continue at the front to duke it out and slow each other up, we could see this 3-bike battle soon turn into a 5. 9 laps remain. We're in the last section of the circuit into Lunar Bend now, and then we power out through, start to get into the power band, build up the speed towards the start finish line. Is this going to be a run? And to see when you can make a move, if you can make it in time. And Archer O'Brien is in 3rd position still, but it looks like he's going to make the move into 2nd position. He backs over very quickly into the Coward Summit. It's so tricky, it's almost blind going into there. It's almost like you're riding off a cliff. But 8 laps remain in this race. Wilson Delks ahead of Luke Fitchett now, so Fitchett dropping down to 5th.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett really struggling out there on his Metrikit machine for reasons unbeknownst to us. Hopefully he's able to get back into form again. One of the championship for the missing. Blake Wilson, maybe no. He's looking so fast on that number 8 bike, but just cannot find the gap. Marco Holt knows what's on the line. He knows what's at risk if Blake Wilson gets through and is able to gain on him into the championship heading into race 2. Meanwhile, Archer O'Brien in P3. If they finish as they do, O'Brien will drop out of championship contention, just leaving Holt, Fitchett and Wilson to challenge for the title in the final 2 races. 7 laps left to go. Wilson Dilks with the fastest lap now, 57.451. That explains why he got past Luke Fitchett. He is flying at the moment. Oh, Archer O'Brien, that's a late lunge into Joey Dunlop corner, but can't quite make it work. But it was certainly a look nonetheless. Blake Wilson, he's looking left, he's looking right, he just cannot find the gap on Marco Holt. He's got great drive out of the corner there, but again, just unable to make the move. Marco Holt is doing a fantastic job at just putting his bike where he needs to, but this time maybe no. Marco Holt sweeps round the outside. This is brilliant racing in the LS2 helmets. Mini GP 70 British Championship race 1 at Three Sisters, and with a massive championship fight on the line, the most prestigious title here at FAB-Racing. Oh, a very big moment there for Blake Wilson. Had to sit the bike up momentarily. Archie O'Brien gets a run. Does Blake Wilson get a run as well? O'Brien looks to the inside but decides not to go for the move. 6 laps left to run this time by, and you cannot fit a paperclip between the top 3.
Incredibly close at the front. Blake Wilson continuing to try and find any way past Marco Holt. He's like a brick wall at the moment. He's able to get up to it, but he's not able to find any way past. He's looking this way, he looks that way, and now he's looking round the outside on the number 8 machine, trying to build up a better drive into the bank straight here, into the Rogers straight, as now we wait to see what's going to happen. He dives down once again and backs out. He tries his best. He has to continue to back out of the race. Marco Holt leads the way, 64 thousandths of a second at the line last time around. Now they're at the end of the lap, now towards Lunar Bend and towards the finish line. So 5 laps remaining this time around. What is the gap going to be? 1/10 of a second. The fastest lap of the race now goes to Wilson Dilks as he begins to catch this front three, who continue to slow each other up as Archie O'Brien backs out of a move. They can catch up to each other very easily, but it's a whole different thing to make a move, as you see there. Very tight, very tricky, and very bumpy on these metric machines. Wilson Dilks is caught up already on these front three, so who knows, potentially he has the pace to win it.
Potentially, while these front three are fighting, Wilson Dilks, Luke Flatcap, Fitchett, they're catching them. So these boys need to get a move on, and they're all at risk from Dilks and from Baby Fitchett as well, as Blake Wilson continues to launch attack after attack after attack on Marco Holt, but just cannot find the way through. 4 laps left to go at the line this time. Once again, Blake Wilson tries to get the drive up the hill into Penrith Climb. Can't quite get it. Archie O'Brien still in the mix as well, and look who's coming. Wilson Dilks, first rider into the 56, a 56.959 from Dilks that last lap. Phenomenal pace from the number 85, who is P5 in the championship as it stands, and should have that locked in as well. We've got a 4-way fight for the lead on our hands as Dilks to the inside of O'Brien sweeps on through, and O'Brien's day goes from bad to worse. He really needed a win, and now he's got a tall order to continue his championship fight, but back up the inside. Lovely stuff from the number 91, but this means that these two fighting is going to separate O'Brien from the front two of Marco Holt and Blake Wilson, who can continue their fight forward. O'Brien really needs to lay the hammer down. He really needs to go forward now, because the clock is ticking on his championship hopes. Blake Wilson once again, great drive out of Lunar Corner and onto the front stretch. It will be 3 laps left to go. Does he have the drive heading up the climb? No, not quite. He will not have a look heading into the fast, sweeping yet bumpy uphill right-hander. Maybe into Coward's Drop. No, again, it's not quite close enough, but there's still time left in this race as O'Brien, who's looking really strong through that hill section. Oh, and down there. That's Harry Payne, fuming with himself. It's clearly a mistake. Harry Payne, disappointed beyond belief that he has gone down and into the barrier, but great to see that he's up on his feet and okay. Yellow flags will be out. How does that affect the fight for the lead? We have to wait and see. It's still Marco Holt that leads.
Marco Holt at the front, still nothing separate as Wilson Dilks continues to stamp his authority on this front four. He's up into third, and now it looks like Archie O'Brien is going to struggle to find a way past Blake Wilson. Wilson Dilks, they want to do everything to keep their championship hopes alive and keep it going to the last race of the season. Blake Wilson continuing to find a way through. If he cannot find a way through in this last 2 laps, I think we're going to see a launch from Wilson Dilks. Who knows? Wilson Dilks, he might be the rider to win. A 56.5 last time around for Dilks. There's still spits of rain in the air, and now Bill Harris, he's the next rider to go down as Blake Wilson, he's looking this way, he looks that way, he's compromising his exit, but now here he is once again trying to take a wider line. Oh, and he goes round the outside. The number 8 takes the race lead. What's it going to be though? Marco on the inside line. Blake Wilson runs ever so slightly wide. What a move that was. What an attempt that was. He's trying everything. He's thinking out of the box. And now he knows he's under pressure from Wilson Doubts. Yellow flag, of course, out at the moment from Harry Payne's machine that's still down there at the final corner. So no overtaking will be done until the Pentath climb. Who's it going to be this time around? Will we see any move made? It's the final lap of the race of the L2 helmets. MotoGP 70 British Championship. A move there, or a lunge from Wilson Doubts. 2 lunges, in fact, from the 85 machine. Just half a lap remains for these guys. Mark Holt continues to lead, or is he going to get snubbed at the line? Is it going to be Blake Wilson who wins it? Is it going to be Wilson Dilts who wins it? We've seen Blake Wilson trying something new last time around, not this time around though. The number 8 trying to get the drive, trying to build up momentum towards the final sector of this race, towards the final sector of race 1. Mark Holt led it by 1/10 of a second at the line last time around, and no yellow flags out this time around. He's building up the gap. Is he going to be able to make a move at the line? It's going to be a drag race between the 58 and the 8, and Mark Holt wins race 1. Blake Wilson in second position, with Wilson Dilts claiming that third. 4 riders battling away for these guys, and in 5th place, Luke Fitchett and Jensen Bishop should be coming home to take a 6th place finish. So a great finish there, but there is Hamish McIntosh and Johnson having a good battle as well further down the field. Hamish McIntosh in 8th position, so great battling within the L2 Helmets Mini GP 70 class with just 2 races remaining.
Absolutely a massive shame for Arch O'Brien. He is mathematically eliminated from the championship fight, but Marco Holt has stamped his claim. He now has a 28-point lead in the championship from Blake Wilson, who finished in P2. Wilson Dilks, a great ride there into P3 with Arch O'Brien in P4. Luke Flatcap Fitchett, a disappointing result for him. He could only manage 5th. That's now 35 points back to Marco Holt, with Jensen Bishop in P6, Bill Harris in P7, Hamish McIntosh, fantastic result for P8, with Austin Johnson and Finley Polehill rounding out our top 10 and our finishes, because unfortunately we lost Harry Payne and Sam Gardner. But my, oh my, oh my, what a race. Blake Wilson tried everything he could and could not find a way through. Marco Holt now has not quite one hand on the trophy, but he's certainly reaching for it, with Arch O'Brien unfortunately dropping out of the title race. Luke Flatcap Fitchett giving himself some real damage there. 35 points back now on Blake Wilson, 28. He is now Holt's closest challenger. Still 2 races left to go on Saturday, 2 races left to run tomorrow, and well, this title race is getting hotter than ever. Race 1 for the Moto Team, and a time
on the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies. This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome to Saturday's coverage of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. We're racing on a Friday and a Saturday this weekend. It's the final round of the season here at the Three Sisters Circuit. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me for this weekend is Ross McIntyre. And well, Ross, 10 races came up yesterday, and well, we're watching the final warm-up session today before we start our first of 20 races that is coming up on Saturday's schedule, where we still have multiple championships to be decided, including the big one, the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. 3 riders can still mathematically win that championship heading into the final 2 races here today. Sunshine is out, the bikes are out on the circuit. Currently the Moto Team is out for their warm-up. 4 minutes remaining in that one left on the clock. And well, we've seen some great action yesterday, Ross. Practically every single race, it ended up being a last lap battle, showing that this Three Sister Circuit can produce some awesome racing on the track.
Absolutely. Hello and welcome to Super Saturday here at the final round of the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's a pleasure to bring you all the action here from this brand new circuit that we've never visited before here at FAB. But my oh my, talk about making a first impression. The riders immediately fell in love with the fast speeds, the challenging nature, the ridiculous undulation, and it has served us up 10 unbelievable races yesterday, and we are so looking forward to the 20 final races of the series that we have today. Of course, the race 2s and the race 3s of every single class, and we are only just over 3.5 minutes away from the end of the final warm-up session and getting racing. As you said, many a championship still up for grab coming into the final day of the season, and we've seen some drama yesterday as well. Of course, we had the Sidecars, we've seen collisions between championship rivals, we've seen titanic battles between rivals in championships like the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship, and we are so looking forward to what is going to happen today. Of course, if you're watching along, please make sure that you like, share, subscribe, and share the stream all over the internet so we can get the whole world seeing the next up-and-coming talents in British motorcycle racing. Of course, FAB-Racing is the place to be if you want to start your motorcycle racing career. We are proven to get riders into MotoGP with the likes of Scott Ogden and Scott Redding and so on and so forth. Of course, we're on Dorna's Road to MotoGP program. We're the place to be to get into the British Talent Cup after, since 2019, should I say, over 60% of the RNG British Talent Cup field have all come from FAB-Racing. And this year, our champion and vice-champion, Evan Belford and Sullivan Mounsey, both of them getting the call up to RedBull Rookies as well. Both of them FAB graduates. So it's really the place to be if you want to start your career. So we are getting ready to go racing in just a short moment's time, Lewis. The first race of the weekend, or should I say the first race of today, of course, the AC40 Rookies Race 2. But we may have just seen on the broadcast some racing from yesterday, which you may have missed, but we were showing some of the highlights anyway. And as you've seen, this circuit, just unbelievable. The action it creates, the intensity, the tension out there on the circuit and in the paddock is unreal. And well, we've got 20 more races of that to look forward to today.
We certainly do. There's multiple last lap battles, multiple riders battling for the race win. It was some great action on and off the circuit, and in the AC40 Rookies, which will be our first race of the day, Mason Frederick, he won the race. It was one of the races where the race winner won by multiple seconds. He was been incredibly strong all weekend. He set a 54.5 in qualifying, around 8 tenths quicker than anyone else on the circuit, so he's adapted to this track really well. So that's what we've been seeing, how riders are able to adapt to this new circuit. So we've seen some surprises and maybe some riders further up the order from what they would normally be on circuits which we're used to going to a little bit more, such as Chloe Gleason. She finished 4th position yesterday in the Mini GP 50 class. Seth Hayward as well, finishing down in 7th position as well. So a great result for them, and riders not necessarily where you would expect them to be, but it's great to see new challenges, it's great to see new surprises. And as you mentioned, of course, on the road to MotoGP, riders such as Scott Redding, Scott Ogden, Danny Kent, as well as Bradley Ray, loads of riders able to come through the ranks through FAB-Racing and get the support as well further on outside of this paddock, such as Philip Starovic, which gets a lot of help from Rob Keys as well for a British Talent Cup weekend. He went on to win his first race at Donington Park as well in race 1, and then in race 2, Ronnie Harris, he was leading by over 10 seconds and he ended up winning his first ever RNG British Talent Cup race as well. So it's showing that it works, and well, FAB-Racing is the proving ground to be. It's the best place to be for the start of your motorcycle career. While these guys on the circuit in the Moto Team class, slightly different situation for them. They're here to have a laugh, they're here to have some good fun. We also have some new riders here today for Saturday's action. Dan Goodman as well, another British Talent Cup rider. He's making the appearance into the Extreme 200 class. He was just challenging for the podium at Donington Park last time out. But in the AC40 Rookies that's coming up as this checker flag flies for the Moto Team class, the championship is getting ever closer between Mason Frederick and Jensen Ansell.
But even though it is getting ever closer, is the gap still too far? Of course, mathematically, the championship is still open heading into race 2. The number 22, Jensen Ansell, leads the way with a 39-point gap back to Mason Frederick. but that means that Mason Fedrick has to outscore Jensen Ansel by 15 points at least to take the championship down to race 3. Of course, Ansel, if he comes out of this race with more than 25 points, he's declared champion in race 2. So we will just have to wait and see what can Mason Fedrick do. Can Ansel keep it on the black stuff and bring home the FAB-Racing Rookies Championship? The youngest riders in the FAB paddock, the first step onto a bike for all of these guys out there. And to have that accolade on your CV is really something that shows that you may have something to look forward to in the future in your career. And who knows, maybe you'll be making your way into the R&G British Talent Cup in a few years' time. So as we wait and see the riders making their way over to the holding area in the pit lane, it's all eyes on that number 22 of Jensen Ansel and that number 5, the pole sitter, Mason Fedrick. Fedrick has been fast, but is he fast enough?
This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, title decider.
The championship continues into race 2. Jensen Ansel and Mason Fedrick continue to fight on the circuit. Fedrick, he's on pole position for this one in the AC40 Rookies class here at the Three Sisters circuit, while Jensen Ansel, he's on the second row in third position. The riders are currently in the holding area waiting to go out for the second race of the weekend. The sun is out here at the Three Sisters circuit, and there's spots of rain in the air in the forecast. Potentially within the next hour we could see some showers or two for the AC40 Rookies class. It's been an interesting championship all year. Of course, Taylor Tomlinson, he won the championship in 2022, and now Jensen Ansel is trying to follow in his footsteps. A 39-point gap going into race 2, and well, Ross McIntyre, it's going to be a tricky task to even get this into race 3.
We'll have to wait and see. You said the sun is shining, but a few spots of rain coming down at the bottom end of the circuit. And actually, it's now just moving over our commentary box, so I can see it now in the pit lane. Luckily, this trap is very, very grippy in the wet. So it's going to be okay for these Mini Moto guys. I think, of course, we've seen before, as there we see, that's Rob Keys just showing the riders where to go as they make their way to the grid. They are just going to take a short cut through before they make their way to the grid. Then we'll have our green flag formation up, and this weekend the start is signalled by the drop of a green flag. No red light on, red light off this weekend. And of course, we're also using 2 different layouts. So we're using the infield layout for these Mini Moto riders, and in this championship decider, everything is crucial. Now that the rain is potentially coming down as well, the riders making their way onto the grid before the green flag lap. It is anybody's guess what is going to happen. Three Sisters yesterday served us up a day of drama, chaos, and brilliant racing, and we cannot wait to see what it's going to bring us today. Mason Fedrick, you see him there on the pole position, the challenger, 39 points back. It's a mountain to climb for him to take the championship battle into the final race of the season, but he has got the pace this weekend, qualifying nearly a second faster than everybody else. His championship rival directly behind him in P3. He just needs to finish with a strong result. As long as Mason Fedrick does not outscore him by 15 or more points, he is declared champion in this race. So he just needs to have a strong race and bring it home. It is the challenger, Mason Fedrick. He starts on the pole position with Kai Hawken alongside him. Jensen Ansel, could he clinch in this race? He starts P3 with Henry Brody alongside. Max Johnson is in P5 with Kaylin Ratcliffe alongside in 6th. Daisy Polden, it was her birthday yesterday, 10 years old. Happy birthday to Daisy. She's alongside Austin Dilks, and they make up the 4th row of the grid. Arthur Rich and Nelly Nuth round out the top 10 with Samuel Whittaker in 11th and Tommy Williams in P12. James Rich is 13th with Finley Stiles in 14th, Ethan Bayliss in 15th, Reed Saxelby 16th, Emerson Oakley is 17th with Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson in 18th and 19th places. That will be it for your grid today in race 2 of the AC40 Rookies, and this could be the most crucial race of the season. There is a championship on the line for the man you can see on the broadcast now, Jensen Ansel. What can he do? What can Mason Fedrick do to take the fight into race 3? 39 points is the gap heading into this race, and it is all up in the air.
It's all up in the air. Rain is also in the air here at Three Sisters, and on pole position, Mason Fedrick lining up, and he's looked strong the whole weekend on pole position and winning by a comfortable margin in race 1. The final talks are being done. The final words of advice are being told to these riders. Henry Brody and Max Johnson as well, getting the final word from Luca Allen back on the third row of the grid. The riders wait. Lee Klaus at the front with the red flag. It will soon switch to a green flag with Rockies, and as soon as it drops, we will go racing for the second time this weekend. The flag will go up in the air any moment's time, and then it will drop, and we will go racing for the second time of the weekend for the AC40 Rookies. Mason Frederick out of the gate in first position straight away, converting that pole position into a race lead, while his championship rival Jenson Ansel, he's in second. He's made his way up one position ahead of Kai Hawkin, who drops into third position. Keelan Ratcliffe, though, he's in fourth. He's watching on from behind, while Max Johnson, he's dropped a couple of places off the start of the grid. He's managed, though, to get in front of Henry Brody there, who's dropped all the way down to fifth position. But on the straight, they're going to continue to battle it through as they head through the rise towards the Pentive climb. And it's a very tricky point of the circuit towards the infield, of course, for these Mini Moto riders. They don't use the whole circuit, as the gear bikes only use the big part of the circuit. But now Jenson Ansel under immense pressure from Kai Hawkin. Kai Hawkin looking down the inside, he backs out of it straight away. Jenson Ansel's already been overtaken by Keelan Ratcliffe, who makes his way into second position. Max Johnson continuing to defend from Henry Brody, but straight away after lap one, a 1 second gap for Mason Frederick.
Frederick is doing everything he can to try and take this championship battle down to the wire, but he needs a whole lot of luck to go his way as well, because Jenson Ansel currently running in the podium places. He knows he just has to finish in a strong enough position, and he will be absolutely fine, and he can take the title here in race 2. He's getting the run, heading up the main straight, the Conrod straight, and up into Penrith's climb as they cross the line to make it 7 laps to go. Does he have a look to the inside on Keelan Ratcliffe? No, he does not. Mason Frederick already 3 seconds up the road. He's disappearing and doing what he can, but it's all about what happens to Jenson Ansel. As there goes Kai Hawkin, looking to the inside, coming into the Joey Dunlop corner. He gets the move. It's a great move on the championship leader, and he will take that position and maybe challenging for P2 on Keelan Ratcliffe as well. He decides not to, heading into Paddock Bend, but he got a massive run heading onto the pit straight. He has got a lot of pace on that Mini Moto at the moment. Jenson Ansel, once again, you can tell he's not attacking 100%, as once again, having a look there was Kai Hawkin on Keelan Ratcliffe, but just not quite able to make the gap appear. But Jenson Ansel is absolutely not pushing 100% right now. Yes, of course, he's going out there and giving it his all, but he doesn't want to risk making a mistake. He doesn't want to risk coming off the bike. This weekend as well, it's a bit unusual for FAB-Racing. If you come off the bike, you are not allowed to remount. That is just a safety rule for this track due to how fast it is. As down the inside there goes Kai Hawkin, but Keelan Ratcliffe, great defensive coming out of the S's. And now look who's joining the party as well. Henry Brody's having a look on Jenson Ansel now. We could have maybe a 5-bike scrap for P2 here as they come back onto the pit straight. Jenson Ansel, he's under pressure because he needs to finish, but he also needs to finish well.
Yeah, he certainly does. And the more they battle, the more chance there is, and more bikes get involved in this battle for second position, which means more chance for Jenson Ansel to fall down the order. Kai Hawkin, he's at the front of this battle with Keelan Ratcliffe looking on from behind in third position. They power it through the final corner of this circuit onto the Conrod straight. Henry Brody's making his way up the straight at the moment. He's looking down the inside, actually, of Jenson Ansel. Can he make it work? He backs out of it very early. That was going to be a risky move to even do. He would have to push him wide. And Henry Brody, he's a very clean rider to race with. He's been constantly improving this season. This class, of course, being the rookie class, it's their first ever time they've been racing, which means there's loads of abilities on the circuit, as we've seen here, having to manoeuvre their way around some back markers with 5 laps remaining in this race. They go fast, they go furious around this circuit, and it goes so quick around this Three Sisters track. These guys get no respite around this circuit. It's so technical, it's so tricky, and it's quite bumpy around these corners on these Mini Moto machines. You can really see them bucking and weaving underneath them over the bumps. But there is your race leader, Mason Frederick, who of course is the fastest lap of the race as well, a 53.250 for him, and there's confirmation of that. Extremely quick for Mason Frederick. So he has an 8.5 seconds lead over Kai Hawken. And while Kai Hawken, he continues to defend from an impressive battle from behind. And you can already just see there's no one near Mason Frederick, which means if he gets near back markers, he doesn't have to stress about getting past them.
Absolutely. Frederick is flying up the front, but as it stands, it is still not enough. If Jensen Ansel finishes as he is now in 4th place with just 4 laps left to run here in race 2, he is crowned champion. Frederick will only have a 12-point advantage over him. That is not the 15 that he needs, and it will all be over in race 2. But we've still got 3 laps left to run. Kai Hawken now starting to extend the gap ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe in second. Ratcliffe potentially defending from Ansel, with Henry Brody behind him as well. So Ansel is under some serious pressure at the moment, is the championship leader on the number 22. And actually it looked like there may have been a move there heading into the right-hander at Penrith, and I believe he's held on for the time being. But still in front of him, Caelan Ratcliffe doing a great job in P3 on the number 96 machine, making their way through the Joey Dunlop corner and onto the pit straight. There you go. You can see tucking into the slipstream, trying to get any advantage that they can, these young Mini Moto riders. Of course, it's their first step into motorcycle racing, but they've already progressed so much this season, and they've already grasped more than just the basics. As trying to look to the inside, there goes Ansel on Ratcliffe, but unable to make the gap up here. Coming through Luna corner now, they'll be starting their penultimate lap this time. If they finish as they do, just to remind you, this man, Jensen Ansel, is crowned your champion. We'll have to wait and see. Still 2 laps left to run, and anything can happen. Is looking to the inside there, potentially Henry Brody. Not quite, but there's still a little bit of time left. If Ansel falls back, I believe it may just go down to the final race.
The rider off there, Daniel Longhurst, being one of them. So multiple riders down, 2 of them, both of them up on their feet. Luckily, a couple of the Roman marshals helping them out there. But there is your race leader at the moment, Mason Frederick. He's doing everything he can, but it won't be enough to help bring the championship to race 3. He's done an incredible last couple of rounds this season, and in the AC40 Rookies, he's been slowly improving every single race this season until it finally clicked midway through. There was 2 wins at Wilton Mill. It's been incredibly strong, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough on this final lap of the race. Mason Frederick, he's leading right now by 11.3 seconds. He's doing everything he can to extend his gap right now, but Ansel at the moment, he's P4, so he will be crowned champion if it continues like this on the final lap. Half a lap remains right now, and Mason Frederick still doing everything he can. Even if he finishes first at the moment, Ansel will still be crowned champion. Jensen Ansel, he's had 8 wins so far this season. It's been incredibly strong. He's had slightly less wins recently, but 16 podiums so far this year, and incredibly strong. But Mason Frederick, he's doing everything he can. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. It all depends where Jensen Ansel will finish. If he finishes in the top 4, Jensen Ansel looks like he's going to be crowned the 2023 AC40 Rookies champion. Jensen Ansel claims the championship this year, and he's delighted with that when he knows that he's done it. The number 22 is on top in 2023. He sticks his leg out in celebration. It's been a tough year for him. The AC40 Rookies, one of the hardest championships to win, highly competitive, always so much interesting dynamics with back markers using his head. And now Jensen Ansel, well, he's got the taste of victory.
He does indeed. Jensen Ansel joins an elite club, your 2023 AC40 Rookies champion. As the number 20, Kai Hawken, makes his way into the pit. A great P2 for him. Caelan Ratcliffe rounding out our podium places as well here in race 2, with Mason Frederick doing everything he can with a dominant race victory, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Mathematically, it is over. Jensen Ansel cannot be caught, and he had a super smart, super savvy ride. He wasn't pushing 110%. He just kept it on the black stuff. He absorbed all that pressure from behind and finished exactly where he needed to finish. And now he is on top of the AC40 rookie world. The first step into motorcycle racing for many a young rider in Britain. And that is a boy with a big, big future ahead of him. Much like all all of these riders, all of them have a future here in FAB-Racing. They're all so talented. Despite their young age, they've all grasped the basics of mini bike racing so fast. And you can be sure to see them going onwards into the future and stepping up into the gear bikes in just a few years' time. As there we see, down the bottom of your screen, the number 5, Mason Frederick. Despite a fantastic race win, it unfortunately was not enough. A late charge in the championship with some dominant form over the final few rounds of the season, but too little too late for the number 5, and you have to feel for him. It looks like he's going over to congratulate Jensen Ansel, which is fantastic to see. Great sportsmanship from the two rivals there. But Mason Frederick, unfortunately, it just was not enough. Helmet comes off for Mason, and I believe that Jensen you can see him there just hiding behind the wall. He's come over to say congratulations to his rival, Jensen Ansel, your 2023 Rookies champion. What a season, what a performance, and oh boy, keep an eye on his career.
Next up on the circuit is going to be race 2 of the LC40 Elites. Race 2 coming up for the LC40 Elites. It's going to be an interesting race. Byron Johnson, the 2023 champion, he was crowned with multiple rounds remaining. He's had a very dominant year. He's on pole position once again, but recently Harrison Day, who's going to be joining them on that front row, he has been catching slowly and steadily, and he's been taking race wins away from Byron. It's really starting to get interesting. Josh Day there with the pink hat, Harrison Day with the pink helmet. Well, they have a game plan for this one, and that is to go all out and win. 1/10 of a second separated them in qualifying. Taylor Tomlinson behind on the second row of the grid. He's had a great season in the LC40 Elites, and well, he was near the front of the championship in the early stages, but that slowly slipped away. Byron Johnson, though, as I said, will be starting on pole position for this one on the 37 machine, with Harrison Day on the 15 alongside him. Bradley Curtis and Taylor Tomlinson on the second row of the grid, with Oliver Hall, who's been having a better season this year in the LC40 Elites after concentrating on the Mini Moto class. He starts in 5th alongside Rex Austin. Sebastian Kozlowski and Lewis Hull, they'll start in the 4th row of the grid in 7th and 8th position, with Logan Cousins and Josh Perkins in 9th and 10th. Cousins, of course, had the crash earlier on this weekend, and while Archie Hooper, he'll start in 11th and round out our grid on the number 12 machine. So it's going to be an interesting race in the LC40 Elites. The conditions, they're looking steady now for these riders. A little bit of cloud coverage, almost the same as what they had yesterday for their race action in race 1. So it looks like we're going to see a very similar battle, which I don't know about you, Ross, but I wouldn't mind that because it was extremely close.
Oh, extremely close. Doesn't even cover it. The front two giving each other barely an inch, and a 4-bike battle for the final podium place as well. Although the championship is done and dusted, these guys are still going out there and giving it their all. Of course, this is the top level of Mini Moto riding before they head onto the bigger bikes, the geared bikes, the Metrikit classes here at FAB-Racing. And as they've made their way round to the grid now, it'll be all eyes to the flags. And it'll be green flag into the air. The flag drops, we are underway. It's once again a fantastic start from Harrison Day from P2. He's going to try and challenge Byron Johnson. Harrison Day to the lead with a flying start from second place on the grid. How does your champion counteract further back as well? It looks like the 71 of Bradley Curtis holding on to that P3 at the moment, with Taylor Tomlinson tucking in behind, and Oliver Hall, who had a great race one yesterday, he'll be looking to improve his result and get onto the podium. But as they head up the Conrod Straight for the first time and officially start their first lap, Harrison Day having to go on the defensive from Byron Johnson into the right-hand sweeper as they enter the S's. Left here, it's very easy to cut off and defend from the inside, but now the Joey Dunlop corner, as they make their way back onto the pit straight, you can see some miraculous dive bombs heading into that corner, and look at how close they are already. We haven't even completed one lap, and already you can see a train beginning to form. Harrison Day and Byron Johnson not quite escaping the pack like they did yesterday just yet, but I was stood trackside watching these two in warm-up. The corner speed that they had coming into Paddock Bend was unbelievable. They are so planted on the bike, they're so confident on the bike, and you can see where they had that monumental tussle all race long yesterday, as there's Oliver Hall having a look to the inside of Taylor Tomlinson as they make it 8 laps to go, but he's too far back to make the move this time. But Taylor Tomlinson, I'm sure he has other things on his mind. Of course, he's got the AC40 Pros Championship to focus on later today, so maybe just trying to conserve his energy a bit, maybe focusing in on other races.
The front 5 bikes started to bunch up, and Oliver Hall goes down the inside of Taylor Tomlinson to take that 4th position place and sets his eyes straight away on Bradley Curtis in 3rd. Bradley Curtis, he's had an incredible weekend so far in the dry conditions within the podium places throughout the weekend, while Byron Johnson, the usual couple of rounds for him, able to battle for the race win. But there is Bradley Curtis now defended from Oliver Hall. Oliver Hall already winding up a move. Can he make it work as we power it into the braking zone? Who's going to be latest on the brakes? It's going to be Bradley Curtis, but Oliver Hall trying to use that corner speed and build up a move in a couple of corners time. Can he make it work, or will he make it now? And he makes the move work. Will he make it stick? Will he run wide? Oliver Hall into the Joey Dunlop corner, continues out, powers it through, and the 03 ahead of the 71. What a move. And Oliver Hall already up into the podium places with 7 laps remaining. Harrison Day, he is the fastest lap of the race, but the top 4 riders in the 48-second bracket last time around is Bradley Curtis. Once again goes down the inside and now back into that 3rd place. So these 2 riders continuing to battle for the third position, while the leaders continue to battle at the front. Excellent stuff in the LC40 Elite Championship. Oliver Hall now looking round the outside. Can he make it work? Who's going to be dearest on the brakes? It's going to be Oliver Hall. He runs it wide though, and Bradley Curtis fights back straight away, and now he sweeps it round the outside, cuts off his front end and takes it and makes the position stick. Oliver Hall straight away back. A late move there from him, and now already he gets leaned on by Bradley Curtis, and he has to back out of that one.
What a great battle we are witnessing here at Three Sisters. Oliver Hall would love to get a podium to cap off what's unfortunately for the 2021 FAB-Racing Rookies Cup champion been an up and down season. He's got a new motor in the bike this weekend, and it is just turned him straight back onto the form that we know and the ability that we know that he is capable of. And now he is fighting fiercely for a podium with the 71 of Bradley Curtis again heading up the straight. He's going to have to go the long way round once again. Oh, a little bit too deep this time for Oliver Hall. He's going to have to settle for 4th place for the time being. But you know there's hunger in that boy. You know that he is desperate for the podium as once again tries to the inside, heading through the Joey Dunlop corner further back as well. Action everywhere you look in the pack. Looks like Josh Perkins holding on in the 30 at the moment, but through there goes, that's Lewis Hull, who tried to go up the inside but just couldn't quite make it stick on that number 41. Rex Austin just behind them on the 991 machine as well as they head. Oh, and down goes Lewis Hull. Low side from Lewis Hull. He's off the bike, and of course the rules for this weekend mean he's not allowed to remount. He is out of the race. Despite the fact that a relatively small off, he is absolutely fine. The bike is absolutely fine, but unfortunately that will be it for his race 2, and he will only have to wait and see what's going to happen over the remainder of this one from the sidelines. He will be back in race 3, of course, but what a shame there for the 41 of Lewis Hull. Fastest lap last time round was Byron Johnson in P2, a 47.977. Both him and Harrison Day running very, very similar lap times as there goes Oliver Hall up the inside. Lovely move to get back into P3, but Bradley Curtis gets the switch back and gets the inside line once again. These 2 trading positions every single corner, every single lap. Do not take your eyes off it. This is a brilliant fight for the final podium position.
They continue to battle on, and now they make it just 3 laps remaining for them. And Oliver Hall looking down the inside once again. He's tried going around the outside a couple of times here, but he can't make it work. Bradley Curtis, he knows just to let Oliver Hall run wide, but this is where Oliver Hall's strong, and now he makes it work once again on the 03. Bradley Curtis trying to stick around the outside. He has just to let go of the throttle and try and get the drive out of the corner. Sebastian Gosowski and Taylor Tomlinson battling on the circuit, something which you've seen for a couple of years now, and now they continue to do it in the LC40 Elite class. But now Bradley Curtis He's looking at the back of Overhaul, and he is going to want to get past as soon as possible. He doesn't want to allow him to get into a rhythm. That's what these guys haven't been allowing them to do, but it's allowing these guys to catch up. Sebastian Gosowski and Taylor Tomlinson last time around, nothing separating them, and this time around still absolutely nothing. 39 thousandths of a second separated them at the line, while Overhaul and Bradley Curtis continue to battle. Bradley Curtis down the inside, they backtail, but once again it's such a tricky circuit, and it's corner after corner on this infield section. It's a real flip-floppy section, so if you try to make a move, you can really stick around the outside. It produces some excellent action in this LC40 Elite class, but now just 2 laps remaining and a battle for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th.
Absolutely, you can see Bradley Curtis looking left, looking right, but for the time being, as we are about, I believe, to head on to the penultimate lap of the race, it is so close between these two, but Bradley Curtis actually is the final lap of the race now in race 2, with Harrison Day leading the way, and these two battles that we got going on for 3rd place and 5th place, you just cannot separate them, can you? As there we see your leader, Harrison Day, heading around the Joey Dunlop corner for the final time in race 2. He's stretched almost a second gap to the champion Byron Johnson. It's been a majestic ride for the number 15. The fast starting number 15 is there. We see once again, that is Oliver Hall still under pressure from Bradley Curtis, who just cannot find a way through at the time being, with only a handful of corners to go in all of the battles that we see. But it's only 1 corner to go for this man, who has been phenomenal out there all weekend, has to round the back marker and does so smoothly and takes the checkered flag. Harrison Day wins in race 2. Byron Johnson will bring it home in P2 just behind him. Who's going to finish on the podium places though, as we see the battle for P5? Who's going to get to line first? Drag race between Tomlinson and Kozlowski. Kozlowski just nips it by a 1/4 of a second. Great fight between those two. We'll see them later in race 2 of the AC40 Pros, where they're fighting for the title. Oliver Hall managed to hold on to get his podium this weekend. What a great result for that young man, and what a shame for Bradley Curtis. Both of them with a great fight, but unfortunately there was only 1 podium place left, and 2 riders cannot go onto 1 podium box. But Harrison Day with a fantastic performance, he takes the victory here in race 2 at Three Sisters, with Byron Johnson over 3 seconds back in P2. Oliver Hall manages to slide his way onto the podium. A great result for him, with Bradley Curtis just behind in P4. Sebastian Kozlowski holds on to 5th from Taylor Tomlinson by 27 thousandths of a second, with Josh Perkins in P7, Rex Austin P8, Archie Hooper in 9th, and unfortunately we lost Lewis Hull, our only DNF. Hopefully though, he can get back out there for race 3 a bit later on. That is it for race 2 for the LC40 Elites here at the final race of the 2023 FAB-Racing season. Great to see some crowds watching along here in person, and of course still plenty more racing action to bring you later today. Race 2 for the senior Mini Motos just moments away, and after a fantastic race 1, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, Lewis Ray, because of course there we see the maestro Josh Birkin, your champion of 2023, who wrapped up said championship quite some time ago. He was having a fantastic battle with Nick Bennett, while we also saw the likes of Holly Harris getting involved in scraps for the podium as well. The Mini Moto riders just seem to absolutely love this track. It seemingly just works for the Mini Motos on the infield, and well, as they make their way down to the grid before the formation lap, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in race 2. Josh Birkin did eventually manage to pull away from the 711 of Nick Bennett and take a very strong victory. Josh Birkin, of course, he's not really had much competition this year. His brother Matt, the champion of last year, sitting out this season after an injury, and then he's had a baby on the way. He's moved house. Personal life, unfortunately, just got in the way for him, and that left the door open for the Birkin, normally running the number 2 and now running the number 1. But alongside him, that 711 of Nick Bennett, looking really pacey in race 1, and behind them as well, David Myatt starting P4. He was rapid off of the flag drop, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. It is your champion, the maestro Josh Birkin. He starts from the pole with Nick Bennett alongside him. Monk Payne is in P3 with the fast starting David Myatt in P4. Watch him away from the grid as we go racing. Holly Harris is in P5. She had a very good race yesterday. Let's see if she can continue on that form. Chris Yeoman starts alongside her. George Rennicks is in 7th with Luca Allen alongside, as Keaton Payne and Lamar Morgan Morgan round out the top 10. Gary Eldridge is P11 with Isaac Greenstreet alongside him on the 6th row. And Callum White is our 13th and final rider on the grid for race 2 of the senior Mini Motos. And as they make their way round on the green flag lap, Lewis, we've had a fantastic race one with these guys. Again, your classic senior Mini Moto race. We've had crashes, drama, on-track actions all the way through. What's race Q2 going to serve us up?
Much of the same. Josh Birkin was so much quicker in qualifying than everyone else on the grid, but Nick Bennett, as soon as the flag dropped in race 1, he went for it, and well, he's shown his true pace. He was able to battle, he was able to fight, and he was able to match the pace of the maestro Josh Birkin, the champion, the number 1 plate on that senior Mini Moto machine. Holly Harris, though, she's one to look out for. She's been incredibly quick this round, but Lee Clouse points at the green flag, which will be raised by Rob Keys. The flag is up in the air, the flag drops, and we go racing for the second time in the weekend of the senior Mini Motos. Josh Birkin leads the way, and straight away David Maya, an awesome start for him. He's battling for the race. We lead over the first corner, and now he's looking down the inside of Josh Birkin. Can he make it work? Will Nick Bennett follow him through? And now Nick Bennett, he's still in third, while David Maya, he's at the front of this field. He's leading the way of the senior Mini Moto race. Are we going to see a three-bike battle for the race lead? Who's going to get the best drive onto the back straight here? Who's going to get the best drive into this infield section for the senior Mini Moto class? And now Nick Bennett up into second, Josh Birkin up into first, while David Maya under pressure from Holly Harris, who once again is under pressure from Chris Yeomans. They've been battling throughout the whole season, as that looks like one of the riders there slow at the back of the circuit, and now he looks like that's going to be the end of his race on the first lap. But Chris Yeomans still following in behind. He's ahead of Keaton Payne on the 112 machine, and the riders filter through this first section, and Josh Birkin hits the front once again. They're starting to lose touch off the back of David Maya, who's all the way down in third position. The gap's starting to form between the top 2 riders, Nick Bennett and Josh Birkin, beginning to get into a rhythm and beginning to potentially start battling like in race 1.
There we see Holly Harris once again battling Chris Yeomans. It's a mirror image of the race yesterday on Friday. David Maya with a lightning bolt start straight into the lead heading through turn 2, but now dropping back as we saw yesterday. His pace on the straights, unfortunately, just not quite what he'd want it to be. And these two up the front, the class of the field once again. It's Birkin against Bennett up the front, as behind them there we see David Maya now having to hold off Holly Harris for the remaining podium place as it stands. Chris Yeomans just behind them, and Keaton Payne not far off either, so we could potentially be getting another brilliant 4-bike battle for P3 out there. Josh Birkin had the fastest lap last time at 50.274, only 15 thousandths of a second faster than Nick Bennett. But as they come to the line this time, let's see if any one of them goes faster. They cross the line. Yes, Josh Birkin does go faster at 50.117, but Nick Bennett is right on his tail. There goes Holly Harris up into P3. Fantastic stuff from her. David Maya once again just struggling up that Conrod straight. As they head into the S's section, this is where Maya is really strong, however, but he could be under pressure from Chris Yeomans on the 85. He hasn't looked to the inside, heading into the Joey Dunlop corner, but just not quite able to make the gap appear. But now he's putting pressure on Holly Harris once again as they head through Paddock Bend and into the S's section. Harris doing everything she can to try and defend, to try and hold on to that podium place, but still going to be 6 laps left to run. In just a short moment, they touch! Down goes David Maya, down goes Holly Harris, both out of the race after a small bit of contact goes wrong. What a shame for both of them. Of course, no remounting of your motorbike this weekend. You are out of the race. Holly Harris looks like she might be trying to get it started again, but that exhaust looks very bent. The bike went tumbling through the air multiple times, end over end. And she will be told that she has to make her way back into the pit lane. That is potentially what she is doing, just riding around at the back to bring it home to the pits. But back up the front, it's still Birkin from Bennett after drama that promotes Keaton Payne up into P3. Wow, what a change of events here. Out of the race goes David Maya and Holly Harris, 2 of the bikes that were battling for the podium. But up the front, these two still on each other's tails, still not giving each other an inch. It'll be 5 laps left to run at the line, this time by the number 1 leading the number 711. Josh Birkin looks to have a slight pace advantage at the moment. His last lap was a 49.962, but this time Nick Bennett goes slightly faster, a 49.917. Here's the battle for third. Keaton Payne against Chris Yeomans. Can Yeomans have a look to the inside, heading up to Penrith's climb? Yes, he can. What a late move, what a super move from Chris Yeomans. He gets onto the podium place, but back up the inside goes Keaton Payne, has to back out of it. We've seen that many times before here, having a look to the inside of that left-hander. You've just got to have an enormous amount of guts to make the move around here. Three Sisters, it's a circuit where it requires you to be brave. It requires you to have, to be bold and just trust the bike and trust your instincts. And you've really just got to trust the bike and stick with it.
Incredibly difficult to overtake in the infield section, but Keaton Payne trying to prove that wrong as they continue to battle for the final podium place with 5 laps remaining. They're coming around the final sector to be at 5 laps remaining for them, but the 85 and the 112 continuing to fight on the circuit. They're doing the 51 second lap time with the front guys. They're doing 49 and straight away pass as there's Nick Bennett going down the inside of Josh Birkin. He backs out of it straight away. These riders continuing to battle on the circuit. Every single corner, every single lap. It's what we expect to see in the senior mini moto class. Nick Bennett, it's almost like he's found something magical since qualifying. In qualifying, the gap between them was around almost 2 seconds. And now, straight away, on the circuit, they're both in the 49 bracket. In qualifying, the fastest lap was at 51 seconds, or 2 seconds quicker than qualifying. It's shown how much the track has evolved, how much the riders have learnt this circuit, and how much bike time matters for these guys. The gap though, 2 tenths, it opened up by the last time around, but Nick Bennett making time on the brakes on the 711 machine. He's trying to line up a move, he's trying to take wider lines, more sweeping lines, carry a little bit more corner speed compared to Josh Birkin, who's riding a little bit defensive at the moment with 3 laps remaining. David Maya and Holly Harris, they are out of the race at the moment, and it looks like quite a few riders actually have had to retire from this one. Callum White, this is 6th position, this is the battle for 6th. He's battling with George Rennick right now on the 171 machine, and these guys continue to battle. So there's multiple battles in the senior mini moto field, slightly smaller field from what we've been used to, but still incredible battle on the circuit. And George Rennick, this is his first race of the season, so it's great to see him racing here at FAB-Racing and having a shot on one of these senior mini moto machines. And if you're watching this at home, think that this looks like a lot of fun, head over to the FAB-Racing Facebook or their website and learn how to get involved, or message any one of these guys that are on the circuit. I'm sure they'll point you in the right direction. But at the front, Nick Bennett, he sets the fastest lap of the race, a 49.748 in second position, so he's closing in 1/10 of a second was the gap between these guys. So Nick Bennett, incredibly quick, setting the fastest lap of the race.
It looks like Nick Bennett is supremely strong heading into this section, but it looks like Josh Birkin is just that bit stronger everywhere else. We'll just have to wait and see. We are heading on to the final lap now. Slight side note, I believe David Meyer actually remounted and is still out on the circuit, so he will be disqualified post-race. So a little bit of drama there. Obviously someone didn't get the remounting memo, but one more tour of Three Sisters in race 2 for the senior mini motos. Can Josh Birkin hold on, or will Nick Bennett find a way through? He is on a charge right now. Maybe having a look into the Joey Dunlop corner. No, he backs out of it. He's going to have to set the move up for later in the lap. Birkin still leads from Bennett, the 1 ahead of the 711 as they head into Paddock Bend for the final time in this race. Bennett maybe has a look to the inside, just trying to put his wheel maybe alongside Birkin, put a bit of pressure in his mind. But into the final section we go for the final time. Is Nick Bennett going to be close enough? I don't believe he will. And once again, the maestro Josh Birkin is going to stand on top of the podium. He will take the checkered flag and win in race 2 here at Three Sisters. Josh Birkin with a fantastic ride and withstanding all of the pressure from Nick Bennett, who still finishes a fantastic P2 on the road. Great stuff between them, sharing a fist bump and respect, and both of them already laughing under their helmets. We know that they're both firm friends off the track, fierce rivals on it, but at the end of the day, it's all fun and games for these senior Mini Moto guys. But what a great race from Keaton Payne rounded out the podium there as well. A great result for the 1-1-2 with Mark Payne in Chris Yeomans even in P4, Mark Payne 5th, Callum White in 6th, George Rennick 7th, and Isaac Greenstreet, the last of our runners. Unfortunately, we lost Luca Allen, Holly Harris, Lamar Morgan, Gary Eldridge, and David Myatt was disqualified for remounting after falling off the bike. But of course, we'll see all of them back out for their final race of the season later on today. Race 3 is unbelievable. The season has just flown by this fast. We've had 8 rounds of fantastic action, and it all comes down to this Saturday at Three Sisters here on the outskirts of Wigan, and it has been a great weekend of racing so far. Hello and welcome if you're just joining us to FAB-Racing.
This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship Title Decider.
AC40 Pro race to the championship could be decided here today at Three Sisters, and well, the gap is less than 50 points at the moment, and leaving this race it needs to be 25 and above. If it's below 25, it will carry on into the final race in the AC40 Pros. It's against Taylor Tomlinson and Sebastian Gazowski, rivals once again. They battled last year in the AC40 Rookies. Tomlinson came out on top. Right now, Tomlinson has the advantage in the championship. He's had a successful year, 15 podiums to his name. Can he add another to his tally after this weekend? The riders are waiting to go out onto the circuit. It's been high drama so far this weekend. It's high speed here at Three Sisters. It's incredibly tricky for these riders. There's some bumps. It's easy to get caught out. You're not allowed to remount this weekend at Three Sisters. So if you fall, that is it. That could be a deciding factor here today. One mistake from Tomlinson, and then the championship could swing Gazowski's way. One mistake from Gazowski, the championship could be over here in race 2. The riders head out to the grid for their dummy grid before the warm-up lap. The clouds are looming in. Rain is in the air. Who knows what to expect for the AC40 Pro class. A slightly smaller field, but still so much talent out on this grid. The 77 versus the 64. They'll line up on the grid. On Rex Austin, he's going to be on pole position for this one. How will he make an impact on the championship? Gazowski, though, struggled a little bit in qualifying, and now he's going to be starting from P7 after not making it out for the qualifying sessions. Tomlinson, he's down in second position, so on the front row of the grid. He is the outside line for turn 1. But on pole position, Rex Austin, after setting a 50.276, an incredible lap time on the 991 machine. Taylor Tomlinson alongside him on the 77 on the second row of the grid. Logan Cousins, he had the crash yesterday with Josh Perkins. He's had some mechanical issues so far this weekend. He starts in 4th. Preston Baker, he starts in 5th with Archie Hooper alongside him, and Sebastian Gazowski rounding out the grid in this very scenic Three Sisters circuit.
Absolutely. Gazowski has a mountain to climb. The gap currently sits at 48 points. It needs to be 24 or less for this championship to go down to the final race. The only way he can achieve that is if he wins and Tomlinson retires and does not score. So Taylor Tomlinson, all he's got to do is keep it on the road, and it'll be all fine, and it'll be 2 championships in a row. The Rookie Championship last year, the Pros Championship this year for the number 77 TT. We're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen, because it's FAB-Racing. There's always chaos, isn't there? Can Gazowski come through and give us a good showing? He was phenomenal in race 1 to work his way through the pack. But what's going to happen between Taylor Tomlinson and Rex Austin? He's just telling Rex Austin, I think, maybe he can move a little bit more forward. Austin sitting quite far back in his pit box, so some good sportsmanship there from Taylor Tomlinson. But it's all eyes to the green flag. Green flag drops, we're underway. It's a fantastic start from Rex Austin, and up the inside there goes Logan Cousins on the championship leader, Taylor Tomlinson. He'll drop down to 3rd, just ahead of Josh Perkins for the time being. But up the front, it's Rex Austin leading the number 7 of the fast starting Logan Cousins. What a great getaway it was for that young man as we head up to the start-finish line for the first time. Where's Gazowski, only 6th at the moment. It'll be 9 laps to go as we cross the line for the first time. 9 laps for Kozlowski to perform a miracle. 9 laps for Tomlinson to just keep it on the road and bring home the championship. It's all up in the air. It all depends on this race as Kozlowski. He's already up to 5th, maybe having a look on Josh Perkins. Through he goes, and Kozlowski now has his rival in his sights. Just ahead of him is the championship leader, who once again, just to remind you, to take the championship battle to race 3, Sebastian Kozlowski has to win. Taylor Tomlinson has to not score, and the only way he can do that with a 7-bike grid is retire. It all depends on how Kozlowski does and whether Tomlinson makes a mistake. So much of this for Kozlowski is dependent on luck and what happens to his rival, as there we see Josh Perkins and Preston Baker battling in P5. Logan Cousins there, fastest lap of the race of 49.996. The man currently in P2, the only rider into the 49s at the moment. Already having a look on the 991 of Rex Austin. Maybe a dive into Joey Dunlop corner. Yes, it will be. Oh, wow. What a moment there for Logan Cousins. Has to sit the bike up. Great save to not go over the handlebars there. But he's going to have to hold on for P2 after a scary moment, reset the mind and get back in the groove.
Sebastian Kozlowski, he's cut his way through the field after the first couple of laps on the 64 machine. Now he looks at the back of Taylor Tomlinson with 8 laps remaining. He needs to make his way up further than this. He needs to be battling with Rex Austin and Logan Cousins. Last time around, Kozlowski, he was in the 52nd bracket. What's it going to be this time around? A 49.5, the fastest lap of the race, and past Tomlinson he goes. Is Taylor Tomlinson going to try and trip him up? He knows all he has to do is score some points, so all he might do is just let him run away with it and let him try to push to the limit, because he's already catching onto the back of the number 7 of Logan Cousins. We see them have a moment at that part of the track at the Joey Dunlop corner last time around, so potentially taking it a little bit steady as the number 7 rider, allowing Rex Austin in the lead to extend his gap. Last time around it was 0.2 of a second. It looks slightly wider than that at the moment, so definitely extended, as there is Sebastian Kozlowski, there is Tomlinson, 1 and 2 in the championship, and now 3rd and 4th on the track. 7 laps remaining. They're powering out towards the finish line now to make it 6 laps to go. Kozlowski past Cousins. What a drive onto the straight. Is Tomlinson going to try and follow him through? No, he is not. And now the gap 0.8 of a second between Kozlowski and Rex Austin in the race lead. So Kozlowski, he is on a charge at the moment, and he is looking confident to try and battle for this race win. It's all now dependent on what Taylor Tomlinson is going to do.
Kozlowski having the race of his life, but is it too little, too late in the championship battle? As you said, Lewis, it all depends on what Tomlinson does. If he finishes, it doesn't matter. It's over no matter what Kozlowski does. Kozlowski has to win, and Tomlinson has to retire for this to go to race 3. As there we see, that's a great drive coming out of the Luna Bend there for Logan Cousins. Maybe a little challenge Kozlowski up the Conrod Straight as we make it 5 laps left to run here in race 2 of the AC40 Pros. But Kozlowski, he's got his eyes on Rex Austin. Even if he can't win the championship this season, even if he can't take the championship down to the final race, he at least wants to go out with some dignity, with some style, with a win to his name. And he's closing in on Rex Austin at the moment. Kozlowski, without a shadow of a doubt, the fastest man on track at the moment. He's got the fastest lap of 49.533. That's 0.3 of a second faster than anybody at the moment, and his last lap was 0.2 quicker than his closest competitor, Rex Austin, in the lead. So he is closing in on the leader, as there you can see them. Kozlowski is absolutely soaring, but now Logan Cousins is following him, and Logan Cousins may be providing a threat, because he can see where Super Said is very, very fast and just follow his line. But Kozlowski looking to the inside as they head up the Conrod Straight to the inside, heading into turn 1. That's a brilliant move from Sebastian Kozlowski. They're going to encounter some back markers soon, but Kozlowski into the lead. It's half of what he needs to achieve taking the championship down into race 3. Now he just needs to hold on to that and hope that Lady Luck smiles at him and causes problems for Taylor Tomlinson.
Kozlowski now leading the field through 4 bikes in this leads group at the moment. Sebastian Kozlowski, Rex Austin, Logan Cousins, and Taylor Tomlinson just a little bit behind. He might be able to get involved with the slipstream, unless if he's thinking about the championship. We have seen, for example, when he was battling for the AC40 Rookies, sometimes the worst person is himself. So Sebastian Gieslowski, he needs to win it, and Tomlinson needs to score no points in this race for it to go ahead. 3 laps remain in this race. Taylor Tomlinson, it looks like the championship is swinging his way unless he makes a mistake in the final 3 laps. Tomlinson, though, he's pushing on a 49.5, the fastest lap of the race, now swinging towards him. Sebastian Gieslowski, he's under pressure from Rex Austin. Is Rex Austin going to try and launch a move? And no, he is not. So these 2 riders start to bunch up and allowing Taylor Tomlinson behind in 4th position to catch up.
Absolutely. Taylor Tomlinson starting to turn the wick up as these guys in front of him battle. The man who, as it stands, will be your AC40 Pros champion in what is shortly going to be 2 laps time. The 77, he'll want to get onto the podium to celebrate. He'd love a win, but with 2 laps to go, he's got 3 bikes in front of him. It's a bit of an ask as they're all currently caught in a Gieslowski train. That man is defending for his life. Everybody's looking left, looking right. They're all fighting each other as they head into the Joey Dunlop corner for the penultimate time and back out onto the pit straight. What a great drive out of the corner. That is for Rex Austin. Is he going to have a look into paddock bend? No, he won't this time, but you've got a feeling that Gieslowski is surely feeling the pressure. He knows the championship is all dependent on what happens to Tomlinson. He knows he has to win. That's the least he can do, no matter what Lady Luck shines his way as they come round Luna Bend for the penultimate time. That's another great drive out of the corner for Rex Austin, but he runs slightly wide. It will be Gieslowski leading the way onto the final lap of race 2 in the AC40 Pros, and there goes Tomlinson into 3rd, through on Logan Cousins. He's up into the podium places. Gieslowski's luck goes from bad to worse. Rex Austin still looking for a way to get through and get himself a race win. He's not into the he's not in the championship battle. For him, this is just about personal glory. For Gieslowski, for Tomlinson, it is so much more into paddock bend for the final time they go. Rex Austin a little bit wide, just missed the apex. Can he find a way through as they head into the final section for the final time? Sebastian Gieslowski has tried so hard. He's given the ride of his life. And as he rounds Luna Bend for the final time, Rex Austin will challenge. Gieslowski will win, but it won't be enough because the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson is the champion of the AC40 Pros in 2023. He makes it to FAB-Racing Championship to follow up his rookie win from last season, and you can see just how much that means for the 77. He is over the moon. Not many young riders win 2 championships in a row. What a season. What a short young career this man has had. And it is filled with so much promise. He's already got the championship t-shirt out for celebrations. Taylor Tomlinson, take a bow. You are the AC40 Pro champion of 2023. And you join an elite list of many a fantastic young rider.
First year in the class, first championship in the class as well. Taylor Tomlinson, take about what a year it has been from him. Starting in 2nd position, finishing and doing what he had to do this time around. He didn't make any mistakes, he didn't make any stupid mistakes, and he's absolutely delighted. He loves a good celebration, he loves a good back arena, as well does Taylor Tomlinson. His signature move coming over the line, but the 77, he's going to be partying all night. I am sure it's Saturday night, of course, and he's dancing all the way into the pit lane. Dale Baldwin as well, championship photographer. He really got some great action shots of them celebrations as well. So Taylor Tomlinson heading back into the pit lane now. I'm sure he's got plenty of his friends waiting for him, plenty of his family, and now he cannot believe it. He cannot believe that he's won the championship already in this AC40 class. A little burnout from him in the pit lane. Of course, still one more race left in this class for the season, so I'm sure he's going to want to end it on a high and end it with a race win. A cuddle from Sebastian Gieslowski and everyone crowding around them as well. So loads of riders celebrating with each other. Sebastian Gieslowski getting a picture with his friends, with his main rival as well for 2 seasons. Both of these riders fought with each other in the AC40 Rookies. It was Tomlinson that came out on top, and now this year it came down to the final round, and now Tomlinson, he's done it again, won 2 championships in a row. It's been a great year for the AC40 Pro class, constantly improving, constantly developing, and now you can just see the celebrations which are going to carry on and continue into the night, I am sure. He's taking off his helmet and he's going to take a little relaxing break before they have to head out of the pit lane to head out for their race 3 later on. But of course, FAB-Racing, this is the start of something special. Taylor Tomlinson, like the FAB-Racing Championship, I'm sure he is on the road to MotoGP.
Race 2 of the Extreme 200 class just moments away, and we had a very, very enjoyable race 1 with Sullivan Mounsey racing hard against Blake Wilson and Mark Hart. Of course, Super Sully, as we're now calling him, a Red Bull Rookie in 2024, the R&G British Talent Cup Vice Champion of this year and the Extreme 200s Champion of this year, most important of all. He's been on super form and he's showing the other riders how it is done while having some great racing along the way. It's Super Sully who starts from the pole position with Blake Wilson alongside in P2. Marco Holt starts in P3 with Lawrence Wardle in P4, Austin Johnson in 5th with Ronnie Harris in P6, and P7 is Annabelle McCarthy. That rounds out your grid for race 2 of the AC, or the Extreme 200 class, should I say. Too much Mini Moto action being going on this weekend as they make their way around on their green flag lap. Of course, important to note, if you've not been watching along this weekend and you started this morning, the bigger bikes use a different layout. We use the full layout here for the bigger bikes here at FAB-Racing in the final round at Three Sisters. So they, instead of hanging right here and going to the infield section, they'll head up Penrith's Climb and through the top section of the track, which is super, super fast and super, super scary. And then they'll go down through the Coward's Drop, as it is quite frankly beautifully named, because that's what it is. It's a blind, off-camber, bumpy, sweeping right-hander that is so fast. And then they'll come round onto the pit straight and they'll make their way on to the start-finish. And they'll get ready for the green flag to drop, and they'll get ready to go racing in race 2. Lewis Ray, we had a great race in race 1. Sullivan Mounsey, Blake Wilson and Marco Holt putting on a display for us all. What are they going to do this time?
It's going to be an interesting battle at the front. Sullivan Mounsey was incredibly strong in the race 1. He's going to want to do the same in the race 2. Luke Cloud points to Rob Pease, who has the green flag to get this race underway. The flag goes up in the air and it drops, and we go racing. Sullivan Mounsey wants to start, but Blake Wilson straight away trying to attack for the race win. Further back, Annabelle McCarthy, a good start there for her going up the field. Alfie Davidson as well racing in this one, joining us for today's action. So is Dan Goodman. So loads of British Talent Cup riders joining us in the Extreme 200 class as usual. Austin Johnson as well, 3rd position for him at the moment, but already a gap back to these 2 riders here, Blake Wilson and Sullivan Mounsey. They are beginning to shoot away at the front. It's going to be interesting to see what the first couple of laps are like for these guys, what the first couple of lap times are, as straight away Dan Goodman, he's on the back of Austin Johnson, trying to make a move as soon as he possibly can. Sullivan Mounsey, the bike chattering away for there over the bumps. He goes now on the number 4 machine, of course, vice champion in the R&G British Talent Cup in 2023. Oh, Austin Johnson losing the front, going down the hill and straight away going into the grass and hitting into the wall. He's going to be feeling that one there. Luckily up on his feet straight away. Dale Baldwin straight away coming over to see how he is. Yellow flags currently waving in that sector. A massive crash for Austin Johnson on his Bushy Moto machine that could possibly be a race stoppage here, because he's clearly winded, and now the marshals I'll wait to see what's going to happen for that one. I'm sure we'll be feeling the impact of that one, but you had a good start to the race.
Red flags out.
But red flags out for that there, out for that incident, and Sullivan Mounsey continue to push on until, of course, they've seen the red flag, which is out there at the next marshal post, hands up in the air. So stoppage in the Extreme 200 class, a big impact there for Austin Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Of course, red flag, not just because it's a big impact, but because himself on the bike, still at the side of the circuit. Austin looks to be okay. He's just being attended to by the marshals. He was able to get onto his feet, but the bike's still at the side of the track at the fastest point of the circuit. So it's just a red flag until we can get that removed. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals that we've got with us this weekend. They do a fantastic job and we couldn't go racing without them. And of course, a big thank you to all the roving marshals as well, those that you see in the yellow high-vis. They are members of the FAB-Racing paddock who go out there and provide marshalling support as well. And of course, all the medical staff that we have here at FAB. We could not go racing without any of them. And it seems an apt time, given it's the final round of the season, to say thank you to all of them for all of their efforts and for doing a brilliant job all season long. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome to the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Three Sisters, and it's the final day as well. No, you are not mistaken. We went racing a day early on Friday. Today is Saturday. It's the final day of the season. We're just having a brief red flag here following an accident in the Extreme 200s class, and there you can see the riders just in the pit lane waiting to get going once again. But of course, this is the final round of the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It's been a long season, but it has gone past so fast. 7 circuits visited, a new one that we're visiting here in Three Sisters that the riders are really enjoying. And Lewis Ray alongside myself, Ross McIntyre, it's such a tricky circle area. Of course, only a handful of the riders have experience around here. Many of them don't. They've come here, completely blind to this circuit, and after Thursday practice, every single one of them came back in and said, we love this place, it's brilliant.
Yep, it's had some great feedback from the riders. It's extremely fast, extremely tricky, a few bumps here and there, but overall, especially in the wet conditions, they've been some very good compliments. Alfie Davidson there in the pit lane, coming to FAB this weekend. Great to see him racing with us, this time racing on the number 28 machine. So having a little conversation in pit lane. Annabelle McCarthy as well. You can see her Mini GP 50 machine sitting there in pit lane, ready with the tyre warmers on. She'll be doing a back-to-back this weekend. So straight after this race finishes, she'll be dropping off her Moto and then heading on her Metric Mini GP 50 machine to the 113 rider. Extremely busy weekend for her. But just in the corner, Blake Wilson as well, having a small conversation. Riders just figuring out a game plan for that one. I'm sure Blake Wilson, he'll be wanting to get a game plan after his battle with Sylvain Mintz. He needs to know how to get a better start, how to be able to break Sylvain Mintz's rhythm before it is too late. Now, Annabelle McCarthy looks like she might get that put on the paddock stand now before this restart gets underway. But the sun still out here at Three Sisters. It's been sort of mixed conditions throughout the weekend, but overall still very nice conditions. But of course, here at FAB Racing, we can't do it without the support of everyone who helps us out, of sponsorships and helping the next generation of British motorcycle talent. Of course, FAB Racing, it's been the breeding ground of so many successful motorcycle racers throughout the years, as we are a part of the road to MotoGP. And now, of course, we have riders such as Scott Redden, Scott Ogden, Josh Watley, as well as Danny Kent and Bradley Ray. They've been going away, racing all over the world and winning world championships. And actually this weekend, Casey O'Gorman, he'll be stepping up into the junior GP class as well. So he'll be making a step up into that class, and already he's through to Q2 later on today. So good success already. Evan Belford, he's just won the championship in the R&G British Champ Cup. We've seen him race in the Extreme 200 class now and then. He raced last year at a couple of rounds, including Clandau. So it's great to see Evan Belford return whenever he has time. Of course, he's away this weekend as well at Aragon, racing for the European Talent Cup, racing for the Michael Laverty Vision Track Racing team. So he'll be racing that one for the first time ever. So it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. Obviously, his rival throughout his whole season, Sylvain Mintz, he's here instead. He's just finished and just got back with 1 hour's sleep from the RedBull Rookies Cup selection event, where luckily it wasn't a waste of time or anything. He managed to get through, unsurprisingly though, because he's been incredibly quick all year. He really deserved it. So he'll be in the RedBull Rookies next year as well. And he's still here racing, helping out the young riders this weekend at Three Sisters. Absolutely. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome to the final round of the FAB-Racing
FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship in 2023. We're just experiencing a brief red flag period in the midst of the Extreme 200s Race 2. That's right, even though it's Saturday, we're doing Race 2s. We went racing a day early. Hopefully, we are going to be able to get racing very, very shortly. But we've had a fantastic day's racing. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, with Lewis Ray alongside me. And, again, we are just waiting for the green flags to get waving once again and waiting to get back out there for Race 2 of the Extreme 200s class. We've had a few championships decided today already in the AC40 Rookies and the AC40 Pros, and there's still a few that could get wrapped up today as well, that will get wrapped up today because it's the final round of the season, and they could be done in Race 2 as well. Of course, we've got the Mini F1 Sidecars, and we'll talk more about them later after a completely dramatic Race 1. We've also got Moto Team Open Class and the Premier Class of FAB-Racing, the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. We're going to have a race restart with a reduced distance to go. I believe there should be a warm-up lap, but we'll just get that confirmed for us. But race complete restart after an accident early in the Race 2 of the Extreme 200s that led to a red flag, and we'll keep you posted on that. But the race distance will be shortened by a few laps following the red flag. And we can see there, Paddock watching along. Great to have such great support here at FAB-Racing. We've even got a few punters actually up on over on the banking down the far end of the circuit, which is great to see some locals coming on and showing support for the stars of tomorrow in British motorcycle racing. Of course, we are the gateway into the British Talent Cup. We are the gateway now into RedBull Rookies as well. Almost every single British rider in RedBull Rookies has come from FAB-Racing. And of course, if you've got an Avali as well, you can come to Fab and race it in the Extreme 200 as well. We don't exclusively use the Metro kits here. So, calling all Avali riders 2024, come along, test yourself against some Metro kits in the Extreme 200s class and get some track time in as well. So we'll have to wait and see. As we can see that tyre covers being taken off of Annabelle McCarthy's 113. So it looks like we're getting ready to get going again in just a few moments' time. A hive of activity down in the pit lane. Lewis Ray, we're not far from going racing.
We're not far away from getting this race back underway again. Blake Wilson, he's going to want a good start once again. Try and get the bike bump started and straight away restarted on his Mini GP machine. But now Annabelle McCarthy or Bishimoto trying to get a kick started anywhere. Dad's giving her a hand with that one. Dan Goodman, he's already at the end of the pit lane with Alfie Davidson just making his way now on that 28 machine. The Marshals and Rob Keys waiting to release the riders, waiting for all of them to make their way to the end of the pit lane, make their way to show that they're ready to get this race restarted. Obviously, Austin Johnson, he won't be making the start in this one, sadly, after his crash at the final section of the circuit. But now these riders heading out for a shortened lap before we go out for a warm-up lap, and then we should get started for a reduced race where it's going to be 10 laps in the Extreme 200 class. So now these riders heading out on the circuit and lining up on the grid. So obviously no Austin Johnson for this one, who should have been starting in third position, but extremely talented grid. It looks like Blake Wilson and Sullivan Mincy are going to battle for the race win this week. You see Sullivan Mincy confirming one warm-up lap. He sets off on the grid and he sets off on the pole position place after setting a 57.791 in qualifying. Blake Wilson, he's battled with him all the way throughout the weekend. He starts in second position with no Marco Holt, it seems, on the second row of the grid, and no Lawrence Wardle either. Austin Johnson, sadly, he's a no-show at the moment as well after his crash, bringing out an early red flag, with Ronnie Harris it seems like he's not here either at the moment, with Annabelle McCarthy as well in 7th position. So Ronnie Harris, maybe some bike issues, or maybe just not able to make it out in time for this race. So we're going to have to wait and see. Very, very nice conditions for his riders to race on, and it looks like it's going to be an interesting race.
It will do. It will be an interesting race, should I say. And of course, behind the grid that we've run out, of course, we've got Dan Goodman and Alfie Davidson turning up today as well. Great to see some more stars of tomorrow in British motorcycle racing making their way to FAB-Racing. All right, well, stars of today, if you're, depends on who you ask. But as they make their way onto the grid, looks like it's going to be Mounty against Wilson up the front after their battle yesterday. And it's great to see Sully back out there again after what a fantastic season with big promises for 2024. But it's all eyes to the green flag now for race 2 of the Extreme 200s. Green flag drops, we're underway. It's a great start from Blake Wilson, but Sullivan Mounsey will have the inside line heading into Paddock Bend, and he will maintain that lead as they make their way to the trickiest corner on the circuit, corner 2, as they head into what is known as the Lucy's Valley section of the track, an off-camber uphill hairpin, very much disliked by the riders despite the positive feedback that we're getting from them about this circuit and coming through the S's section. Sullivan Mounsey on the 4 leads the way from Blake Wilson on the number 8. And we'll wait and see who is coming up behind them, because it looks like these two are starting to pull away already, heading up to the start-finish line. That is the 71 of Dan Goodman just behind them. Unsurprising, we know he's very fast, of course, fighting for podiums at Donington Park just not too long ago in the British Talent Cup. But at the moment, it's Sullivan Mounsey that leads the way from Blake Wilson in P2, heading down Coward's Drop and into onto the pit straight. And Mounsey still leads the way. Further back there, that looks like Annabelle McCarthy on the 113. Solid start for her, up into P4 at the moment, but in a bit of no man's land behind her. Alfie Davidson seemingly struggling at the moment on that number 28 machine, but a good showing so far from Annabelle McCarthy as she heads into the middle section of the track.
Now continuing to battle on Annabelle McCarthy in 4th position. She's yet to set her first lap time of the race. We're going to have to wait and see what kind of pace she's able to do on that Bushy Moto. It's different compared to what she's usually racing, which is the Metric 2-stroke machine. So she's riding a 4-stroke as well as a 2-stroke. This we're getting a busy weekend for McCarthy. So now she's coming into the final corner of the lap, heading towards the line, out to Lunar Bend and towards the Conrod Straight. She crosses the finish line now, and Annabelle McCarthy a 101.9. Now the fastest lap of the race belongs to Dan Goodman in 3rd position. So Dan Goodman, he's caught onto the back of Blake Wilson already, but can he be able to pass him, and can he be able to catch Sullivan Mounsey, who has a half a second lead over Blake Wilson in 2nd position? 8 laps remaining, the number 8 under pressure from the 71. So Dan Goodman having a very impressive race at the moment. These riders in the Extreme 200 class continuing to battle in the sunshine here at the Three Sisters circuit. Sullivan Mounsey, though, he's looked incredibly strong. Of course, he won the championship at Wilton Mill, and they had a very, very big gap all the way throughout the season. And of course, in the Extreme 200 class is our open class here at FAB-Racing. It's a class where really you can bring almost every type of bike and get racing with it. It can be a 2-stroke, it can be a 4-stroke, it can be a pit bike, or it can be a GP style machine. Obviously, the only real restriction is the wheel size. You can't have any more than a 17-inch wheel, but of course it allows racing like this. We have a Metrica, we also have a Bushy Moto, and we have a KTM, all at the front 3 riders. It produces bikes where it has completely different strong points, which makes the racing really impressive to watch on the circuit. Really impressive to see how the riders know to get the maximum out of their machine. Dan Goodman, though, down the inside of Blake Wilson, he makes it work. A late move there into 2nd position for the British Talent Cup rider. Makes it work just 1 week after racing at Donington Park.
Wow, what a move there from Dan Goodman. Blake Wilson did not see that one coming. Heading into the S's section, he had to sit up a little bit to avoid an accident. So great stuff there from Dan Goodman. Went on the pounce when Blake least expected it and up into 2nd place. But up the front, Sullivan Mounsey starting to pull a bit of a gap. 1.7 seconds was the gap at the timing line last time round. And as they head through Penrith's Climb and down to the Coward's Drop and coming into the pit straight, you can see there visually the gap that Sullivan Mounsey has pulled. Of course, we know he's a very, very talented rider. It's no surprise there, but Dan Goodman as well and Blake Wilson, all 3 of them very, very fast indeed as they head back to the middle section of the track through that awkward hairpin. Can Blake Wilson launch a counter-attack on Dan Goodman in the coming corners? He's going to have to set the move up. We know Dan Goodman, very, very talented indeed. But Blake Wilson, he's got so much promise as a young rider. He's doing a phenomenal job out there at the moment, holding on to his podium place. Can he relaunch an attack? We also know he loves to be the hunter in a battle. He loves to be the chasing machine. He loves to be making those overtakes. That's just the kind of rider that he is. He likes to fight and fight his way forward and fight his way through. We'll just have to wait and see see if he can make his way forward against Dan Goodman. Sullivan Mounty, though, is really laying the hammer down. Last time, fastest lap of 56.522. That was 4/10 faster than anybody else on the previous lap. And the gap now up to 2.2 seconds as they make their way back to the middle section of the track. Blake Wilson just starting to drop back a little bit. I just think he's waiting to see where Dan Goodman's strong points are, just trying to visualise the rider in front and see where he's weak, see where he can go on the attack, and see where he can get through.
0.2 of a second of a gap between Goodman and Wilson. Wilson setting his personal best lap of the race, the fastest lap of the race, going the way of Mountsie, a 56.5, the only rider in the mid-56 bracket. Goodman and Wilson, they're the 56.9 bracket at the moment. So 4 laps remaining in this race. And now Dan Goodman, he gets the fastest lap of the race, a 56.4 now. So 1/10 quicker than what Sullivan's is. So is he able now to try and catch up? A 1.7 second gap though between himself and Sullivan Mountsy up in front. You have to say he's going to have to make a mistake for him to catch up with 4 laps remaining, or he's going to have to find something completely magical with these last couple of laps. But now Blake Wilson, he's getting a good tool, he's getting a good marker at the moment to be able to constantly improve his lap time. So Wilson on the number 8, he's getting some good experience from this British level rider. So Goodman powering it through, getting into the power band of that 2-stroke machine, and now into the braking zone, putting it on his knee, showing his confidence on these slick tyres. A couple of puddles left over from earlier rain this weekend, but of course racing on a Saturday completely different for these riders. And Dan Goodman coming onto the Conrod Straight, while Sullivan Mountsy, he's just came to the end of it, up the climb now. So Mountsy powering it through a 1.6 second gap, 3 laps remaining. Sullivan Mountsy, he's looking like the only person that can beat him at the moment is himself.
Absolutely. Dan Goodman, I think, is actually a little bit worried about Blake Wilson as Mounty encounters some back markers in Alfie Davidson. That's going to hold him up a little bit and close the gap. But as I was saying, Dan Goodman, I think, is actually a little bit worried about Blake Wilson right now. I've seen him glancing over the left shoulder a few times, just trying to gauge where the number 8 is. I think he's just almost anticipating an attack from the number 8, which, if you know Blake Wilson, you'd expect. That's what he loves to do. He loves to just launch it straight up the inside with some awe-inspiring overtakes. For Sullivan Mounty right now, he's been held up by back markers just a little bit there, so I think the gap will likely drop heading onto this lap, unless Dan Goodman and Blake Wilson also suffered from the 28 of Alfie Davidson. And yes, the gap has dropped by a few tenths. It's now 1.4 seconds. But there's also only 2 laps to go. A little bit of a wobble there from Sully coming over the bumps, coming through Penrith's climb. But all okay for the number 4, your champion of the Extreme 200s this year, your R&G British Talent Cup vice champion for this year, and a RedBull Rookie rider for 2024. This boy has got the world at his feet, and he's showing us why. He's just an absolutely phenomenal talent out on the racetrack who has got such promise and a huge career ahead of him. But let's not discredit Dan Goodman and Blake Wilson. They're starting to catch Sullivan maybe, and both of them doing a spectacular job out there on the number 71 and on the number 8 as they head into Luna Bend for the penultimate time. It will soon be 1 lap left to run, and Sullivan Mountsy leads the way.
Sullivan Mountsy continues to lead the way with 1 lap remaining now in the Extreme 200s race 2. Can Blake Wilson make a move on Dan Goodman? Blake Wilson, he sets the fastest lap of the race now. He takes the honours of that one, and now the number 8 rider, he is going to try and use that pace to his advantage on the final lap. Will we see him make a move? He set 56.3, so constantly the lap time, the lap record, I guess you could say, is getting reduced by 1/10 every single lap in race 2. Sullivan Mountsy though at the front. It's been an impressive couple of weeks. Vice champion in the RNG British Talent Cup. Now a 2024 RedBull Rookie rider. Who knows? We could see him in somewhere in Europe racing as well. But now he comes to lap. Annabelle McCarthy. It's been an incredible year for him at FAB-Racing. He's also the Extreme 200 champion as well. Some people call him Manic Mousy. Some people call him Smooth Sully. But whatever you want to call him, it's been an impressive ride for Sullivan Mountsy, who wins race 2 after an impressive showing of skill by half a second over Dan Goodman, who manages to finish in front of Blake Wilson. Annabelle McCarthy just crossing the line in 4th from Alfie Davidson, struggling in that one. He'll be coming home in 5th position. So Sullivan Mountsy, you cannot discredit him there straight away. back into the pit lane. An incredible race there for him on the number 4 machine. He makes his way back into pit lane, and I'm sure he'll start his celebrations nice and early as well. He has 1 hour of sleep coming into this weekend. He loves to help the young riders here this weekend as well, help them be able to fight, help them be able to improve their lap times as well. So he helps riders like Luke Fitchett on and off the circuit. So Sullivan Menzi, he'll be hoping for more success once again in race 3 for the final race of the year.
Race 2 for the Mini GP 50s awaits us. And although the championship done and dusted, Mark Holt, he's not even bothering to show this one because he quite frankly has bigger fish to fry with the Premier Class in the FAB-Racing Championship. We had a great race yesterday. Luke Flatcap Fitchett and Wilson Dilks giving us a display of pure racing talent and pure respect and aggression out on the racetrack as they make their way out from the dummy grid to the grid before their green flag lap. A 19 bike field here in the Mini GP 50s. Once again, an absolutely phenomenal turnout in this class. It really is one of the most popular in FAB Racing, and more importantly, it's the first time that these riders make their way onto Grand Prix style bikes, onto geared machinery, and boy oh boy, around here are these things fast. Heading over the top bumpy back section, there is no braking. In fact, from Luna Corner across the start finish line, here's a little roller for the throttle heading into Penrith Climb, and then it's flat until the Joey Dunlop corner. They are so fast around this Three Sisters circuit, and it is so entertaining to watch because the racing between these 19 riders was fantastic in race 1 and is sure to be brilliant in race 2. Just waiting for a couple of riders to make their way out to the grid. A few of them just a bit slow, leaving the pit lane, maybe a few issues here and there, but luckily looks like everybody is all okay, and hopefully we'll be making our way out for the green flag lap shortly.
The riders making their way. Tyler Hartley now being the last rider to make his way to the grid. 19 riders though will be lining up for this one, for the start of the Mini GP 50 class. It's going to be an exciting one. Taylor Tomlinson as well, further down on the grid from maybe where you would normally expect. Jenson Bishop, he's up there fighting away with the likes of Frankie Watson, but now the riders head out for the formation lap for this 19 bike field, where Luke Fitchett is starting on pole position. Wilson Dilks, they battled last time out in race 1. He starts in second position. Travis Shaw and Jenson Bishop, they'll be on the second row of the grid, hoping for a better race this time out. Frankie Watson and Chloe Gleeson. Chloe so close to the podium in race 1. She goes from the 6th position. Seth Hayward, best finish he's ever had in the Mini GP 50 class, and youngest rider in the field. He goes from 7th, next to Harley Baker in 8th. Byron Johnson, George Ackerman, they round out the top 10 on the 5th row of the grid, with Matthew Thomas and Bethany Ashby in 11th and 12th position. Riley Paisley and Annabelle McCarthy are in 13th and 14th, with Lucy Curtis and Murray Simmons on the 8th row of the grid. Ollie O'Gorman, his brother Casey, recently on the podium in the British Supersport Championship at Donington Park. He starts in 17th, with Callum Maxwell alongside him on the 111 machine. Tyler Hartley, he'll go from 19th position on the back row of the grid after a late starter, but Tyler Hartley actually, it doesn't look like his issues are getting any better, as it looks like he will be pulling into the pit lane and maybe not making the start of this race or being a pit lane starter.
We'll have to wait and see. Big shame for Tyler Hartley if it's not going to be able to make it out for race 2. Pulled straight into the pits immediately after the green flag lap started, cut across almost the entire circuit just to make his way back through to the pit lane. But still, there's 18 bikes out on the grid. Hopefully we can have a 19 bike race if Tyler Hartley makes his way back out. But it's final checks on the grid for race 2 of the Mini GP 50s. Black Cap Fitchett sits on the pole. Wilson Dilks in the 85 alongside him. As you can see in your picture, they gave us a brilliant battle in race 1. What can they serve us up in race 2? It is all eyes to the green flag. Green flag drops, we're underway. It's a great start there for Black Cap. Oh, someone very slow away from the line there. I believe that was the number 4 of Travis Shaw. Problems for Travis Shaw getting away. That is not a healthy motorcycle. Luckily, everybody else is able to find their way through cleanly. But Travis Shaw, drama there from the start. But it is Flat Cap Fitchin, who leads the way against Wilson Dilks. P3, it looks like it will be Jensen Bishop that slid up into that position. But once again, we've got a similar situation on our hands. To race one, it's the number 7 of Luke Fitchett against the number 85 of Wilson Dilks.
Wilson Dilks and Fitchett at the front once again, but then we come across what will be the finish line for the first time. Jensen Bishop, he's up into the podium positions ahead of Corey Gleeson and Frankie Watson. Byron Johnson losing a couple of positions at the start, and he's down to 6th place, but now they head down and then into the braking zone. Luke Fitchett, he continues to lead the way, but Wilson Dilks, this is where he's quick, this is where he's impressive. He's able to brake so deep on that 85 machine. So what can he do on this Mini GP 50 machine in race 2? The sunshine is out. Fitchett, a much tighter line there, and how will that affect his drive as he comes out onto the Rogerson straight? Jason Bishop looking like he had a slight issue of drive there as Corey Gleeson and Frankie Watson continuing to battle behind, while Byron Johnson, he can only watch that unfold. But Matthew Thomas as well, he's made his way into 7th position after a great start. Corey Gleeson, she was so close to the podium yesterday, finished in 4th position. Can she do it today though? Currently in 4th, Jensen Bishop's in front, not too far in front though, while Frankie Watson, he's going to want to do something about it. He's had a great developing years in the Mini GP 50 class. He's one of those riders which has came on so much. He's went on from competing for the last couple of positions, for the first couple of positions at the circuit, so it's great to see him fighting for podium places on the number 14. But already Jensen Bishop and Corey Gleeson, they've caught up to each other. So now Corey Gleeson, can she get to the podium roster in the Mini GP 50 class?
We'll have to wait and see what Chloe Gleeson has in her back pocket, because she's got to get through Jensen Bishop and the number 11 first, but she's also on the defensive from Frankie Watson on the number 14, and Byron Johnson is just behind them as well on the 37. So it's all to play for in this battle for the final podium places. I don't think anybody else is going to challenge for the win unless Luke Fitchett and Wilson Dilks have a disaster, because they are currently lapping 2 seconds faster than anybody else. They are on another level right now. Wilson Dilks, fastest lap of the race, that time of 57.955. He is absolutely flying. But in this battle for P3, it is still Jensen Bishop that leads the way as they come up through Penrith's Climb and into the Cowards Drop. They go flat out through this off-camber bumpy section. And one of the leaders doesn't sound too healthy as they come to our picture, but Jensen Bishop still holding on. It looks like Chloe Gleeson is far superior down the back end of the circuit, but it's through the tight and twisty middle section where Jensen Bishop is just extending the gap ever so slightly. We go back to our battle for the lead though, and Flat Cap Fitchett is only just holding on. We know he's one of the best defenders we've got in the FAB-Racing paddock. He was really pushing the envelope with how aggressive he was yesterday. Let's see if he tries to do something similar today, or maybe Wilson Dilks is able to find a way through. They battled all race long. Wilson Dilks was looking left, he was looking right, he was looking everywhere, but just could not make that gap appear. And as it stands, he's just sat there waiting. He hasn't tried to make a move yet. He's being patient, he's racing smart.
Of course, the 2023 Mini GP 50 champion Marco Holt, he's not out in this one at this weekend at Three Sisters. Instead, he's leaving these two to battle out for the race win on the circuit. So you can just hear those machines off the throttle there, powering it into the corners now, powering it out the corners, I should say. And now Wilson Dilks still defending, still has the fastest lap of the race. The only rider that's managed to get into the 57 bracket here at Three Sisters on a GP 50 machine. Luke Fitchett, he's getting on his knees, powering out through in the sunshine here on the number 7, Flat Cap Fitchett. He's had a great season in the 50 class, and now, of course, he's going to want to take that fastest lap, which is currently held by Wilson Dilks, but now we're powering it through to the line. Will anyone be able to improve? And no, they will not. So Wilson Dilks still holding that fastest lap. Up the rise now, though, and there is confirmation of that 57.955, an incredible speed for Wilson Dilks around this incredibly quick circuit. A few bumps here though in the braking zone at the Joey Dunlop corner. They're going to have to be careful on the front end there, but 7 laps remaining in this Mini GP 50 race. It's an all-out duel at the front.
You may have just heard coming past the camera some strange rattling sound. You can see on screen in the braking zones the rear of Wilson Dilks' fairing is a bit broken. It's rattling up and down, making a really loud noise. That's going to be causing a horrible vibration as well. So hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. It doesn't look like it is. but at the moment, because of how fast he's running, there goes Byron Johnson up the inside of Frankie Watson. Lovely move there from the 37. And Chloe Gleason as well has got past Jensen Bishop, so up into the podium places goes Chloe Gleason. Great stuff from her. Actually, no, she has. So number 25 slides through. It will be 7 laps left to run for these guys now as they make their way through the final corner. Chloe Gleason in P3 leads this battle with Jensen Bishop just behind, but there goes Byron Johnson once again looking to the outside. They're going to go 3 wide into Penrith's climb. Surely not, as Chloe Gleason makes her way through. Let's see what's happened behind them as well. And it looks like that was Jensen Bishop who had the lead out of that battle. Yes, he did. Byron Johnson. Actually, it was Frankie Watson. So Frankie Watson's pulled a double overtake heading through Penrith's climb. Awesome stuff from him. And now maybe he can try and take the fight for Chloe Gleason for the final podium place. There's 6 laps remaining now. The leaders are just so far ahead. 15 seconds ahead of Chloe Gleason at the line last time as they make their way into the S's section. This is where Chloe Gleason is just struggling ever so slightly, is through this middle portion of the track. She's fairly strong down here. She's super strong down at the top end of the track through Penrith's climb, but here she's just struggling a little bit, losing a little bit of time. But luckily for her, it looks like Frankie Watson may be on the attack on Byron Johnson. Of course, it's great to see Chloe Gleason being a female racer doing so well at the front. Of course, FAB-Racing prides itself in having so many female racers out there and doing a great job, and it's great to see Chloe Gleason fighting for those podium places at the moment. But Frankie Watson, he's still there. He's still fighting. Byron Johnson dropping back just a little bit. The 25 versus the 14 looks to be the battle to keep your eye on right now.
Chloe Gleason defended incredibly right now. Of course, she's a part of the Danny Webb GP camp at the moment, which Danny Webb is doing a great job showing these riders what to do, training them, telling them how to improve session by session. Of course, Danny Webb himself, he's racing basically a little bit of everything. So World Supersports and British Championship, EWC Endurance, World Endurance Championship, and even some road racing at the TT. So Danny Webb, he's done a little bit of everything in his lifetime, and now helping these young riders try and succeed on the circuit, which is clearly working with Chloe Gleason and Frankie Watson, 2 Danny Webb GP camp riders, duking it out now for the podium as Frankie Watson looks down the inside. Can he make it work into the rise? Will he back out of it? Yes, he will, ever so slightly on his teammate. He's keeping it side by side though into the Coward Summit, but he backed out of that one there into the braking zone. He's too far back, but he is making ground in the braking zone as Chloe Gleason breaks a tiny bit earlier on the 25 machine. Byron Johnson and Jensen Bishop, they're still there though to pick up the pieces with 4 laps remaining in this race. These guys in incredible tussle for the final podium places as these guys continue to fight at the front. Still 0.6 of a second is the gap between Luke Fitchett and Wilson Dilks. So Wilson Dilks, he's dropped off ever so slightly the past couple of laps. He's losing around 0.3 a lap from Luke Fitchett, while these guys here, absolutely nothing between them. These guys here, Frankie Watson and Chloe Gleason, there was less than 1/10 of a second separating them last time round, comparing their lap time. So powering it through onto the Conrod Straight. What's the gap going to be now? Who's going to be ahead into the climb? Is Frankie Watson going to make a move? No, he is not. He's struggling to find a way through.
Look at how close Chloe Gleason was to the grass, yet fully committed, coming through the climb, leaving nothing on the table as they come through the Joey Dunlop corner and onto the pit straight. Here is where Frankie Watson is going to make a move. I believe if it's anywhere, it's into Paddock Bend, but he's only got 2.5 laps left to do it, so time is ticking for the number 14. But Chloe Gleason right now doing a great job. Byron Johnson, he's super strong heading through those few corners back there. That's where he's gaining ground, and now he's trying to attack Frankie Watson as well. And Jensen Bishop just behind them, just waiting in tow. Leaders have started their penultimate lap of the race. We do not have long left for race 2 of the Mini GP50s here at the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship at Three Sisters. This group heads on to their penultimate lap now through the final corner. Great drive there from Frankie Watson. He's got the inside, but it's not going to be close enough. Super bravery from Chloe Gleason to trust that Frankie Watson wasn't going to go to the move. Just tip the bike in and absolutely full commitment through there. Great stuff to see from her. Coming into the Joey Dunlop corner once again, back onto the pit straight is Frankie Watson, close enough for a dive this time. behind? No, he's not. Chloe Gleason will continue to hold on. She takes a very, very wide entry into Paddock Bend. So Frankie Watson, he always thinks he's got an opportunity, and then he has to, almost there. He had to sit the bike up a little bit, heading into Lucy's Valley. So Frankie Watson, opportunity still not there, but there is your leader, Luke Flatcat Fitchett. He's 2 seconds ahead of Wilson Dilks now, with 1 lap left to go. Further down the order, that is the 113 of Animal McCarthy. And Fitchett is just lapping now, so that'll be P12 that he's just making his way through. Of course, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing, but wow, oh wow, oh wow, what a ride from Flatcat Fitchett. That number 7 machine has been super, super fast all weekend. He's struggled a little bit in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s so far this weekend, but in the 50s, he has been phenomenal. With only a handful of corners to go, it is a dominant victory. 2 seconds ahead of second place, 25 seconds ahead of third. Take a bow, Luke Fitchett. He will receive the checkered flag and win in race 2 here at Three Sisters with a fantastic performance for the ages. That number 7 glances back and sees no one. What a brilliant ride from Luke Fitchett. Wilson Dilks dropped back in the end. He'll finish second. Frankie Watson is through on Chloe Gleason, heading into the final section in the battle for third. Can Chloe Gleason launch a counter-attack? I don't think she can, as the two leaders share a fist bump of respect. Frankie Watson will take P3 at the death. Devastating for Chloe Gleason, but super smart racing for Frankie Watson, just waiting to make the move. But as the leaders make their way into the pit lane, what a ride for Fitchett. What a shame for Wilson Dilks after dropping back late in the race. But my oh my, what a race we have been served up yet again in the Mini GP 50s.
What a race too that was, as George Ackerman there down on the deck. So 94 of George Ackerman trying to pick up the bike. He was running in the 11th position. Harley Baker as well, not making the checker flag in this one, but George Ackerman trying to get it started, trying just to ride it back to the pit lane. He's at the complete opposite side of the circuit compared to where the pit lane is, so he's going to want to try and get that back. But look, Fitchett, he'll be taking a trophy back home after winning by 3 seconds from disappointing Wilson Dilks. Frankie Watson gets the podium position from his teammate Chloe Gleason in 4th, with Jensen Bishop rounding out the top 5. Byron Johnson finished in 6th position, with Matthew Thomas and Seth Hayward rounding out the top 8. Bethany Ashby finished in 9th, with Annabelle McCarthy rounded out the top 10, with Riley Paisley, Taylor Thompson, Ollie O'Gorman and Lucy Curtis, and Murray Simmons rounding out the point position here at Fab. And then sadly we do not have a couple of riders not finishing, such as George Ackerman as well as Baker. So these guys still one more race to come this year, where they'll be hoping that conditions will be very, very similar to this. But now, as we head on to a lunch break at the moment, we'll be casting our minds back in time to earlier on in the season, to round 3 at Red Lodge, where we've seen a very, very dramatic LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 race. So we're here with Paul Haskins from LS2 Helmets. So Paul, why don't you tell everyone why you're here this weekend?
I've been invited down here. We've been helping a few of the young riders for a few years now. People like Ollie Hall, Ollie Sims, Clayton. There's a few that we've been helping. So I've been invited down a few times to come along, and this has been one of my first 3 weekends where I could actually get down here to come and see what happens at FAB-Racing. So, but it looks fantastic so far.
Yeah, I was about to say that. What is your first impressions of this paddock and this championship? Because obviously you help out quite a few riders here.
The main thing with the paddock, I can't believe how busy it is and how many riders there are here. It's it's fabulous. And obviously I work at the BSBs and I go to GPs and World Superbikes and everything. So it's great to see young kids like this starting off that are building up and stepping stone through to these sort of things. Next step after here, I know now we have a lot of the riders at the BSB. Brad Ray, for example, obviously not in our helmet, unfortunately, but he's come through. He's won the BSB Championship now, and the World Superbike Championship. Lots of the riders are starting here. It's just fantastic.
And on a normal day-to-day basis, away from the paddocks, what is your job at LS2 Helmets?
I'm the sales director of LS2 for the UK, so I run the UK arm of it. So, as a company, we've been... Well, the parent company has been going for 33 years. LS2 as a brand has been going for 16 years. We supply helmets in over 105 countries now around the world, so I'm very honoured to be part of that in the UK.
And now LS2 Helmets have sponsored the MiniGP 70 class, and now it's the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. So what's it been like to have that involvement with a junior series and a real stepping stone to greater things?
Well, same as I said earlier, that is the point of it. We want to help these young riders, and as they progress through, hopefully they'll be wearing an LS2 helmet. And the winner of the championship this year is actually part of the prize. He will receive an LS2 helmet and sponsorship for the next year in the GP70 class. So it's a stepping stone for them. So we're just helping as much as we can.
Well, Paul, it's great to see you here, and it's great for you to come along this weekend.
Fantastic. Hope we can catch up at another round again soon.
Ollie Sims, I believe you're just about to head out, so just a quick one. How are you feeling this weekend?
Yeah, it's gone alright. I had a little spill yesterday on the Mini, but other than that, it's been alright.
And what's the class been like to race in this season? Because grids have massively expanded.
Yeah, it's a better grid than last year, which is good.
And is it harder to battle in? Is there more battles going on? What's it like on board the motorcycle?
Last round, it was really hard to overtake because we were all so close together.
And finally, any aims for this weekend here at Red Lodge?
Try and get my times up as much as I can, try and get a podium.
Well, good luck for this weekend. We're going to wish you all the best, of course, and we hope to see some great battles on the circuit.
Thank you.
So now it is time for the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. It's the one everyone's been waiting for all day. It's the premier class here at FAB, and these are the talents of the future, waiting in the holding area and waiting to go out to the track. So these riders waiting to make their way onto the circuit for what should be an incredible race ahead in qualifying. It was a fantastic qualifying to end off our qualifying for the weekend, because of course your qualifying results here at FAB will be your starting position for all 3 races this weekend. You can see the pole position, man. You can see Archie O'Brien, the number 91, the Spider-Man helmet, waiting and watching until they can head out for the start of the race. Tensions built here as it's only a 9-bike grid, but what a race we are going to see. So much talent is packed into this 9-bike field. There's not one slow rider here. We see that at Lid it was like a Moto 3 race, and hopefully, just hopefully, we can see that happen all over again. There's pole sitter Archie O'Brien. Alongside him in second position will be the number 7, Luke Fitchett, a 145.7 from Fitchett in qualifying. A great lap there from him, but Blake Wilson and Marco Holt will be on the second row of our grid. Bill Harrison, Harry Payne in 6th and 7th, and Ollie Sims and Austin Johnson rounded off our grid. So I don't know about you, but Adam, I cannot wait for this one.
No, absolutely me neither. I'm so excited to see these stars of tomorrow out here on the Red Lodge kart circuit. They've been absolutely they've been getting their laps in. They've been on it absolutely every single session, even in the Friday rain pour that we had a little bit. They were definitely out there trying to learn anything about this circuit.
Yep, they certainly were, and now the riders are trying to learn anything they can on the warm-up lap about the current track conditions, because this is the big one. This is the one that everyone wants to win. This is the one that sets up the talents for the futures. We've seen the likes of Casey O'Gorman, Josh Watley, Scott Ogden battling for this title, and even Evan Belford now. They're all going on to do great and wonderful things. It's the real building blocks, the real stepping stones for your future racing career. Archie O'Brien, he looks ready. The revs rise, they pin it, and then they release it. And Luke Fitchett and Marco Holt are going to be the first two leading the way. Luke Fitchett, though, manages to get that drive off the line. Archie O'Brien dropping all the way down to 4th position. He's still struggling with his starts on the 50 and the 70 machine. He seems to have practically mastered the 50, but still some work to do on the 70, that is clear. Bill Harris there having a battle with Ollie Sims and Harry Payne further down the order, but Luke Fitchett leading the way, leading this huge bunch of riders. 5 riders in this front leading battle, this front leading group, with Archie O'Brien having quite a lot of work to do, and that he's only given himself that.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a brilliant start, not an ideal start there for O'Brien in the Spider-Man helmet. They make their way now in towards the final corner of this circuit, and onto the second lap. We head now down towards the main straight. The bikes zip past us and in towards turn number 2 there. I think that was Blake Wilson, trying to make a move there on sorry, that was my mistake. Blake Wilson, no, it wasn't.
Blake Wilson in third at the moment, trying to make a move. You were correct there, but Marco Holt in second at the moment, trying to find any way past Luke Fitchett on that number 7 machine. Slightly new colour scheme for Luke Fitchett this year, but still the same amount of speed. Marco Holt, second position. He's trying to find a way past, coming back from injury, and he's looking incredibly strong. No Henry McCartney, it seems, this round here at Red Lodge, but still the same amount of action. Is now the front 5 turn to the front 4. Who can match the pace? Who can match the pace of a 45.962 from Luke Fitchett? What a lap time that was there. 3/10 at the line. It's definitely not that now. It's definitely shorter now, but Blake Wilson on the number 8 machine, getting followed by Archie O'Brien, who still, after 1 or 2 laps, hasn't made any inroads on the likes of Fitchett.
No, absolutely. They're still going right at it there. That's Archie O'Brien there at the back, still trying to make a move there on the number 8 rider of Blake Wilson. Head now in towards the Essex, flip-flapping their way out towards Simpson Straight. And Marco Holt there in second place, trying to make inroads on Luke Fitchett. But Fitchett is really out there. He's doing really well at the moment to just hold that lead to about 0.3 of a second ahead of the number 58. They're into turn 2 they go. And again, still trying to make moves on the inside and trying to distract their opponent, but I'm sure they'll have all eyes laser focused on the bike ahead.
Yep, laser focus indeed. As Luke Fitchett, he has clear track in front of him. He has his own lines to follow, his own braking markers to follow, and he has a raging Marco Holt behind him. Can he hold the pressure? Can he hold the position? Can he hold this pace? A 45.6 is now the lead pace. That's what you need to do to stay in this lead group. And you can already see Blake Wilson slightly dropping back after doing a 45.7 last time around. It's a very, very quick pace. And now we come over the start-finish line, and once again the battle's very, very close. 0.2 of a second at line this time around. The lap record around this circuit is a 43.941, so still quite a little bit off, but it is overcast here today, and that is set by Wilson Douts, the 5th place man actually. Wilson Douts has set that, of course, last year. Sunny conditions we had at this circuit, not that great today, but no rain. Dry running for everyone, and that's what we love to see. Is we get to see these great battles, these great groups, as Archie O'Brien continues to drop back with Blake Wilson. So it seems Blake Wilson is struggling to keep the pace of these front runners, and it looks like O'Brien's going to have to find a way past pretty soon to be able to compete for these front 2 positions.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw Wilson. I think he made a little bit of an error there, a little bit of twitch from the bike there, and Archie O'Brien is absolutely all over him, but he needs to try and get past that number 8, because he's starting to now lose a bit of time there behind the number 8 of Wilson. Joining back with this battle, Fitchett still holding off Holt. So I think Marco Holt will have this. He got a great launch off the start of the grid there, but that's really earned him second place for now. But can he do anything to try and get into this lead? And we now focus on our black bike of Archie O'Brien.
So I was looking at Blake Wilson at the moment, and it looks like he has some sort of issue with his gear shifter, or just the way that the bike's getting clicked into gear. And you can see it whenever he's downshifting, especially. He has to keep the bike almost upright, it seems, and it's mainly the back section circuit he's doing it. As we'll watch him do it. He's done it almost every single lap. So I don't think it was a mistake there from him. I think there's either a slight mechanical or a slight niggling issue that he needs to get around and ride around. As they come down the back straight now, we watch Blake Wilson and we wait to see him set up the bike ever so slightly just in the second half of this corner. He comes round, and then once he back shifts here, he has to properly set up the bike to be able to get that bike clicked into gear, get that bike clicked down the gear compared to all the other riders. So he's potentially losing some time there.
Yeah, so that's really unfortunate there. That'll be costing him a good couple of seconds throughout each. That's 5 laps left remaining. As Archie O'Brien now sets the fastest lap in that number 91. So they're all now starting to bunch up. So I think that might be because maybe it may be something to do with these leaders at the moment with the Fitchett and Holt. Holt's still on the back of Fitchett, so he might be just trying to pressurize him into a mistake. Keep Fitchett looking behind him, not laser scanned on the road ahead of him. But Holt there, maybe try a different line here, looking to the outside, but not quite poking that tyre inside just yet. I think he's going to save that for a couple of laps later. Luke Fitchett making his way towards the final chicane. Powering now out of the corner, and I think Holt's looking now to try and get past. Once again, we now switch to Harry Payne and Austin Johnson. This is the battle for 8th place, I believe.
Yeah, so at the moment, having the battle further down the order there, but now we await to see what's going to happen at the front. What's going to happen with this lead group? 4 laps to go in this race. Luke Fitchett leading the way on the number 7 machine. Marco Holt just behind. Blake Wilson slightly further behind, but it seems every single lap they're doing about the same lap times. If one of the riders does a 45.1, all of them do a 45.1. If the front boy, Luke Fitchett, does a 45.3, everyone else does that sort of time. So it seems that no one's really able to get the upper hand in this later stage of the race. 4 laps to go of this race to come to the line to make it 43 laps to go, as Luke Fitchett 45.088 and everyone else doing 45.1s or 45.2s. So now, is this Luke Fitchett's chance? Has he been holding something in the locker to now show what he can do? What can Marco Holt do? Can he match it?
Well, absolutely. It looks like he has been holding on, but I think that's a mistake there from Fitchett, and through goes Holt. Holt now leads the way here at Red Lodge Circuit, and they make their way now in towards the S's. I'm pretty sure Fitchett will be absolutely kicking himself. And I think that might have been a little mistake there. I think you may have gone a bit wide there.
He's off.
Oh, there's another one.
And, yeah, Archie O'Brien off in the exact same style coming out of that final corner.
Oh, there's another one.
And there's something down at that final corner there. So
red flag. Someone's calling red flag.
Got to come out there. 3 riders down, oil on the circuit, or some kind of substance on the circuit, causing riders to lose the rear coming out of that final turn. So
there might be no. Yeah, someone's fuming.
So 4 bikes down there at that final corner. A massive crash there. And we await for the red flags to come out of this circuit. Red flags are out now at the Marshall post, so the riders will make their way into the pit lane. Luke Fitchett, Wilson Delks, Harry Payne and Archie O'Brien all down at the final corner. And luckily, it looks like everyone is up on their feet. At the moment, Luke Fitchett there, up on his feet. Everyone's wondering what's happening there. There's Danny Webb, walking over there, checking on the riders. Luke Allen as well, checking on everyone, see what's happened. The riders discussing what happened there, because something had to be on the circuit for everyone to lose the rear like that. Holly Harris doing a great job as well, pushing Archie O'Brien's bike off the circuit there, but terrible incident there, not what you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely not. That was very much came as a surprise. There might have been maybe a bit of oil or something on the circuit, because there's no way that those all 4 riders can go off like that. That doesn't happen normally. Yeah. That's got to be like a few. I'm not sure of oil or leakage or.
Yeah, it had to be something on the circuit. You could just see the way that they lost the rear. Whenever you crash a bike on a substance, it's literally like riding on ice which we're about to see now as we see a replay of this incident at this final corner. It was Mark Holt, Luke Fitchett leading the way. Mark Holt managed to escape it, but Luke Fitchett's like riding on ice, and then Archie O'Brien following him through. And you can just wait and see Wilson Delks will appear in, as even the marshals, Holly Harris, being very, very lucky there. But Wilson Delks trying to pick up his bike, trying to tell Rice to slow down, but it's like on ice as Harry Payne also losing the rear there as well. So telling everyone to slow down and get this race stopped because something was on the circuit. And now we see some discussions anyway happening at its final corner to see exactly what's went on.
So, that's a very, very scary accident. That's not something you want to be seeing, especially with the way the marshals already came towards the two stricken bikes. And then the two other ones of, I believe, Harry Payne and Wilson Dilks following in. You just don't want to see that on a race circuit. So I think we're finishing off for the day. Luke Fitchett is your winner, ahead of Marco Holt. Blake Wilson will be on the podium. He's currently in P3 with Archie O'Brien in P4, Wilson Dilks P5. We had a Bill Harris, Harry Payne, Ollie Sims and Austin Johnson rounds out the 9 riders.
So coming up now is race 2 of the Premier Class here at FAB Racing. It's the big one. It is the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. It's a very, very talented field that we have here at FAB. Drama, to say the least, in race 1. It was the final race of Saturday's running, and wow, it delivered.
Oh, it absolutely did. We saw that. We saw so many battles. Of course, Marco Holt going for the lead there, and of course the suspicious substance on the circuit causing a 4-bike pile-up. So of course we'll be going through the grid in just a moment. They all line up on the front row. You see there in the Spider-Man helmet, Archie O'Brien on pole position, and he will be joined by the number 7 of Luke Fitchett. So that is your front row of the grid. So we now get ready for the formation lap. The revs are going to be rising there. You can see Archie O'Brien launching off the grid, and we'll be going through the grid formation with you in just a moment. So he's very excited for this race. It's going to be absolutely incredible seeing all these riders. So there you go. Archie O'Brien will be on pole position with a 45.5, and then Luke Fitchett will be alongside him. Blake Wilson will be lining up on the second row of the grid in 3rd place with Marco Holt, who took the lead, but can he replicate that today? Wilson Dilks will be in 5th ahead of Bill Harris on the 3rd row of the grid. Harry Payne will be in 7th with Ollie Sims, and Austin Johnson will be lining up in P9. So I don't think Wilson Dilks will be participating. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and find out, but a hefty crash at the end of race 1. I believe it was either water or coolant on the final corner, causing 4 riders to crash on the final corner, and it caused a red flag to the race. Holly Harris, one of the marshals that ran out to try help them, she's injured. She's on crutches at the moment, and Wilson Dilks, I believe, has a broken wrist. Marco Holt's dad was telling me this morning. But we'll go racing for race 2. If we look to the lights, the revs will rise, and we go racing, and wow, what a start there. Luke Fitchett getting the race lead, but there's Blake Wilson into turn 1. Blake Wilson is here, and he's showing his form. Archie O'Brien in 3rd position at the moment, but Marco Holt getting pushed down to 4th place. Harry Payne making his way up to 5th, but Blake Wilson, the number 8, wow, that was unexpected there. What a launch that was from him. Bill Harris, he had a massive wheelie off the line and a shake of the head. He was not happy with that one at all. The revs, and he let go the clutch slightly too early, but the revs were slightly too high for that one. But Blake Wilson leading the way. We've seen it yesterday. He looked strong. He could match the pace for quite a while. He's struggling ever so slightly in the late race pace, but we're going to wait and see. It's been a whole night of thinking. It's been a whole night of wondering how you can improve, and now this is where we see who can improve as Austin Johnson makes his way past Harry Payne further down in the field, but at the line 0.2 of a second separated Wilson, from Fitchett, from O'Brien, from Holt.
Oh, fantastic start there from Blake Wilson. He really made the start that he needed. That's going to be so crucial for this race lead. He will need to be in that position to have any chance of winning this race. But he's got some fast riders in behind him. You can see there the number 7 of Fitchett, the Spider-Man helmet of Archie O'Brien. These guys are going to be going right at it. And of course, our leader before the red flag in race 1, Marco Holt, is even at the back of this train. So these are the 4 main protagonists of this race. It seems like they now head towards turn 1, and that's a Marco Holt trying to overtake Archie O'Brien, but he's just going to back off in the early stage of this race. No risk to be taken in the early stage. We now follow back with our leader, and Blake Wilson continue to lead this race ahead of Luke Fitchett. And I just wonder if Fitchett can do anything about this at the moment, and that's a wide moment there from O'Brien. He's allowed the 58 of Marco Holt to go through. So Holt up to 3rd place now. He will complete the podium places, and Archie O'Brien once again, another mistake from O'Brien. He'll be kicking himself once again. He'll be hoping to try and lessen the mistakes for race 3, because that's going to be crucial if he wants to get a win in this class.
Yeah, but he's going to want to take the race win, but so is Blake Wilson. 10 laps to go. He is hungry for it. There was a lot of drama in round 1 and 2 of Blake Wilson. There was some contact made. He was put off into the gravel at the final corner, and he was absolutely livid, to say the least. And now he's back for vengeance. He's back to take the race win in his eyes. He leads by just 1/10 of a second at the line. The fastest lap of the race will go to Marco Holt at the moment for 44.9. That's slightly off the lap record, around half a second. But Luke Fitchett still in 2nd place at the moment. Luke Fitchett, he's great at defending, and now he's gonna have to find something. This track's so tight, it's so twisty, but Luke Fitchett, he's trying to make it work, going into the final corner. Can he make it work? Yes, he does. He makes it stick. The number 7 leading from the number 8, and the 58 just behind the Marco Holt at the back of this league 3. So this is going to be absolute fireworks in the final 9 laps.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And again, like you said, we've now got 8 laps remaining of this race, and it's still going off between our leading trio of Fitchett, Wilson and Holt. Fitchett now leading this race. Holt all over the back of Wilson, really putting that 8 under pressure, as Holt now looking towards this outside, maybe trying different lines, as we've seen a lot of riders today doing, and they switch that now down the Simpsons straight and heading towards this final chicane. You see there Fitchett getting a little bit of a lead there, so that's going to be a bit crucial, and you'll need these two to battle. You see that green and purple helmet of Marco Holt trying everything, and then the lime green rims of Blake Wilson just trying to be the cork in the bottle between these two. So Fitchett now leading this race, but again, Holt having to try and do anything at this rate.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what's going to happen, because Holt, he looks like he's desperate for a way pass, and I understand why, because last time around Blake Wilson, he was about 3/10 away from Fitchett's pace, but they've definitely caught up this lap, so it's going to be interesting to see what the lap time is going to be like. But is Marco Holt trying to replicate something here like what Fitchett did to Blake Wilson? I'm sure Blake Wilson will be trying to defend onto the Simpson Straight the best he can after that move was made on him. That's how you learn here in the LC2 Helmets Mini GP 70 class. These are the talents of the future, and you can see why. They're so quick, they're fast, they're furious, and Marco Holt is wanting to find any way through. He's gonna have to make it fit. He's gonna have to get a better drive somewhere and get alongside him. He's been doing a lot of running in Spain this year. He was just at Spain last weekend. He picked up a podium place as well out there. He's been very, very impressive as there Blake Wilson doing what he was doing yesterday, setting up that bike a lot more midway through the corner to get the bike back shift compared to all the other riders. But Marco Holt, he's desperate for a move, and he's clearly wanting to battle for that race win.
Oh, he definitely seems in the mood to try and get this move done. Marco Holt in there behind there. He wants to try and overtake Wilson as much as he can, trying a different line here. Wilson wanted to go on the inside there to try and distract Fitchett, but it's just left him in the clutches of Holt here. So there's still remaining 3 aligned here with Fitchett ahead of Wilson, ahead of Holt, but there's still such minimal margins between these 3 riders. They all dive in there and lean into a Warren in unison, but it's going to be the 7 ahead of the 8, ahead of the 58.
Yep. 5 laps remain in this race, and now it's going to be something special. I can guarantee you the 3 podium positions you're watching right in front of you. 3 different lines were made as Marco Holt makes the move for second position. The 58 alongside, but Blake Wilson, he's looking for any way past. He looks fired up now, does Blake Wilson. He knows that this is not over just yet. He almost hits into the back of Marco Holt there into turn 2. The 2 lines merge into one very, very quickly into there. You seem to release the brake and on you go, but look how quick Marco Holt has managed to catch up to Luke Fitchett there. Luke Fitchett right closed in now. He's going to be right under a lot of pressure at the line last time around. The gap between Holt and Fitchett was almost 7/10 of a second. Now is absolutely nothing. It's not even half a bike length. So now they head onto the Simpson Straight. 4 laps remaining. The number 7 from the 58 as now Blake Wilson begins to lose touch.
Yeah, so fantastic battle there, and Holt has managed to get past Fitchett. That's going to be really crucial. He's having a look there. You see the bike moving everywhere. It seems so active through that turn 1 before French curve as they begin to pile on the brake pressure. But through 180 we go, and Fitchett feeling the pressure there. Is he feeling it in the rear, in his nerves? I wonder how those nerves are actually feeling in the veins of Luke Fitchett. They head now down the wall straight, and there goes Michael Holt having looked to the inside. He did that in race 1, but it's not come off yet. But still 3 laps to go with this race. It's Fitchett versus Holt.
Yep, Fitchett versus Holt here at Red Lodge. Who's going to win? It's going to be a duel to the line, that is for sure. But look at that, no gap between them. 3 laps to go in this race, about to make it 2, and now heading into turn 2 into Senna. The number 7 leading the way. Holt, though, it looks like his best options after the straight run. There's Ollie Sims having a battle with Harry Payne further down in the field at the moment, but now they're going to power it through onto the straight run, out of the Warren, into the long left-hander. Before we go into the S's, we've seen Holt trying something last lap. He's trying something new this lap, a slightly wider line there from him, trying to get the drive onto the Simpson Straight.
Yeah, so fantastic. You see there a few line changes there, just trying different lines as we've been seeing all throughout this weekend. Luke Fitchett through the final corner, they'll zip their way over the start-finish line to start the final lap of this race. This is going to heat up in the final few corners here at Red Lodge.
Final couple of corners left. The final mile of racing. Ollie Sims finds a way through on Harry Payne. So Harry Payne, slight mistake there from him. But all eyes are on the race leader. It's Luke Fitchett still leading the way from Holt. Holt's building up. Holt's building the attack. We've seen him trying to make a move. He tried it once again on the final lap. It's not worked now, though. So Holt, he's going to have to find something special. He's going to have to get a perfect drive out of the S's onto the Simpson Straight. Now we head round on the Simpson Straight. It's going to be a last corner move, or will it be a drag race to the line? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Luke Fitchett leading the way from Holt, and Holt is not going to get it. Luke Fitchett wins the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 race from Marco Holt, 1/10 of a second at the line. Blake Wilson comes home in 3rd, and Archie O'Brien, he didn't manage to have the race pace in that race. He comes home in 4th place. Austin Johnson will cross the line in just a second's time to take that 5th from Finlay Paul Hill, and Bill Harris in 7th, and Ollie Sims should beat Harry Payne for that 8th position. But wow, what a duel we had.
Yeah, incredible. You just saw there, Luke Fitchett was absolutely delighted with himself, taking his 5th win of the season in this class. He's really proving to be the star of the Mini GP 70 class. Marco Holt managed to make that overtake on Blake Wilson, but he will only be good enough for 2nd here. And of course, Wilson will be completing the podium. We'll move into the top 10. There you go. Luke Fitchett is your winner by a 1/10 of a second, and Holt and Wilson joining him on the podium. Archie O'Brien in P4 ahead of Austin Johnson. Finlay Paul Hill will finish in 6th with Bill Harris, and Ollie Sims in 8th with Harry Payne. And what a finish here for the LS2 Helmets MK Mini BGP British Championship.
It's the final race of the weekend. It's the final time that we'll see the big one. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship Race 3. A lot of build-up has went on. towards this race. Some of the riders are in the pit lane, in the holding area, and are looking focused at the moment. We've had some great racing so far in this class. A lot of drama. There was a big crash in the race one at the end of Saturday's action. There was some water or some coolant that dropped out one of the machines, causing the likes of Luke Fitchett, Wilson Delks to crash out the race. Archie O'Brien also another one of the victims to that fall. Harry Payne falling as well. So a lot of drama, a lot of action. But within all that drama, there's been some awesome racing with some great talents.
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing watching the stars tomorrow making their way out onto the grid and doing battle around the Red Lodge circuit. And it's been honestly an absolute experience to see these guys in action and seeing what the future holds for such young riders. These guys are still so young and they want to get on the international stage as much as possible, hoping to make it to Spain or making their way onto the international stage. But I'm sure we'll be seeing them very, very soon on the big stages.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. And so far this weekend, it's been Archie O'Brien who has been started on pole position after setting a 45.509 in qualifying. Luke Fitchett is alongside him on the front row of the grid. Blake Wilson will start the race from third, with Mark Holt alongside him in the second row of our grid, with Wilson Delks trying to make a comeback. Will he start his race? Let's find out. In fifth place, with Bill Harris alongside him after setting a 47.219. Harry Payne will begin the race from seventh position, with Ollie Sims and Austin Johnson rounding out our front row. So it's time for the final race of the weekend.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely all guns blazing, and I'm so looking forward to the final race. It's been an absolute pleasure to be commentating over all the action. Myself and Lewis have really enjoyed ourselves, but yeah, we move on to the final race of the evening. And what a way to finish it off.
What a way to finish it off. The revs will build very soon. The tension has already began. You can see Archie O'Brien warming up his bike to say he's definitely making sure it's ready to race. He's revving it flat out. They are going to put it all on the line. It is the big one, and now the lights are on. The lights are off and we go racing. It's Archie O'Brien who struggles at the start once again. Luke Fitchett takes the race lead. Mark Holt hanging it out to dry on the outside through turn one, while Blake Wilson slips up the inside of Archie O'Brien, slipping him down to fourth position. Harry Payne having a good start as well in fifth place at the moment, but at the front, Luke Fitchett, the number 7, begins to lead the way in this race. Mark Holt, what can he do? He's been so dominant in the 50 class this weekend. Can he get this race won in the 70? We're going to have to wait and find out. The 58 machine, a wider line, and it looks like he was held up mid-corner there from Luke Fitchett. What's the run going to be like on the Simpson Straight? Will he try and make a move into the final corner, or will he wait until turn one, the French curve? Let's find out. It's going to be a run to the line. Who's going to get the better drive? Who's going to have more speed on the start-finish straight? Archie O'Brien still in that fourth place as now we head into Senna.
Oh, some brilliant start there from Luke Fitchett. He's managed to get the launch that he needed, and on the way through the snaking section, he'll be joined by Marco Holt. Holt is just in behind there with Blake Wilson just following up. Archie O'Brien there is starting to fall out back a bit, but I'm sure with the batting going on at the front of the field, which you've been seeing all weekend long, I'm sure he'll be getting in the battle. It's just very, very soon. Marco Holt trying the outside there, but he's just going to go and switch it back, and now just try and get the run here. He'll be analysing what Fitchett does, what is he not good at, and what will be his advantages, and he'll be looking at that and trying to suss it all out as we make our way through the race.
Yep, 10 laps remain in the race at the moment though, so look, Fitchett, plenty of time to hold back maybe something special for the final couple of laps. Blake Wilson, the fastest lap of the race, at 45.127. He's sitting there in third place, slightly behind these two riders at the moment. So Luke Fitchett, the number 7 machine, still leading the way from Mark Holt. Mark Holt though, he's looking very, very aggressive. We've seen that a couple of times in race 2. He just tries to show his front nose there on the entry to the long left-hander. He backs out of it though every single time. It's quite a tricky place. You almost need Luke Fitcher to set up for any hope of a move through there. But now onto the start-finish straight now, and to make it 9 laps to go this weekend of FAB-Racing. It's been a great round 3 so far, and let's end it on the high with this superb battle forming for the race lead. 3 bikes in one group.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic watching Marco Holt now setting the fastest lap. But guess what? The top 3 have all done a 45.0. This is the pace they're dealing with. Every single etch matters. So if one makes a mistake, then they're all then he's gonna go, oh, there's a massive accident. There's 2 bikes involved there. They need to pick those up immediately. And there's the 27, I believe.
Yeah, that's Austin Johnson and Finlay Paulhill crashing out of the race there. Finlay Paulhill taking a bit longer to get remounted on that motorcycle, on that 199 machine. But there's Marco Holt. He's trying a different line every single corner compared to the man in front of him, and that is how that's your only chance around the circuit, to try and make some time and to try and get a better drive onto the next corner, because it seems to be in this infield section corner after corner after corner, and it's real one side of the tyre to the other, so it's almost impossible to make a move without your rival making the mistake.
Yeah, we've been hearing that the riders saying it's you don't have a time to take a breath on this circuit. You don't have time to take a break. You're into the next corner and into the next. Your only breaks really is the straight run, which we've just been down, but it's still Luke Fitcher out on the top here ahead of Marco Holt, but in towards the next sequence of corners, which is the final corner. They'll power their way down towards turn number 1, and Marco Holt straight on the brakes here, trying to get anything, and once again we've seen the different lines off-putting riders, and this is the way to be overtaken, and I just wonder if Fitcher is going to fall foul of that under the pressure of Marco Holt.
Fitcher setting his personal best lap of the race of 44.971.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and RedBull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship.
You join us after lunch, and well, you've watched some highlights from earlier on in the season, and now, well, similar conditions. The sun is out and the Pit Bike 140s are in the holding area. You join myself, Lewis Ray and Ross McIntyre in the commentary box for the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. We have a couple race 2s remaining, and then the 10 final races of the year. Race 3s will also be coming up, and well, a couple riders in the hole in there. Not everyone is ready to go just yet. Some of them should probably just finish launch a little bit late to come to the hole in area, but we will go racing. A slightly reduced grid this time around. Lee Klaus, she didn't have time to finish her lunch. She's still eating it in the hole in area before we go racing. Once again, a busy schedule here today at Fab. So Lee Klaus enjoying a burger in the pit lane, but Rob Keys as well, luckily he has ate his lunch, so Rob Keys, he's been able to eat his lunch, and now we will go racing just a moment's time. It's going to be exciting Pit Bike 140 race, so the riders, they'll be waiting, they'll be watching. The championship is already wrapped up in this one, so Chris Wells, he's got the number 1 plate on. We are moments away for race 2 to get underway. Ross, it's going to be an interesting race, and well, the Pit Bike 140 always delivers some great action for us, but with only 9 riders, who knows, could this be the chance for Jamie King to win his first races 2021?
Well, we did run into him in town the other night on the way to our final Fab dinner together as Motorsport Radio Team, and we ran into Jamie King, and he promised us that he would get a win today. He's got 2 races to do it in. Let's see if he gets it out of the way in race 1. Liam Wood, you can see there at the front of your photo, the number 94, dominant victory yesterday in race 1. Also confirmed himself as the vice champion of the Pit Bike 140s in 2023. So of course, a big congratulations to him for that. He's going from pole position, and he has been mighty all weekend, but it's very different conditions to Friday and Thursday, and crucially to race 1. It is now bone dry out on the circuit. The sun is beaming down. The wind is also quite low, which is the first time that's happened all weekend. It's been very, very windy for the most part as the riders make their way out of the holding area. and out to the grid. They'll just cut through. They did go the wrong way yesterday in race 1. Hopefully they've been told that they need to do a little cut through, and then they'll be making their way onto the grid. And yes, they have gone the right way. Fantastic. So we will have a full race of full laps and only one formation lap, and not have 2 formation laps and get a lap taken off just because no one knows where they're going, which you think as a rider in the Pit Bike 140s you would know what's going on, but we'll have to wait and see. Hello and welcome back to the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship and the final round of the 2023 season. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, and alongside me, Lewis Reyes. We are getting ready for the second race of the Pit Bike 140s. The sun is beaming down, and as they make their way out on their formation lap, it is the number 94, your new vice champion of 2023, Liam Wood. He starts from the pole position with Jamie King alongside him. Michael Med, he was very quick yesterday until a crash down at the second turn. He'll start in P3 with Bailey Lawrence. A brilliant ride from her yesterday. She starts in P4. Your champion Chris Wells is 5th alongside Cameron Saul in P6. Keaton Payne is 7th with Robert Med in 8th, and Sean Whitaker round out our grid of 9 bikes for this race 2. We had a great race 1 yesterday, Lewis. Lots of dramatic action, lots of great battles, some individual standout rides as well. Bailey Lawrence comes to one, was fighting for a podium with champion Chris Wells, one of the best rides of her career so far, but now it's completely different positions. The wind has dropped, the sun is out. It's going to be, every lap's going to be a learning experience for these riders.
It will indeed. Bailey Lawrence extremely quick here at the Three Sisters circuit, and Bailey Lawrence, you will notice she has a number 1 shirt on. That's because she became the Pit Bike 140 Rookies champion of the season, the best rookie of the year, so she is celebrating that one in style with a pink number 1 on her shirt. But she'll start the race in 4th position after a great qualifying, so far a great weekend. But Jamie King, he is on the front row of the grid. He's going to have to get his elbows out in this one, though. He's going to hope that Michael May doesn't get as good of a start on that 777. But the point to the flag, which Rob Keys has, will be made. The flag will go up in the air, and the flag drops now. The flag goes here racing for the first time, for the second time in the Pit Bike 140 class. And now the Pit Bike 140s continue to race on. And straight away, a great start there from Liam Wood. Liam Wood at the front of the field on the 94 machine. So Liam Wood lead the field away. Jamie King up into 2nd position on the 76 machine. And there is the 777. Straight away, Michael Metz, he dropped down. He's still in 3rd position, not as good of a start. He's going right the outside of Jamie King there. So Jamie King in 2nd position. A big gap already forming from Liam Wood further behind. So Liam Wood, he's still continuing to battle away on the 76 machine. So what can Jamie King do? He's going to have to push on in the early stages of this race. A 12-lap dash for the cash here in the Pit Bike 140 class. Chris Wells, he's making his way up the order straight away with a bright white helmet, the number 1 plate on the front of that one. He's in 3rd. He's trying to make that a 2nd when he has in the straight away ahead of Jamie King. He loses 2 positions on 1 corner. So Jamie King, he is all the way down into 4th position on the 76 machine. 12 laps remaining still in this race. Keaton Payne a little bit further behind these guys. He's in 5th position. A good race for him so far, but at the front, Liam Wood leads away from Chris Wells. Michael Med in 3rd and Jamie King in 4th. Michael Med diving down the inside in 2nd position. He goes 777 in 2nd position. Can he catch up to Liam Wood? We've seen yesterday he was able to match the pace in race 1. Can he do it in race 2 is a whole different question. The sun is beaming on this Three Sisters circuit. A little wave there from Chris Wells. That is just the definition of Chris Wells. He'll have a massive smile underneath his helmet for that one, and continues to race hard.
Inches between them up the top of the circuit. Chris Wells gives them a wave that slides on through. Yeah, well, what do you say about the man, the champion of 2023, the happiest man in the FAB-Racing paddock, as we always call him? And that is how you make a move. Jamie King still on the back of that battle as well. Further back, Keaton Payne fighting with Bailey Lawrence for P5 as it stands. She had a bit of a disappointing start, dropped back a few places, but managed to slide herself into P6 and now is fighting with the 1-1-2 just ahead as well. Cameron Saul is not far behind her, but Bailey Lawrence, your champion of the unofficial rookie class that we have here in the Pit Bike 140s, as you can see, indicated by the shiny t-shirt that she's wearing over her leathers as she has a look up the inside. She'll be fighting hard once again though. Oh, Jamie King up the inside of Michael Med, a mistake from Michael Med. Jamie King slides on through, heading into the Conrod straight. Now I think Chris Wells may have just shot him and seen gesture behind him as well. I just saw him raise a certain finger to Jamie King as they were heading down the straight. Oh, Chris Wells. Oh, his antics never get old, do they? But it's Chris Wells currently P2, Jamie King following, Michael Med just behind. And I can assure you, under every single one of their helmets, there is a massive smile. And importantly, these guys are not too far behind Liam Wood either. Yesterday, Liam Wood kind of disappeared into the distance. He had about a 4-second gap come the checkered flag. At the moment, it only stands at just over a second.
They're catching.
So it's very, very close at the moment. It looks like Robert Med has retired from the race, unfortunately for him. But as it stands, it's Liam Wood from Chris Wells, from Jamie King, from Michael Med, your top four.
These guys look to be catching. Liam Wood at the front. Jamie King continues to battle with the 777. Now we come around the final sector and the final corner of Lunar Bend towards the finish line now. Chris Wells, fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute flat, 4/10 of a second gap. Jamie King, he set his personal best lap of the race, a 101.238 last time around. But these guys are catching. They took 6/10 of a second out of Liam Wood's advantage last time around. Jamie King and Michael Med, if they continue to battle, they could see themselves going to no man's land pretty soon. They need to keep catching and keep sticking with Chris Wells, because he's already caught up to the back of Liam Wood. So these guys can slow each other up as well. It's going to be an interesting dynamic for the final laps of the Pit Bike 140 race. This is the battle for first. Chris Wells, he looks up the inside, he backs out of it. Chris Wells, our champion this year, he's in second. He knows the only place where he wants to be is first. Liam Woods, of course, he battled for the championship this season with Chris Wells. These guys have been rivals on and off the circuit, but they still have a good laugh during the night. Currently, fastest lap, it's Chris Wells who holds the advantage. What's it going to be though as they come to the line this sprint? Chris Wells goes even faster and takes the race lead, a 1 minute 0.7, an incredible time, an incredible move there, and straight away back goes Liam Wood into the Coward Summit. Who's going to come out on top though? Liam Wood it is. Will Chris Wells be able to catch up an advantage? And Chris Wells powers out through. He has fastest lap, and now he's looking down to make a move for the race leader. Jamie King looks to be somewhat catching. 1.2 seconds was the gap between himself and second position last time around. We'll have to wait and see. That looks to have halved at least for the 76 rider. So who knows, in a couple of laps time we could potentially have 4 riders battling for the win.
We're going to have to wait and see what is going to unfold. Oh, a big wobble there for Liam Wood coming out of the S's section. Very lucky to stay on the bike. Chris Wells, he smells blood. He's looking to the inside once again as they head through Luna Corner and back onto the Conrod Straight to make it 7 laps left to run in this race. So here goes Chris Wells, pulls up to the inside. Doesn't make any gestures this time. That's a bit different, but sweeps on through to take the lead. A nice move there by Chris Wells. He's now getting the hammer down shortly. His last lap was a little bit faster than Chris Wells, a 101.143 compared to a 101.209. Lovely move there by Liam Wood up the inside through the Joey Dunlop corner, and now neck and neck down the pit straight. Who's going to have the inside line? It will be Chris Wells. Can Liam Wood hold it on the outside? Liam Wood will sweep through. He'll have the inside line. Chris Wells to the outside, coming into the awkward hairpin, and Liam Wood will just about hold on. Oh, slightly wide there. That was Michael Bent in the background who's got up into third place. But it will be, for the time being, Liam Wood who leads.
Liam Wood on the 94. What an impressive ride it's been. What a race it's been so far. A little bit of public smoke out of his exhaust there. But Chris Wells just behind the number 1 plate, still in him. Well, he set a faster lap. He has the fastest lap of the race, still does Chris Wells. But can he go even quicker? Everyone else, the front 4 in the 101 bracket, as Chris Wells down the inside. Once again, what a move into the Pentif climb and straight away into the lead. Can we see Liam Wood fight back into the braking zone, into the Joey Dunlop corner? Can he make it work? No, he cannot. Maybe into, yet again, into Paddock Bend. He looks for it. The room shuts the door straight away, but now already Michael Med he's caught up. Jamie King, he's struggling to have the pace to be able to close the gap, but if these guys battle, as we see here with Michael Med going into second position, if these guys continue to battle, then we can see King back into the mix. Oh, straight away Liam Wood there. He's tucked the front, he's down, and he did a little roll on the grass himself, but up on his feet. He should be okay after that one, and straight away just disappointed. Of course, no remounting here at Three Sisters for any class. So Liam Wood, he's going to have to push that one to the side of the track and retire. A three-way fight at the front. Chris Wells from Michael Med from Jamie King, and Jamie King, he looks like he's ready to attack.
And then there were three. A big shame for the vice champion Liam Wood, who slides off the bike heading out of the S's section. But now as we come down through the Joey Dunlop corner and onto the pit straight, Michael Med is all over the back of your champion Chris Wells. He's looking left, he's looking right, but can he find a way through? That is the real question. It looks like Jamie King has a slight advantage through the twisty section down the middle of the track, but up the big fast bit down the back end, it's all about Chris Wells and Michael Med. That's where they're pulling away, that's where they're pulling the gap. And as they head through the S's section this time, they are fighting, so that will allow Jamie King to have a lifeline as they make their way through the Rogerson straight, and through goes Michael Med into the lead. Oh, almost contact between the front and rear wheels of the leaders there. Chris Wells had to really jump on the brakes to stop there being an accident, but now he's got a big run. Heading onto the Conrod straight, it's going to need to be a big move, sweeping around the outside, sends another wave to Michael Med. Chris Wells with a genius move around the outside, but it's not done yet, still neck and neck. Michael Med will hold on for the time being. As they come into the Joey Dunlop corner, it is Michael Med that leads, and it's 4 laps to go.
4 laps remain in the Pitbull 140 race. Michael Med defends for his life in the race lead on the 777. Jamie King, 76, he's in 3rd position. Now the gap's really started to form. Last time around, 4/10 of a second was the gap between himself and Chris Wells in 2nd position. So Chris Wells, he's going to want to fight back round the outside. You look there, but he's just trying to take a wider sweeping line and trying to carry a little bit more corner speed compared to Med on the 777 machine. Cameron Sewell further down the field, he's having a battle with Bailey Lawrence. So Bailey Lawrence having a great battle. Keaton Payne as well, watching this one unfold. So this is the battle for 4th position, just off the podium places, but Cameron Sewell on the back of Bailey Lawrence. Bailey Lawrence looking in the corner of her eye, seeing if Sewell would launch an attack. No, he will not. A massive puff of smoke actually for the 200 machine. He's trying to line up a move, he's trying to get the drive onto the Conrod straight. Can he make it work? Cameron Sewell or Bailey Lawrence? Who's going to be ahead? Keaton Payne now gets involved on the 112 machine, and no one able to launch an attack.
Not quite yet. Bailey Lawrence still holding on to a fantastic 4th place at the moment, obviously after Liam Wood's down, getting promoted into P4, and she's doing superb once again, holding off Cameron Sewell, who is a fine rider indeed. As they head through the paddock bend, Sewell's looking left, looking right, can't find the gap. He's going to try and have a go to the outside, heading into the opening hairpin of Lucy's Valley, but again just cannot find the gap. As here we see Cameron Sewell 19.5 seconds behind the leaders. That is the advantage that the likes of Michael Med, Chris Wells and Jamie King have up the front at the moment, but it's still Bailey Lawrence that holds P4 as it stands. They'll be coming on to the penultimate lap of the race as they round the final corner now at Luna Bend, and there are your leaders: Wells, Med, King in that order, but it's not over yet. Anything can happen in the pit bike 140s, and it usually does, because Michael Med is all over the back of Chris Wells, and Jamie King is closing in behind. It will be 1 lap to go when they come to the line in just half a lap's time. Can Chris Wells hold on to this lead? He managed to get a podium yesterday in race 1 after a titanic battle with Bailey Lawrence, in which he ultimately came out on top. Can he go even better and get the win today as he closes the door on the 777 heading into Luna Bend? And now it is it. One more tour of Three Sisters in race 2 for the pit bike 140s. Last that board held out by the marshals as they make their way up the Conrod straight. No one's going to be close enough to challenge into Penrith's Rise for the final time. And coming into Coward Summit, it is still single file racing as they head through. Maybe Michael Med challenges into Joey Dunlop. No, he does not. He decides to stay behind and tries to get the exit for a look into Paddock Bend, but he's going to have to go the long way round. He won't be close enough. Maybe the switchback into the hairpin on the entry of Lucy's Valley as Chris Wells continues to go on the defensive. Jamie King can only watch behind as it stands, but maybe he'll get closer as Michael Med was held up there by the slow going Chris Wells, and no, Jamie King has to back out of that move. Heading into the S's section, it's still Wells from Med, from King, your top three. Oh, huge crash, Med goes down, Jamie King slides through. The yellow flag will be out. Chris Wells will win this race. Jamie King inherits P2, but a huge accident for the 777 of Michael Med in the closing stages. Chris Wells takes a well-deserved victory. Great to see that Michael is up on his feet after a massive tumble. But wow, that is not what you want to see. But this means that this is the battle for P3. So here we go, coming to the line. Can Bailey Lawrence get a podium over Cameron Saul? Yes, she can. Bailey Lawrence takes P3. After that accident, she'll be unawares of what's happened until she makes it back to the pit lane. Great to see Chris Wells has pulled over with some other riders to check in on Michael Med, make sure he's okay. I'm not sure what happened. There may have been contact between the rear wheel of Wells and the front wheel of Med, and it just sent him over the handlebars. A bizarre and violent incident, but great to see that he's up on his feet. And hopefully the bike is okay, and we can see him back out there in race 3 later on. Just speaking with some of the marshals as the rest of the riders make their way across the line. Once again, Chris Wells took the race victory with Jamie King second and Bailey Lawrence in P3rd. But what a shame. That is not how we want to see a race end. But great to see that Michael Med is up on his feet. Chris Wells took the victory with Jamie King in P2. Bailey Lawrence, a great ride, inherited a podium in the Pit Bike 140s. Cameron Saul was 4th with Keaton Payne P5 and Sean Whittaker P6. And we did lose Michael Med, Alfie Davidson, Liam Wood and Robert Med in that race. Of course, these riders, they'll be back out there for race 3, the final race of the Pit Bike 140 season later on today.
This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship, title decider.
In the Mini F1 Sidecars this season, we've seen a bit of everything. We've seen drama on and off the circuit, and race 1 was just like that. The championship rivals, Jason and Leo Greenstreet and Mick Williams and Michael Elms, collided, forcing them both to DNF from the race. It was drama off the circuit after that. Mick Williams was absolutely livid. He had plenty to say about the accident and broke his fairing in the process, which is why today Mick Williams, he'll be running a white front fairing, only the sides will be his usual Red Bull colours. But in all the drama, Mick Lee won his first ever Mini F1 sidecar race here at Three Sisters. It's a brand new circuit here this weekend. The sunshine is out, perfect conditions for racing. Chris and Robert MP as well, watching on, relaxed, and they're waiting to go racing. The number 90 of Jason and Leo Greenstreet's sidecar outfit, that's currently at the back of the pit lane at the moment. No one in that just yet as they await to go racing for the first time on Saturday. They were racing on Friday and Saturday here at Three Sisters. A new challenge for these riders. It's an incredibly quick circuit to try and master, and well, we've seen it yesterday. It can cause a lot of drama. Corners tighten up quicker than what you could imagine. That is what happened. Jason Greenstreet lost control, heading to Mick Williams, forcing them both to retire. What's going to happen in race 2 though? It's going to be an interesting battle. The championship continues on, and well, since none of them scored any points, 35 points is the gap in the championship. They need to reduce it to 24 or below after this race 2. Well, bringing you through it is myself, Lewis Schratt, and Ross McIntyre alongside me. And Ross, it's going to be an interesting one. The Mini F1 sidecars drama is rising, and well, who knows what's going to happen in this one if race 1's anything to go by.
We will have to wait and see, Lewis Ray. But the Greenstreets need to outscore Mick Williams on the 26 by 11 points, and that is made harder for them by the fact that they are being held for a delayed start as a penalty for the incident yesterday. So I assume they'll line up at the back of the grid, not on their pole position slot. And when the green flag drops, they will have to wait for 10 seconds, and then they will be given a green flag to go racing. So it's going to be tough for the Green Streets. You can see them there sitting against the wall, getting ready, getting prepared, getting in the zone. But Mick Williams currently now holds the advantage in the championship as a result of that, alongside his 35-point lead. He's got the spare fairing on the bike today for race 2, and the number 26 painted on the white fairing. But you may also notice that just on the front of the fairing, so there's a bit of tape that reads the number 1. A little bit of mind games there from Mick Williams. He was absolutely furious yesterday. He's normally very calm, very collected. You know, he just wants to have a good race. He's quite a quiet individual, actually. But yesterday, he was livid. And, well, maybe some mind games against the Green Streets. He is not happy about the incident that happened yesterday. Of course, if you have not seen that, please go back and watch race 1. It has possibly been the most dramatic sidecar race here at FAB-Racing in a long, long time. And it was at a crucial moment as well, in the final weekend of the season, with the championship on the line. And here in race 2, it very much could be decided. It's the eternal sidecar champion, Mick Williams, the most dominant force in mini F1 sidecar racing in Britain, against the challengers, the number 90 of Jason and Leo Greenstreet. We're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen, as we're just waiting to get out there. There is Mick Williams, focusing in, getting ready to go racing. He knows there's a championship on the line. You can see that number 1 tape plastered on there, the 26 painted on alongside. He's getting ready to go racing here at Three Sisters. And there's not long left to go now before it is green flag drops and we are underway. And the rider's getting ready. It looks like we're all ready to go racing. And well, Lewis Ray alongside me in the commentary box. If race 1 was dramatic, race 2 could be off the charts.
It certainly will be. The mini F1 sidecars are waiting to go out, and drama and tension is building within the class. It's the highest it's been in years. Mick Williams, the 26 on the front of that, made by duct tape. They're going to go out with it. It worked. And that's just the way it's going to have to be for this time out. It's really a makeshift option. They weren't expecting that to happen. Nobody was expecting what happened in race 1 to happen. But Jason Will Greenstreet starting from the back of the field, and then a 10-second wait. They have a lot of ground to wait. So what's going to happen? A lot of people interested in this race. You can just see the amount of people watching on trackside. A lot of people have came down to Three Sisters Circuit just to watch the racing unfold here today. Extremely sunny conditions. Perfect to get a tan while you watch these bikes out on the circuit. So the number 98 leaving pit lane now, Jason Leo Greenstreet. What can they do from this one? How is the tension going to be between himself and Mick Williams by the end of the race? It's the angriest we've seen Mick Williams. He was absolutely livid with what has went on. And well, now coming to the dummy grid, and then we should get going and we should get underway. Of course, 9 riders in this field. Ilona Glover qualified at the back of it, but Greenstreet still be taking up the last place position on the grid. This is going to be extremely dramatic in the mini F1 sidecars, where Jason Leo Greenstreet, they have so much ground to do to try and keep their hopes alive.
Absolutely, and don't factor out Mick Lee in the 44 as well. They were rapid yesterday, were running just behind the leaders when they crashed out. They inherited the race win. The Greenstreets line up at the back. It is time to go racing. It's all eyes to the flag. The flag drops, we are underway. It's not a great start from Mick Lee, and Mick Williams will rocket through to the front. There's chaos behind as the MPs almost get squeezed. Now here come the Greenstreets. It's not a great start from them, but they managed to get away slowly but surely. And now their challenge begins. They've got 9 laps to catch up and get through Mick Williams and the whole field, and hope that they gain at least 11 points on the eternal mini F1 sidecar champion. But the 44 currently running in P2 with the MPs behind on the 457. A great start from them. And, well, we're just going to have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold as we head through Luna Bend for the first time and officially begin our first lap for a 7-lap race. The 369 just behind there as well. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook getting in the mix there, but there he is, Mick Williams, and not far behind the 44 of Mick Lee. Once again, we're seeing on the straights that 44 sidecar is absolutely ludicrous. The thing is a rocket ship coming down the straights. They will lose time through the middle sector. Mick Williams' car, it's a sidecar, it's a bit smaller, a bit less power, but it's so nimble heading through the corners. But the 44's just got an absolute banger, a beater of an engine, and coming through the straight parts, it is so fast. Further back in the pack, there's action everywhere you look. The Impies holding off the 369 of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. This is the fight for the podium places at the moment. And all running slightly wide there goes the Impies, or that's actually Vince Bailey. They've already got through John Hosker, should I say. So Vince Bailey getting a bit wide there, coming through Lucy's Valley, but managing to hold on to that P4 at the moment. Elsewhere, Liam Wood and Harry Scolding on the 94 doing a great job at the moment. Liam Wood, of course, your Pit Bike 140 vice champion, hopping onto that pit bike. It's actually been loaned to them by the Impies. It's the second pit bike that they've built that they are letting other riders use around the paddock. So, of course, if you're interested in that and want to get started in some mini F1 sidecar racing, then please go and speak to the Impies. But Green Street, fastest lap of the race at 107.042. They're past Liam Wood and they're onto the back of the pack. 6 laps to go.
Already closing the gap, already the fastest lap of the race, a 107 dead from them. No one else even able to make it into the low 108 bracket at the moment. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook still in the battle of John Hosker. There is the number 90 of the Green Streets battling their way through the order. They are all the way up just behind Hosker into 5th position ahead of Mark Parker and Ems and Chris and Robert Impey. An incredible ride so far for these two talents on the sidecar, all the way up the inside now on the 127. Will they make it clean? They have to back out of that one though on the Hoskers before they then have to try and battle Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. I'm sure these guys will be shocked on how quick the Green Streets have been able to catch up. Now they dive down the inside on the number 90. The number 90 makes it work. Green Streets, so they're going to have to go around the outside. They're going to have to go a long way now. Wide once again from Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They've lost 2 positions from that one on the 369. And there's Chris and Robert Impey. And once again, the 230 of Mark Parker by as well. So 4 positions from 1 mistake.
Yeah, big shame there for them, but still 5 laps left to run. Still plenty of time left to go. The Green Streets up into 3rd place, but they've got 9.9 seconds to make up on the leaders, but they also have the fastest lap of the race. Can the Green Streets get onto the back of Mick Lee and Mick Williams, who are still running 1 and 2 as it stands? It all rests on the shoulders of the number 90 team. They need 11 points or more to take it to race 3, to take the championship down to the wire. It's all up in the air. It's all down to how fast they can run. It's all down to what happens to Williams as they run slightly wide, heading through Lucy's Valley. But into the S's, they are looking very comfortable. They're looking very confident. They are looking in the zone. You saw them while they were in the holding area, just sitting there, getting into the, getting mentally ready, getting ready to go racing and fight for a championship. We'll check the gap when they come to the line in a short moment's time. Mick Williams and Mick Lay have just crossed the line this time by, so let's see what the time is going to be for Jason and Leo Green Street. They come to the line and the gap is 9.7 seconds away from Mick Williams, 8.6 away from Mick Lee. So they are gaining, but is it enough? 4 laps left to run for the Green Streets. Mick Williams looks to wrap this championship up as it stands, unless drama befalls him. But Mick Lay still challenging, still there in the picture, still probably filling the back of Mick Williams' mind with that number 44 machine. And the Green Streets are doing absolutely everything they can to catch up to the back of that 44. But Mick Williams on that number 26/number 21, number 1 even, whatever you want to call it, looking to pick up yet another championship himself. And Mike Elms, who is finally back on the bike this weekend after a long-standing injury. They have been the dominant force in Mini F1 sidecar racing for so many years. The Green Streets finally had the opportunity this season to bring it to them. As it stands, it's not going to happen, but they are catching it. Soon to be 3 laps left to go. But honestly, Lewis, I don't think it's enough.
Too little, too late. They've been trying their best. Last time around, they were 8 tenths quicker than the guys in front. A 1 minute 8.2 though, so 2/10 quicker than Mick Lee last time around. 8.5 is now the gap. 3 laps remaining. All they can hope for is contact or some kind of issue for these two up in front. Mick Lee, you would think they would have to try on the 44 machine. On Mick Williams, the sidecar sounds completely different. Sounds awesome at the side of the circuit. But now Mick Williams, Mick Lee at the front. And now we see the green streaks coming through. What is paddock bend? Will Mick battle it out? Will Mick trip up Mick? We're going to have to wait and see. 3 laps remain in this race in the Mini F1 sidecar class. Last time around though, Mick Lee was 2/10 faster than Mick Williams and Michael Elms. So they're coming through the final sector now and towards Lunar Bend, where we go into the Conrad Straight, where the finish line will be this weekend. And then we'll tick off yet another lap to make it 2 laps remaining in the Mini F1 sidecar class. It's in a golden age right now. So many battles on the circuit. And Will McWilliams, they've had 13 race wins so far this season. They're wanting to add yet another to their tally. It's been an incredible year for them. And well, 35-point lead going into this. They need 25 or over coming out of this race. So far, it's looking like they're going to do it.
Yep, it looks like they are going to take the championship once again. Mick Williams and Michael Elms having a fantastic race, withholding the pressure from Mick Lee on the 44. But the green streets are still coming. But with 2 laps left to run, it's not enough. Mick Williams will take the title if they finish like this. And they will gain as well on the green street, so it will be completely mathematically impossible. And it's soon to be 1 final lap left to go here at Three Sisters in race 2 of the Mini F1 sidecars. Who's going to take the victory? Will it be Mick Williams or will it be Mick Lee on the 44? It's anybody's guess as to who's going to go out there. Last lap board is out. It is time that we head for one more tour of this circuit. Mick Williams, the eternal sidecar champion, for the first time in the long time, has faced adversity this season, has faced challenges this season. The Green Streets in 2022 took their first few victories, mainly in races where Mick Williams had problems. This year, they've brought the fight right to him. As Mick Lee has a look to the inside, the fight for this race lead isn't over. But Mick Williams, after all of this ambiguity, all of this stress and tension and challenge from the Green Streets on the number 90 machine, they look like they're going to come out on top once again, as that's very wide for Mick Lee. That'll be his challenge for the race win over. The number 26, forever lasting, imperious, brilliant out on track, and a brilliant duo on the sidecar. With only a handful of corner to go, it is going to be the master of the Mini F1 sidecars on top of the world once again. He rounds the final corner. Mick Williams takes the victory. Mick Williams is champion of the 2023 Mini F1 sidecar season. Mick Williams is champion once again.
Mick Williams, champion in 2023. A great year it has been from him. An incredible season with Michael Elms. And well, he's had quite a few passengers due to Michael Elms having a child, having the injury. But with all that, they're still able to wrap up the title together. 14 race wins now, I should say, and 21 podiums in the season. An incredible stat for them. And well, Jason Little Green Street, they could only end up in 3rd. So a podium still there for them on the number 90. But after race 1's drama, they were unable to do that after they'd start from the back of the grid, 10 seconds, and then somehow they had to get an 11-point gap on the unstoppable Mick Williams, who's on top once again. The 26 rolls into pit lane. They're not usually the celebratory type, but after what season it's been for them, I'm sure at least he'll be very, very happy with that. It's stopped in pit lane. I'm sure they'll have some family, some friends, and some supporters waiting for them. They are cool, calm, and collected. The Mick Williams style here. It's going to be interesting to see if the Green Streaks will come over, congratulate them, or if they will stay at the opposite side of the pit lane from them. So, celebrating together. What a great season it's been in the Mini F1 sidecars. There's been drama, there's been tension, there's been race win battles, something which sadly we haven't said as much over the past couple of years, but Mini F1 sidecars now is in its prime. Now the Green Streets they will not be happy with not winning the championship. But after race 1, well, I guess you could say the only person they can blame for that will be themselves. But Mick Williams taking off his levers in the heat, extremely hot conditions once again. It's going to be interesting to see what 2024 holds for Mick Williams and Mini F1 Sidecars. Who is going to be next? Who is going to come and try and challenge the king of Mini F1 Sidecars here at FAB-Racing?
This is FAB-Racing Minibikes British Championship. Title Decider.
Lid again. Red Lodge, Ella Park, Clandau, Rower, Wilton Mill, and now Three Sisters. 22 races out of 8 rounds completed so far in the 2023 LS2 Helmets MotoGP 70 British Championship, and it all comes down to this. Marco Holt's destiny awaits. A 28-point lead in the championship over Blake Wilson, a 35-point lead over Luke Flatcap Fitchett. If he beats both of them here today, he makes history by being the first double champion of both the 50s and the 70s in FAB-Racing. It has been a dominant season for the young man, but it's not over yet. He will still face adversity. He will still face challenges. The number 91, Archie O'Brien, who lines up on the front row with him, now out of championship contention. All of the pressure is off his shoulders, and all of the pressure is on Marco Holt. He's already wrapped up 1 title this season, but with Fitchett and Wilson still hot on his tail, it all depends how he does. We set off on our formation lap. Marco Holt, he awaits destiny. He starts on pole position. Archie O'Brien alongside him. Blake Wilson very fast starting in race 1. He is in P3 with Luke Fitchett in P4. Wilson Dilks is 5th with Sam Gardner in P6. Bill Harris and Jensen Bishop make up row 4 with Harry Payne and Austin Johnson rounding out the top 10, and Finley Polhill and Hamish McIntosh, the final 2 on the grid. My name is Ross McIntyre. Alongside me is Lewis Ray, and you join us live from Three Sisters at the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. And Lewis, this is the one we've all been waiting for. This is potentially the championship deciding race of the premier class here at FAB-Racing. How much pressure is on these young riders' shoulders? They are the stars of tomorrow. They are the world champions potentially of tomorrow. And looking at Marco Holt, looking at Blake Wilson, looking at Luke Fitchett, what have they got to go out there and do?
Well, the smell and sound of two-stroke is in the air, and Marco Holt, he's going to have to go out there and finish in front of Blake Wilson. He's going to have to go out there and try and win it. Well, Blake Wilson, he's going to have to give it absolutely everything. He cannot afford to not win this race. He needs to win it no matter what it takes. He needs to risk it all. There's no point coming back in 4th or 5th position. He needs to go out there and win it to take this championship to the final race of the season. The sunshine is out. Marco Holt is your rider on pole position. He looks cool, he looks calm, he looks collected, he looks focused and ready to win this title. He's done it in the 50s so far. Can he do it in the 70s? The flag is up in the air, and the flag drops and we go racing. Archie O'Brien doing this to start with Blake Wilson in 2nd position. Well, how long will it take him to fight on Marco? How long until we see them battle for the first time? A much wider line from Blake Wilson straight away. There's Holt leading the way though, leading the field through by absolutely nothing. Blake Wilson, he's already trying to wind up and move straight away. Wilson doubts. He's up into 3rd, pushing Archie O'Brien down to 4th position. Luke Fitchett is a tough ask. He's in 5th place at the moment. He's struggled a little bit to be with the pace of the front runners this weekend. He's been there or thereabouts. Blake Wilson running a little bit wide there. Wilson doubts, trying to make a move down the inside. Archie O'Brien though planning on following through us. There we go, up the inside goes Wilson doubts. Amazing move there. Archie O'Brien as well in the Coward Summit makes it work, makes it through, and pushes the number 8 down to 4th. Marco Holt, he's down to 2nd now. Wilson doubts. He is in the race lead here in the LC40 Elites Mini-GP 70 British Championship Race 2. The championship is on the line, and well, Blake Wilson, he needs to start making moves.
He does indeed. What a move from Wilson Dilks. Absolutely ruthless against Blake Wilson. Cost him all his momentum and cost him to drop behind both himself and Archie O'Brien. Marco Holt, it does not matter where he finishes as long as he is in front of Blake Wilson and Luke Fitchett. He is your champion of 2023. We're going to have 11 laps left to run coming to the line this time. Does Marco play it safe? Does he just follow Wilson Dilks home, who has been rapid all weekend long? Oh, but, well, it's Marco Holt. You know he's going to challenge for the lead. What a dive from Marco Holt. What a move from Marco Holt up into Penrith's climb. That was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant from the number 58. But Wilson Dilks is going to challenge again into the Joey Dunlop corner to the outside. Behind goes Blake Wilson on Archie O'Brien. We're already having a brilliant race and we're barely even halfway through. It will be Dilks from Holt, from Wilson. Your top three as he gets through Archie O'Brien, and now Wilson can go on the attack. This is what he needed. If he gets through Marco Holt and they finish second and third, it goes down to race 3. If Marco Holt finishes in front of him, doesn't matter. Title race is over. The 58 is on top. So the 58 has got to think about going forward because he wants to protect himself from Blake Wilson behind, but he also wants to keep it safe. He doesn't want to make any mistakes. He doesn't want to throw it away, score nothing, and bring it right down to the wire in race 3. They head back on to the Conron straight. Here we go. Marco Holt back to the inside. Another brilliant move. Wow, so tight between the pair of them. Superb bravery, superb racing, superb respect between all of the riders. There's 5 of them right at the top, all fighting so close. Holt takes the lead from Dilks with Blake Wilson in third, but is Dilks going to have another look coming into Paddock Bend? Yes, he will. What a dive from Wilson Dilks on the 85. This is some of the best racing we've had all season long in this class, and what a time to do it with a championship on the line, with tension in the air. Who will win this race? Who will take this title?
Still 10 laps remaining. Wilson Dilks leads the field through. Marco Holt is in second position, and third place Blake Wilson. He needs to get in front of Holt now and very quickly. But the LC Elites Mini-GP 70 Championship, these guys continue to battle on. 5 riders in this front group. What's going to happen? We've seen Holt make a move. He makes it once again. A perfect move once again. Will we see Dilks dive on the inside into the Coward Summit? It's been incredibly impressive what he's been able to do in the braking zone, and no, we cannot. Instead, Blake Wilson manages to get into second and manages to start to launch an attack into the race lead. Round the outside, will he run wide? Will Dilks get through? No, he will not. So the number 8 still in second. He knows what he has to do, and that is go out there and win and beat Marco Holt. Luke Fitchett at the back of all this, still in 5th position. He's caught up in the back while these guys tussle and fight and slow each other down ever so slightly.
Yeah, Luke Flatcap Fitchett just didn't quite have the pace in race 1. He's there at the back of this leading pack at the moment, but I think that's just because they're fighting. They're just fighting every single corner, and it's costing them time. I honestly do not think that Luke Flatcap Fitchett has the pace to bring this down to race 3. As there goes Wilson, Blake Wilson even. Look, it's the inside of Marco. He drops back into the slipstream. Does Wilson Dilks try a move? No. He decides to go defensive from the 91 of Archie O'Brien. Oh, almost contact between the 2 front runners. This is unreal action. They are putting everything on the line. Blake Wilson with a fantastic move around the outside there at the Joey Dunlop corner. And now Marco Holt has to fight, because if Blake Wilson wins and Marco Holt is second, it goes down to race 3. And Marco Holt won't want that. Marco Holt's going to dive to the inside. Oh, almost contact once again. What a fantastic race we are being given here. Wilson Dilks to the inside of Marco Holt. Marco Holt's race. Oh dear, it's almost going from bad to worse as Blake Wilson has started to pull a gap. Fitchett has got through Archie O'Brien in the meantime, and he's up into P4, but it's still not enough to stay within championship contention. If this goes down to race 3, 7 laps left to go at the line this time. Wilson Dilks has tried to bolt, tried to extend the gap and give himself a safety cushion, but Marco Holt knows he has to finish in front of that number 8. He knows he has to beat Blake Wilson if he wants to take the title, and he's now going to turn the wick up. He is going to push.
Blake Wilson, the only rider in the 56-second bracket. Wilson Dilks in 3rd position at the moment on the 85 machine. He's in 3rd place. He's watching this all unfold. Holt, though, could potentially just be sitting there waiting to see if Blake Wilson will get forced into mistake. If not, he might just sit behind him and wait till the last couple of laps. Luke Fitchett up into 4th position. past Archie O'Brien, who drops down to 5th place. But Blake Wilson on the number 8 machine. A great lap time there from him. A 56.6 second lap time. Half a second gap last time around between himself and Marco Holt. We'll wait to see what the gap is going to be this time around. They're side by side. Marco Holt, will he make it work? Yes, he does. Already into the race lead once again, the 58. He is not going down the fight. Almost onto the grass there is Blake Wilson, getting pushed to the absolute limit by Marco Holt.
These guys are pushing the limits of physics, pushing the limits of the bikes, pushing the limits of themselves. Marco Holt and Blake Wilson are having a battle for the ages, but it's no ordinary battle because there's a championship resting at the end of 5.5 laps time. Will it be decided in this race? Can Blake Wilson take it to race 3? Very wide by Luke Fitchett in the background. That will allow Archie O'Brien to capitalise and slide on through up into P4, though he doesn't actually make it in the end. These top 3 starting to pull away from the pair behind. I think Luke Fitchett is well and truly out of this championship race. It's now a 2-horse race. Blake Wilson against Marco Holt. Marco Holt leads, coming on to 5 laps left to run. There goes Wilson. Dilks now trying to get involved, almost running 3 wide. Coming up into Penrith's climb. Once again, Blake Wilson's going to try to the outside. Marco Holt squeezes it once again. There goes Wilson. Dilks to the inside. Does he make it through? No, not quite. Marco Holt is racing Blake Wilson very, very hard out there. Almost too hard, but not quite. It's still within the limits of respectability. With 5 laps left to run, the 58 leads from the 8. Currently, Marco Holt is champion if they finish as they do. And once again, this lot scrapping has brought Luke Fitchett and Archie O'Brien back into the race. Fitchett now up to 3rd, handed a lifeline by the momentum lost by the pair in front.
Marco Holt at the front on the 58. We'll wait to see what is going to happen. When will Blake Wilson attack? How long will it take for him to pounce? Once again, 5 laps remain in this race. This could be a championship decider. Now we cross the line now. 4 laps remaining. Luke Fitchett in 3rd place at the moment. This could bring him back into the mix. It's going to be more than this though. Blake Wilson almost onto the grass once again. He seems to be trying to go around the outside, get a farmer sweeping line and carry the corner speed into the Joey Dunlop corner. What's going to happen though? These guys are starting to bunch up once again, and this might allow Archie O'Brien to start making his way in. Could even push Wilson Dilks down to 5th position. 5 riders battling for the race win. This is what Michgit Racing is all about. So close, so fast, so furious. But these guys are great friends off the circuit. But on it right now, Holt is doing nothing but doing his best and keeping at the front no matter what he has to do on the 58 machine. If he was to make one mistake, he's not allowed to remount, and that would blow the championship wide open. We cross the line in just a moment's time. Once again down the Conference Straight. Who's it going to be? They're side by side once again. Might be 3 wide into the right. Who will it be? Luke Fitchett maybe? No, it will not. Blake Wilson round the outside. Can he make it work? No, you know, Marco Holt going back up the inside, defending his line into the Joey Dunlop corner.
Top 3 are the top 3 in championship order. This is as good as it gets in FAB-Racing. This is as good as it gets in the LS2 helmets. Mini GP70 British Championship. Blake Wilson challenging to the outside, coming into Lucy's Valley, unable to make the gap appear. Fitchett just behind them. He's desperate to stay in this championship fight. Blake Wilson to the inside, but Marco Holt slams the door just behind them. Wilson, Dilks and Archie O'Brien waiting in tow, waiting for something, anything to happen to the front runners that can springboard them back into the fight for the lead. As Marco Holt, he will begin the penultimate lap of this race. A very, very nervous man. If he stays where he is, he's champion. If Wilson gets through, he's not. It is as simple as that. He has to finish in front of his 2 rivals, almost touching, almost on the grass. Oh my goodness me. They are leaving nothing on the table. You can see how much every single rider out there wants this. They are leaving nothing for each other. They are pushing each other to the absolute extremes. And with 2.5 laps left to run, it is anybody's guess who's going to win this race. It's anybody's guess where this championship goes.
Who knows who's going to get it? Marco Holt, he's going to want to do it though. Blake Wilson trying to keep his hopes alive, and he cannot do it there though. He has just over 1 lap remaining. We head into the final section now. Marco Holt on the 58. He's going to want to do it. He's going to want to take the title in 2023 with 1 race remaining. what a race through this has been. We head on to the final lap here at the Three Sisters circuit. Mark Holt under pressure once again from Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson round the outside. Once again, though, will he get pushed out to the grass almost on the white line? Yes, he will. Mark Holt down the inside though once again there. So Luke Fitchett trying his chance in third position, trying to make his way. But at the moment, though, Mark Holt would take the title. Holt would win the title in 2023. Blake Wilson Dilks pushing Luke Fitchett wide into third position. He goes on the 85 machine. And now, half a lap remaining. Half a lap separates Holt from the title. What a year it's been for Mark Holt in the 50s and the 70s. Will this be his chance in race 2? Is he able to do it? Or will we see Blake Wilson make a lunge or try and drag it, race it to the line? The 58 versus the 8. They power it into the final section, into the final straight. Who's going to claim the race win? Mark Holt is the 2023 LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 champion. What a season it has been. The 58 has done the double in the 50s and the 70s in 1 year. Take a bow. What a season it has been.
Marco Holt, history maker. What a race. He had to fight for that one, tooth and nail, limb from limb. That was brutal, brutal racing. But Marco Holt has done it. For the first time in FAB-Racing history, we have a double champion in the 50s and the 70s in the same season. Wow. Just wow. There we can see Oliver Hall, LS2 sponsored rider, waiting for Mark Holt to appear. He dipped a bit off into the paddock, but he will be back to receive his special prize, the LS2 champion helmet. But Marco Holt, your race winner, your champion of 2023. Blake Wilson pushed to the absolute extreme, second by 3/4 of a second. Wilson dealt a great result from him to be in P3, while Luke Fitchett fought as hard as he could, but it ends up being P4 and P3 in the championship fight. Archie O'Brien was 5th, with Sam Garnett in 6th, Hamish McIntosh in 7th, a great result for him. Jensen Bishop was P8, Finley Polhill was 9th, Harry Payne was P10, rounding out our grid. That is it for race 2. For the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70s British Championship. And we've seen history being made. We've seen for the first time a rider do the double, claim the 50s and the 70s in the same season. Marco Holt has got a spectacular career ahead of him. He is a rider with so much promise, and we've just seen that when you push him to the limit, when you push him to the extremes, he will go out there and he will fight, he will bring it right to you. And he has made history. What an amazing season in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. We came into this weekend with 4 riders still within a mathematical chance of claiming the championship. And now it is all over, but they'll still be back out for race 3. Race 2 in the Moto Team category, and a championship is on the line as a open class looks to be settled in this race. Team Acme Racing are lining themselves up for what should be a fantastic victory in the open class, a second championship in a row for that team. And well, they have thoroughly deserved it. They've been racing superbly all weekend. The gap currently sits at 48 points back to Ernie the Badger. That means the only way that this championship goes to race 3 is if Ernie the Badger wins in the open class and Team Acme Racing retire and do not score. That is the only way that this one is going down to race 3. And with Team Acme Racing lining up on pole, Lewis Ray, it's looking pretty healthy in their way.
Is indeed on pole position after a 104.646 in qualifying. Number 1 plate on pole position, Ian Jackson alongside. It's going to be an interesting race. It's in Acme Racing's favour at the moment. One hand on the trophy, but anything can happen here in Moto Team. No remounting this weekend, and Acme Racing on pole position. Ian Jackson alongside him on the front row of the grid, with Chris Wells and Team Ernie the Badger, who's fighting for the Open Team Championship as well on the second row of the grid. Team SFC Racing is in 5th position, Mark Pollitt in 6th. Big Key in the Brain and Harrison O'Keefe will be in 7th and 8th position, with Ben O'Keefe and Elliot Newton on the 5th row. Team Bert and Gary O'Keefe Once again, Free O'Keefe returning once again. They'll be starting in 11th and 12th with Keats Racing in 13th, and Madison Martlew rounding out the 14 bike field, the 7 rows of Moto Team. A healthy field that we have this weekend. Great to see the turnout here at Three Sisters. A new circuit for them, completely new challenges, and well, these riders and these bikes are pretty big for this circuit, so they're really going to have to manoeuvre them around. It's a quick circuit though, so it does suit these Moto Team bikes a lot better than maybe what you maybe would have thought.
Absolutely, and it's very bizarre, Three Sisters as well. It's the only circuit we've really had this season so far where the open class is actually faster than the standard class around here. Again, whatever class is faster in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter, because they're just running their own race on track at the same time. But typically you'll find the standard class is slightly quicker, and that's why we've got so many more standard class riders here this weekend. But this time, open class is faster, fair enough. Bring on the racing. We're going to have to wait and see. It's all eyes to the flag marshal, Lee Clowes, who will point over to Rod Keys, who will drop the green flag, and we'll go racing in race 2. And Team Acme Racing, destiny awaits. Sounds like there may be possible transponder issue for Madison Martlew. We're just having a look at that further back on the grid, but looks all good. It's all eyes to the green flag. Green flag drops. We are underway. It's a fantastic start from Ian Jackson, but Team Acme Racing, they will hold on to the lead. There is chaos in the background, almost 5 wide, heading through Paddock Bend. But up the front, Team Acme Racing tipping it into Lucy's Valley. They will maintain this lead. It looks like we're going to get a similar situation in race 1, where we've got 2 bikes up the front. Team Acme Racing and Ian Jackson, 2 totally different classes, just fighting each other for personal glory and a good time as they're already streaking off into the distance. Chris Wells, currently P2 in open, 3rd on the road on that number 331. He's had a fantastic weekend so far here at Three Sisters. He's really enjoyed the track, and on that number 331, he's doing a great job so far as well. Just behind him, Team Ernie the Badger, who desperately need a win to take this championship down to the final round and keep the fight going with Team Acme Racing. But as it stands, it's Acme Racing leading in the open class from Chris Wells from Team Ernie the Badger and Team SFC in P4. While over in the standard class, it's Ian Jackson, who's in a field of his own in that standard category because nobody else is near him. Champions Pinky and the Brain are currently P2. They are 6th overall. And speak of the devil, there is Team Pinky and the Brain currently fighting off Ben O'Keefe, I believe that was there, as they come down back into Lucy's Valley again for the second time, although technically we're only on lap 1 due to where the start finish and the timing line is here at Three Sisters. And as they make their way now through the tricky S's section, this will challenge even the finest rider out there on the Moto Team grid. Left, right, and then left again at high speed. You've really got to commit and throw yourself in. And Chris Wells actually getting caught up just a little bit there by Team Ernie the Badger on that number 119. And who's that coming through? On the 35, that's Jay Gilbert, who is shot through from the back. He didn't qualify. He's now running 4th, 2nd in the standard class. Jay Gilbert is absolutely flying.
The number 35 up ahead of Chris Wells at the moment into 4th position. And there is the battle as well of Keats and the 35 ahead of Chris Wells, and then the 119. Now the 119, Ernie the Badger, they are of course one of the teams battling for the Open Championship. As you said, Russ, the Open bikes, usually the faster machines here, although there's Open bike in the lead, the standards have been consistently further up the front compared to what they usually are. Usually we see the like, especially with however the Open team would be, the Open class would be doing very, very well. But number 1 plate, Acme Racing, fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.413. Straight away out of the gates, almost a second quicker than anyone behind Ian Jackson on the Suzuki. They're going to get pushed on. It's going to be interesting to see what Gilbert's times are going to be like, of course, coming from that far back in the grid. It's going to be interesting to see how far up front he can get. 10 laps remain in this race. Ben O'Keefe is currently having a good battle himself further down the field with Elliot Newton. But fastest lap of the race now goes the way of Jay Gilbert, a 1:03.195 for him. And now already SFC Racing, 3rd position overall. Can they make it work? What a ride it's been. Didn't even qualify for the race on the Thursday or the Friday practice either, and now rolled up on the Saturday and straight away past SFC Racing.
Wow, what a performance this has been from the 35 of Jay Gilbert. He is absolutely flying at the moment on that Suzuki with the fastest lap of the race, a 103.195. The only rider anywhere near there at the moment is Team Acme Racing, a 103.351. It's going to be interesting to see how he competes with 10 laps left to run, soon to be 9 surely. And indeed it is 9, as there we see that is the number 133 of Team SFC Racing. And lying in front of Jay Gilbert, the standard class win now is Ian Jackson, currently running in P2 overall as they make their way over the top of the hill and down Coward's Summit. One of the most tricky and fast corners on this circuit. Such a joy to stand in the spectators area and watch down there, though the spectators area down there disappointingly empty. We've got a lot of people that stood over on the bank down by Luna Bend at the start finish straight, and it's great to see so many fans turning up to watch here at FAB-Racing. We've also got, of course, a lot of the paddock watching along from the pit lane there, stood by the pit wall, but there's a spectator area kind of tucked away around the back down by Coward's Summit. It is the best place to watch on the circuit, I can guarantee you. It's a shame that no one is there. But back to the action, and as we see here, the 3-3-1 of Team Chris Wells even currently running P3 in the open class. Team SFC Racing about 5.5 seconds ahead of him at the moment. He's facing serious pressure from behind, but all of whom are standard class riders. Pink in the brain, Harrison O'Keefe and Ben O'Keefe. Of course, the standard class championship is wrapped up there, just racing for personal pride and glory, especially the O'Keefes. That family have quickly adapted and become loved here in the Fab Racing paddock after only turning up for the first time at Rara. They've really caught the bug of Fab Racing, and it's great to see them settling in and learning the bikes and having a fantastic time. And 65 and the 64, Harrison and Ben respectively. Gary's also out there, the 63, currently running last on the road as it stands.
Both of them managed to get in front of the 01 of Pinky in the Brain. That is Sean Whittaker on board that machine. JB King, he sold his shares within that team, so it's just Sean Whittaker at the moment racing within that camp, but the 119 just behind these guys as well. So 8 laps remain in this Moto Team race. An incredible race has been so far at the racing. They look like at the moment they will win the championship and potentially even win the race on top of that, unless Jay Gilbert has anything to say about, because he set the fastest lap of the race at 102.887 last time around. He's currently 4.4 seconds back, 7 laps remaining, and last time around 8 tenths quicker than at the racing. So really, there is a chance Jay Gilbert from the back of the field could still potentially win this. The 64, 65 and the 01 continue to battle further down the field. This is the battle for 6th position on the circuit. Of course, these guys all being in the standard class. The 2 bikes in front of them, SFC and Chris Wells, they are in the open class, while Jay Gilbert and Ian Jackson, they're also in the standard. So if Jay Gilbert can get ahead of Ian Jackson in 2nd position, he will be the leader of the standard class. So even if he overtakes at the racing, he will only move up, well, I guess he'll score the overall race win, but he won't move up any position in class. 7 laps remain in this race to continue to power it through the twistiest section of the circuit, through the S's into the Rogerson Straight. It's not that long at all, not much of a respite for these riders before they're straight on the anchors, on the brakes, and tipping it into the final sector.
Well, you say the Rogerson Straight is short, Lewis, but if you get a good exit from the S's, there is a place you can definitely have a look up the inside coming into the final section. But this is more likely where you're going to make the move, heading up the Conrod Straight and into Penrith's Rise. It is so fast in there. I didn't think I was going to see any moves into there this weekend. I thought it was impossible. I thought it was too fast, it's too steep, it's too blind, it's too bumpy. And we've been seeing it time and time again this weekend. This circuit, it just produces fantastic racing. And if the head honchos of Fab Racing are listening, Roger Keys especially, well, please bring this circuit back. It's amazing. Here we see the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe just ahead of Chris Wells at the moment, but they are both in different classes. Chris Wells, I think, is struggling at the moment for some pace, but with 5.5 laps left to go for these lot, they are having a good race.
6 laps remaining, almost 5 laps remaining now actually for at the racing. These guys still have a little bit to go before they cross the line, but Chris Wells there, he's returning to the class this weekend. He had a fall in race 1. The rules are this weekend, you cannot pick up your bike if you fall, which is why Chris Wells in race 1 he was not able to restart a race, even though there didn't look to be too much damage to the machine. Chris Wells, though, he'll be enjoying this one. He won't be enjoying not in the lead this race, but still some time to come, still some more improvements to be made on that Moto Team machine. But Chris Wells coming through the Joey Dunlop corner at the moment and powering it through. There's O'Keefe in front of him at the moment. That is Harrison O'Keefe. Harrison, he's been the top O'Keefe majority of the season. Once he made their debut in FAB at Rowra, and well, ever since then he's been consistently at the front. 5 laps remain in this race. Now it looks like a little bit wide there for Pinky in the Brain. Of course, they've wrapped up the title, maybe going a little bit slow, maybe an issue, because now the 119 is catching very, very quickly. So potentially the wrong gear, missed a gear, or a slight issue they're having to sort, and now already catching some of the back markers.
Yeah, maybe a gearbox problem as well. I saw a couple yanks of the throttle there, just trying to get it into gear, sliding through the back markers here. Go the 65, the 331, and the number 64 of Ben O'Keefe. And Pink in the Brain, whatever issue they've had, hopefully they've sorted it as they make their way through. Again, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. You have to negotiate back markers on your own accord, and all throughout the season, we've seen it make and break races. Back markers cause chaos is what I've always said, but so far with Team Acme Racing, it has been smooth sailing up the front. Jay Gilbert actually is right behind, but he's in a different class. That 35 has been ludicrously fast though, so Team Acme Racing needs to not worry about fighting him, but probably will for personal glory and all that. We've seen it all season long, but it's been smooth sailing up the front for the open class. Team FFC Racing are over 4 seconds behind now, and Ernie and the Badger plummeting down the order. They are, I believe, 4th in the open class now behind Chris Wells. They are really struggling, and it's disappointing that it's not gone their way and they're not able to take the championship down to the final round. But of course, it just goes to show how strong Team Ernie and the Badger have been all season, or Team Agri Racing should I say, how strong they've been all season long. They have just been superb, and with 2.5 laps left to run, there goes Jay Gilbert to the inside, fighting for the overall lead, and will surely go through. Yes, he does, the 35 with a lovely move up into Lucy's Valley. But of course, that doesn't matter because they're in 2 different classes. But wow, Jay Gilbert, talk about a surprise. Didn't qualify, didn't do race 1, turned up today on Saturday and been the class of the field.
And doing 102s around this circuit in the Moto Team class. So quick for the 35 machine, and well, the only person in the 102s this entire weekend. In qualifying, for reference, 104s the Moto Team machines were doing now. Well, Team SFC, Team Acme Race, I should say, they've upped the pace for themselves. A 103 now for them, but 1 second quicker, over a second quicker than what they were doing in qualifying. Jay Gilbert, though, he stepped up yet another level. The 35 machine powers it through and goes round a very tricky section of circuit, Paddock Bend, before then looping round on themselves towards the Valley. It's been very, very impressive to watch Jay Gilbert on the circuit, to watch his confidence and just watch him cleanly come through the field. He hasn't looked stressed, he hasn't looked worried, he knows that he has the pace. Now coming towards more back markers though, potentially this could play something into it. We're going to have to wait and see what these back markers can do, where they're going to hit them, because if you hit them in a really fast place at a circuit, that could easily disrupt the rhythm as they are ready to go on to the final lap of race 2, where Acme Racing could be crowned 2023 Moto Team Open champions.
Of course, we've had 1 championship decided already in the standing class. Team Pink in the Brain, the number 01, very confusing because there's 2 number 1s on the grid, but that's all been decided. But the open class, it came down to the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Three Sisters, and Team Acme Racing are moments away from making it 2 championships in a row. And wow, what a season they've had. They've been front runners all year long. They've withstood all the pressure, and here at Three Sisters they have been the class of the field in the Open Championship. Jay Gilbert has streaked off a little bit into the distance. He's coming up some back markers. He will take the standard class victory and the overall win. But as they come through the final few corners now, Jay Gilbert will be the standard class winner. But It's all eyes to that number 1 bike. Jay Gilbert takes the overall in the standard class victory. Team Acme Racing win in the open class, and crucially, they are the 2023 Moto Team Open Class champions in FAB-Racing. What a performance from Team Acme Racing. What a season.
What a year it's been for Acme Racing. 2nd position overall, 1st in class and 1st in the standings. Now the number 1 comes into pit lane. Well, they will be having some celebrations tonight. Of course, we're racing on the Saturday here at FAB, so I'm sure they'll have some refreshments here tonight. But look at that, celebrating pit lane like he should. A little rev in the engine, and loving that one. And just out of view, perfectly done by them. They'll be getting a sticker on their visor. They'll be getting a brand new adjustment to the helmet, it looks like, to celebrate the championship. Jamie King as well was down there celebrating with them. So loving the celebrations once again here at FAB. Loving the communal spirit, and there'll be champagne. There's some kind of drinks, I assume.
There we go. There's the shampoos.
Yeah, champagne poured on them and celebrating with that. Loving this as well, and now everyone else coming on to celebrate. Chris Weld as well, coming to shake hands with, of course, the 119 with Ernie the Badger. What a year for the Moto Team class. What a year it's been for Moto Team Open. Always great to see these guys going down to the final round. Sadly, we didn't get to see all the celebrations there, but I'm sure, well, this is only the start of the Acme Racing celebrations. They will continue. Maybe they'll do race 3 first, and then they will party into the night here at the Three Sisters Circuit. First time that we've ever been here. First time the motor teams have had to race here, and what a venue and what a place to wrap up a title in 2023. Of course, not too much wind here today. Didn't affect the Moto Team bikes anyway, so these guys will be back on circuit and just for the final race of the year for what is going to be the final time, and actually the final race of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship season. What an exciting time to be here at Three Sisters, and still plenty more to come.
Final race of the weekend, final race of the season for the AC40 Rookies. All of the championships in the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship have been settled. It's all over. Now it's just about bringing the season to a close with some fantastic racing. The wind has massively dropped. The sun is beaming down. It is so warm out there now here at Three Sisters. I'm struggling in the commentary box, as you may have heard in the last race, but as the riders make their way onto the grid before the green flag lap, of course, Jensen Ansel was crowned champion in race 2. And now it's all about battling for glory. Mason Fedrick has been the rider with the pace this weekend. Unfortunately, his championship surge came too little, too late, despite his fine form over the previous 2 or 3 rounds. He sits on the pole position once again, alongside Kai Hawken in the 20, who's also been very, very fast this weekend. There's been a lot of stiff competition here in the AC40 Rookies, and as they make their way out on their formation lap, the final formation lap for the season for our rookie riders, it will be Mason Fedrick, who starts on pole position with Kai Hawken alongside in P2. Jensen Ansel, your new champion, he starts third with Henry Brody alongside in P4. Max Johnson is fifth with Caelan Ratcliffe in P6. Daisy Polden starts in P7 with Austin Dilks alongside to complete row 4 with Arthur Rich and Nellie Newth rounding out the top 10. Samuel Whitaker is in 11th with Tommy Williams P12. James Rich is 13th with Finley Stiles in P14. Ethan Bayliss is 15th with Reed Saxelby 16th. Emerson Oakley 17th. Danny Longhurst P18 and Oliver Wilson in 19th. A new rider to FAB-Racing at the finale rounds out our grid of 19 riders here for the final race of the AC40 Rookie season. It's unbelievable how fast this season has sped by. It's unbelievable how amazing this Rookies Championship has been, with the title just being confirmed in race 2 of the final weekend of the season, round 8 here at Three Sisters. The riders making their way onto the grid for what will be their final race start. And it has been a fantastic season of racing. Can Mason Frederick make it a clean sweep in the final weekend? There's a fist bump with his dad. There's no pressure on him now. The championship's done. It's all about just showing what you can do. Of course, he has confirmed himself as vice champion, so that's still something to write home about. And although it's not the championship that he would have wanted, it's still a strong result, and he has been absolutely the rider on form the last few rounds. Problems there for one of the riders just making their way around at the back and sticking the hand out, so maybe an issue there for one of the riders down the back of the grid.
Looks like Arthur Rich.
Yeah, it looks like Arthur Rich having problems there. One of the marshals, the roving marshals here, parents, and the part of the community here at FAB-Racing who go out and help in the junior races, just making sure everything is okay with the Mini Moto machine. And hopefully he'll be able to get going in a minute. We'll just have a short delay while this is sorted. And if we go racing and he's not able to sort that out, then it will be an end to his season, unfortunately. But for the final time this season, in the AC40 Rookies, the green flag drops. We go racing. A great start there for Mason Frederick. He will take the lead ahead of Kai Hawkin. And Mason Frederick has already bolted off into the distance. It looks like Jensen Ansel actually hasn't shown up for this race, so he's won the championship and has disappeared. We'll get that confirmed for you, but it will be Mason Frederick who takes the lead. That is a shame for Arthur Rich. His season ends with a disappointing way, not able to start the final race. But here in the AC40 Rookies, we are a go. And further back in the pack, it is moves being made. That is the gap that Mason Frederick has already over Kai Hawkin in P2. Over the bumpy section they go, and heading through the S's and into that flip-flop right-left. Very, very tricky, but you can make a move there if you want to try into the Joey Dunlop corner for the first time on the opening lap. As they come through the pit straight, not really any groups being formed yet. All the riders just running on their own.
These guys all cleanly through after lap 1. 8 laps remain and separates them from the end of their season. Max Johnson down the inside there of Henry Brody. A great move there for the 141 machine rider. Henry Brody, though, running very, very wide. Actually, having an issue. Henry Brody in the final race of the year stops at the side of the circuit, and actually his bike's still going, it looks like. So trying to rejoin the race, maybe some kind of mechanical issue sorting in, but he's not tipped off the machine, so he should be allowed back on the circuit. So kicking it off to the side anyway. Maybe that's his race over. It seems like it. Further down the field though, this battle, Samuel Whittaker is currently ahead of Tommy Williams. Well, at the front, Keelan Ratcliffe is quite a distance ahead of Max Johnson, which is quite a distance ahead of these guys here. Further down the field, we have Daisy Polden having a battle with Nelly Nooth as well. So plenty of riders in this grid, as always, in the AC40 rookie grid. Hopefully we can see some of these guys, like Oliver Wilson, that came here for the first time, returning next season. But there is the battle with Samuel Whittaker and Tommy Williams further down the field. They are currently having a great battle, and then this free-weight scrap between these guys. Nelly Nooth just ahead of them. So this is the battle for 7th position on the circuit. Now they power it out through towards the back straight and then towards the Conrod straight, where the finish line is this weekend. We use a different start and finish line here at the Three Sisters circuit. We start on one side, end on the other. A little bit confusing for these young riders, but they seem to be getting the hang of it, and that is all which matters. To keep racing anyway until they see that checker flag fly, which will just be in 6 laps time, where the 2023 AC40 Rookies Championship will come to an end. Tommy Williams still trying to find a way past Samuel Whittaker further down the field.
Looking at my weather app, it says it's currently 22 degrees here at Three Sisters. I can assure you it's warmer than that. I'm starting to see shirts coming off in the paddock outside of the commentary box. And we know that these mini motos are temperamental at the best of times. So with the hot temperatures, that may explain why we're seeing a few mechanical issues early on in race 3. That is a big shame to have your season end in such a disappointing manner. But here we see the battle currently for 10th place. Reed Saxby, James Rich and Ethan Bayliss putting up a fight to get back into the top 10. Currently it's Reed Saxby leading the way. Further behind as well, Finley Stiles and Danny Longhurst having a bit of a fight as they come to the line now. And Finley Stiles actually gets up into P10 on that previous lap. Austin Dilks losing out big time there. He dropped down to 14th 4 positions in 1 lap. Let's hope after a disappointing tour there he can get back on it and get moving once again with 5 laps left to run here in the AC40 Rookies. Race 3 at Three Sisters, the AC40 Rookies final race of the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships. For this battle for the final points pen positions down in 15th, it is hotting up still, and these guys fighting for 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th as it stands. A 5-bike battle. Although the championship is done and dusted, there are still places up for grabs further down the order and still chance for personal glory in this race. So we're going to have to wait and see what they can do. It's going to be 4 laps left to go at the line this time for these rookie riders, and then their season is all over and done, and then it's off to winter training and then presumably coming back next year. Of course, we'd love to see as many faces back in FAB Racing next year, but we'd also love to see some new faces as well. Of course, if you're watching along at home, if you're a young racer at home, or you've got a young one who fancies giving motorcycle racing a go, and please do head to the FAB Racing website. This is the place to be to start your young motorcycle career. Of course, we are on the road to MotoGP. We've got proven talents who've made it from FAB Racing up to MotoGP, the likes of Scott Ogden and Scott Redding and so many more. Of course, we've got many a rider over in BSB. We've had riders over in WSBK, and of course, we are also fantastically privileged to be the place to be to make it up into RedBull Rookies, where all of these young riders will want to be going to. Of course, the 2 riders getting the call up from Britain to the RedBull Rookies Cup next season as well, both FAB graduates, Evan Belford and Sullivan Mounty, the champion and vice champion respectively of the R&G British Talent Cup. And they all started here at FAB Racing and in the FAB Racing Rookies Cup. So this is where you come to if you want to make it in a moto career, if you want to make it to the British Talent Cup, if you want to make it to RedBull Rookies, if you want to make it onto the world stage of motorcycle racing. So if that interests you, if that interests your young one, then please do come along. And of course, we've got some racing available for the slightly older of the audience members, shall we say, if you want to come along and give maybe Tote Bikes or Moto Team a go. But we've got 1.5 laps left to run here at Three Sisters. 1.5 laps left to run in the AC40 rookie season. Mason Fedrick has disappeared off into the distance. He's looking to make it a clean sweep here, and despite missing out on the championship in race 2, he's looking to end his season on high with Kai Hawken not too far behind. This battle for P10 is still very much hotting up. It's Reed Saxelby. He's currently man running in 10th place, but it's all so close. Half a second covering Findlay Styles, Reed Saxelby and James Rich out the line last time. Here comes Mason Fedrick starting the last lap of the season. He has been on the best rider on the grid the last few races. He has been the rider on form. That number 5 has been so dominant for this young man, but unfortunately it was too little too late for the number 5 in terms of the championship. But nonetheless, he's going to go out there and show us what he can do, and with half a lap to go, he is set to sweep the final weekend of the season. What a weekend it's been for this young man. Although he missed the championship, he's going to leave with 3 first place trophies to his name, and with only a handful of corners to go, the final section, Mason Fedrick will end his season on a high. He heads into Luna Bend for the final time, and for the final time this season, we declare a clean sweep. Mason Fedrick negotiates the back marker and will take the checkered flag to sweep the weekend here. He wins all 3 races in the AC40 Rookies. Hands to the sky, that was easy. He said he's been so quick this weekend, and what a way to cap it off. What a way to cap off race 3. What a way to cap off the season for Mason Fedrick with a clean sweep here at Three Sisters. Kai Hawken brings it home in second as Caelan Ratcliffe rounds out the podium, and unfortunately that is it in 2023 for the AC40 Rookies.
A perfect end to his season, and there is still battles going on. Tommy Williams and Samuel Whittaker battling all the way to the line for the last time in 2023. The 51 crosses the line in 7th position, finishing ahead of Samuel Whittaker. Nelly Noof managed to get away from them there, but Ollie O'Gorman congratulating our race winner and our vice champion in 2023, Mason Fedrick. He wins by 3 seconds this time around. An impressive ride for him. He finished in front of Kai Hawken on the number 20, who finished in second. Keelan Ratcliffe rounded off our podium places. Max Johnson and Daisy Polden rounded out our top 5, with Nelly Nooth, Tommy Williams and Samuel Whittaker having a great battle for that 6th position. And James Rich finished in 9th position, ahead of Reid Saxelby and Finlay Styles in 10th and 11th, which dropped a couple of positions on the final lap. Ethan Bayliss and Dan Longhurst finished in 12th and 13th, with Austin Doubts in 14th. Emerson Oakley finished in 15th position. So a very, very great AC40 Rookies race, and well, they'll all be back next season, I hope so, in some class. Of course, if you've watched this season, you want to get your kid involved, head over to the FAB-Racing Facebook page or their website, or message any of these riders' parents or the riders themselves, and they will point you in the right direction, and we hope to see you on the grid in 2024.
The final race of the season beckons for the LC40 Elites, the top class in Mini Moto racing in Britain. And as the riders make their way away from the pit lane and onto the grid before their green flag lap, you've got to say, Harrison Day has had a superb weekend. 2 race wins so far. He has been absolutely flying. And the champion, Byron Johnson, quite frankly, just couldn't have an answer. I was stood down in the pit lane during the warm-up this morning, and Harrison Day, the amount of speed that he carries through turn 1, you can tell that's where he's got the advantage. His corner speed is just absolutely ludicrous, and so far this weekend, nobody has been able to match him. Can he end this season on a high and take 3 wins out of 3 here at Three Sisters? There is Byron Johnson, sat on the pole position with the champion's shirt on, celebrating what has been a fantastic season for the young man, mimicking his brother's Austin successes last year. Of course, the Johnson brothers, I think this is the first year they haven't actually raced against each other in the same series, but Byron has shown that he is just as good as his older brother. As the formation lap begins, it is your champion, Byron Johnson, who starts on the pole position with race 1 and race 2 winner Harrison Day alongside him. Bradley Curtis is in P3 with your AC40 Pros champion Taylor Tomlinson in P4. Oliver Hall starts P5. He's had a brilliant weekend so far. Let's see if he can get back onto the podium in race 3 and maybe even challenge for a win to cap off his season. He starts alongside Rex Austin in 6. Sebastian Gazlowski starts in 7th with Lewis Hull competing at the 4th row, with Logan Cousins, Josh Perkins and Archie Hooper rounding out our grid. That will be the starting order for the final race of the season in the LC40 Elites. And, you know, it's all eyes on Harrison Day and Byron Johnson. They've been the 2 classes of the field this weekend. Which of them one's going to take the victory? But as well, you've got to look at that battle for 3rd place. We've had the likes of Rex Austin, Oliver Hall, Taylor Tomlinson all scrapping all race long in race 1 and 2. It's all, you know, there's no pressure now. The championship done. It's the final race of the season. Everyone wants to go out there and have some fun, but they'd all love to end it on the podium as well.
What a battle it is about to be. Byron Johnson, nothing to lose. Harrison Day, nothing to lose either. He's going to want to go out of this season on a high. Josh Day getting a quick picture with Luca Allen and Harrison Day for the final time this season before the race gets underway. A lot of rev for the engine, to say the least, from Byron Johnson, but a highly competitive field. 10 riders in the LC40 Elite class. Rob Keys will have the flag. It goes up in the air and he goes down, and we go racing, and straight away Harrison Day gets a great start and tries to take the race lead, and he does into turn 2 now already. So Byron Johnson demoted to 2nd position. Oliver Hall still in 4th place at the moment. Josh Perkins trying to make a move further down the field, but at the front Harrison Day leading the way. They're going to come straight away to cross the timing beam for the first time this race. Lewis Hill further down the field. He's been struggling this weekend with such a big upper body and trying to get himself tucked in the straight line, but such a tricky part of the circuit is this infield section. As you see Byron Johnson championship shirt on, will he be the champion of race 3? Will he win once again? It's to go 3 wide further down the field. Taylor Thompson manages to do both of them on the 77. Bradley Curtis pushed back with Oliver Hall as well, the number 3. Bradley Curtis though straight away battling back. Thompson trying to get the undercuts. Now we're going to see Oliver Hall try and get involved in that one. So the battle first is going on between these 2 riders. Then these 3 are battling for the final podium places. If they continue, Josh Perkins or Rex Austin could potentially get involved. So a great start for the LC40 Elites for the final time in 2023.
Here comes Oliver Hall heading up the Conrod Straight. He's got a new motor in the bike this weekend, and he has been rapid, but he's not close enough to challenge the 77. We love Taylor Tomlinson as they come through into the S's infield section, but here goes Tomlinson potentially. Bradley Curtis 3 wide. Hall up the inside. Hall somehow gets Tomlinson. Neither of them get Bradley Curtis. Wow, that was a super late dive bomb from the number 3 rider, and he will be happy with that one, but one more place separating him from his highly desired second podium of the weekend. Harrison Day already pulling the gap on Byron Johnson in P2, but this battle for third place rages on as it's soon to be 7 laps left to run in the final race of the LC40 Elite season. Bradley Curtis still holding on to that third at the moment on the 71, but Oliver Hall is looking very, very pacey in this race, almost touching knees as they came out of the final corner, and there goes Oliver Hall passing up the straight with a great drive and into third place. But of course, still 7 laps left to run. It is not over yet. Taylor Tomlinson, great run out of the S's section. I think Bradley Curtis may have made a small mistake, and now he has to go on the defensive just for a brief moment against the 77. And actually, these guys are catching Byron Johnson. Johnson is not running that fast. He's running about 0.3 of a second slower than Oliver Hall on the previous lap. He just can't quite seem to find the pace at the moment as Harrison Day continues to streak away into the distance. He was 1.7 seconds away last time, and now maybe we don't just have a third to third, we've got a fight for second on our hands, because Byron Johnson seems to be struggling out there, which would be a disappointing way for the champion to end what has been a phenomenal season, claiming the championship quite some time ago, to be brutally honest with you, as Oliver Hall now starts to put the hammer down. He'd love to go one better in this race and claim a second place, but can he do it? Once again, Bradley Curtis just struggling a little bit in that middle section and coming under threat from Taylor Tomlinson as they head through Joey Dunlop corner and onto the pit straight. It's all eyes on the number 3 at the moment. He seems to be the main mover, and he is definitely closing in on the champion Byron Johnson as they head down the Rogerson Straight. It's a good exit there for the number 3 and into Luna Bend. It'll be 5 laps left to go at the line this time. Can Byron Johnson hold on to second, or will the fast-charging Oliver Hall manage to make it at one further place on the podium?
Now, Taylor Tomlinson watching this unfold from behind. The free riders continuing to battle it out. Byron Johnson losing touch clearly now of Harrison Day. 3.4 seconds was the gap at the line last time around. So these guys struggling to be able to catch up. Oliver Hall, this is where he's quick, this is where he's fast, this is where he has made moves. Oliver Hall straight away trying his best to catch onto the back of Byron Johnson. 5 laps remain in this race. Plenty of the Roman marshals watching all this racing unfold as there we see them power it through. There's Taylor Tomlinson. As for Josh Perkins, he's done some technical issues this weekend. He's currently ahead of Logan Cousins and Rex Austin, who continue to battle for 7th position on the circuit. They're going to power it through though, the final sector of the circuit, to make it 4 laps remaining now for these guys. Harrison Day says yet another fastest lap of the race, a 48.3, and that time itself 4/10 quicker than anyone else on the circuit. Rex Austin and Logan Cousins, well, Logan Cousins is waiting to try and make a move. There is second place right now. There is Byron Johnson with Hall straight on his tail. The 03 trying to make a move, and he backs out of it straight away. So Byron Johnson, the champion this year, it looks like potentially he's not going to be able to take the race win. Who knows if he's even going to be able to take second.
The 2021 Rookies Cup champion versus the current LC40 Elites champion. Here goes Oliver Hall, tucks into the slipstream behind Byron Johnson, just unable to find the gap at the moment in this fight for second place. Hall runs a little bit wide, heading through turn 1, but will he be able to capitalise on the run into Joey Dunlop corner? Yes, he will. Oliver Hall up into second place with a lovely move from the number 3 rider. If he finishes here, I believe it will be his best result all season, and what a time to do it in the final race of the season. And Harrison Day, I tell you what, is not actually that far ahead of these two. They're all running similar lap times at the moment. Day is dropping it off a little bit as it stands. Byron Johnson has a look to the inside of Oliver Hall and able to make the gap a bit for the time being. But as they head round Luna Corner, it will be 2 laps to go this time. Byron Johnson once again having a look. He doesn't want to finish third, he wants to finish at least second. He's not had his most successful weekend by his standards, but he's going to dive up the inside anyway. Forces Oliver Hall out wide, and a lovely move by Byron Johnson. But Oliver Hall is so fast through this section. Is he close enough this time? No, not quite. He's going to have to make a last lap move if he wants to regain that second place from the number 37 rider. Oliver Hall last time did set the fastest lap of the race, and 48.264, the fastest man on circuit at the moment. He is absolutely flying out there, is the number 3. But can he get back past Byron Johnson? We will be starting the final lap of the LC40 Elite season in just a moment's time, and it's all eyes on the battle for second place. Byron Johnson versus Oliver Hall as Harrison Day streaks ahead and continues his dominant form this weekend. The gap is 4.2 seconds, and he's got one more tour of the circuit to go to cap off the perfect weekend for the number 15. He rounds the Joey Dunlop corner for the final time. What a performance it has been from this young man all weekend long. He has just simply been on top of his game. Nobody could touch him. And as he comes round onto the Rogerson Straight for the very final time, it is going to be sweet, sweet victory and a clean sweep for the number 15. Harrison Day rounds the final corner for the final time in 2023. The checkered flag will wave, and it will be Harrison Day who claims all 3 race wins here at Three Sisters. What an amazing weekend for that young man, as Byron Johnson is able to hold on to second place with Oliver Hall in third. Bradley Curtis comes home in fourth, and here we have a battle, the P6, Josh Perkins versus Rex Austin, who is going to be on the top, and Josh Perkins takes it in P6, Rex Austin is 7th, and Logan Cousins is 8th, with Archie Hooper rounding out in P9, and Lewis Hull, unfortunately, a DNF, a disappointing way to cap off the season. But my oh my, Harrison Day, what a superstar he's been this weekend. He holds up to 3 to the camera. He knows as he goes to celebrate with his family, his dad Josh Day just there on the left. He knows just how mega that was.
He does indeed, and we're absolutely delighted with that. A little pat on the bike. It's done him well this weekend. 3 out of 3 wins for the number 15. Absolutely delighted. He cannot believe it with himself. Josh Day is currently watching his son succeed. Of course, Josh used to race bikes himself, still occasionally race. Who knows, maybe in the future he might return to a racetrack soon, might return to the British Championship once again. But Harrison Day, he is the man of the moment right now and celebrating, and potentially some tears. This is what racing is all about between these guys. Awesome to see for them, and awesome for the LC40 Elites, which of course will be back next season, where the riders will be moving up. For the final time this season, we can say it's big riders on little bikes. The senior Mini Moto race 3 is just about to start, and well, these adults on these Mini Motos are going to be thrashing it round the circuit once again. Josh Birkin has had stiff competition this time around. Nick Bennett has brought something to the table to be able to fight with him. Isaac Greenstreet just making his way round the grid at the moment, and where hopefully we can see an exciting race 3 this weekend. And no Josh Birkin at the front grid, it seems, because Josh Birkin, there he is, right at the back. So Josh Birkin, maybe he thought Nick Bennett was a bit too much competition, so he went to the back, or maybe he thought he can beat them all. Only one way to find out is by waiting and seeing. Josh Birkin qualified in pole position. He doesn't want to take up that spot though. Instead, he'll go from last. Nick Bennett, the only rider on the front row, he'll go from second place, while Mark Payne and David Maya, watch him in the first couple of corners, incredibly fast starter, they go from third and fourth. Holly Harris, she's on the same grid as Chris Yeomans. They've had some great battles this season on the third row of the grid, with George Rennicks and Luca Allen on the fourth row in 7th and 8th position. Keaton Payne and Lamar Morgan, they'll start from 9th and 10th, with Gary Eldrick and Isaac Greenstreet in 11th and 12th, with Callum White rounding off the qualifiers for the senior mini motos. Of course, Josh Birkin, he'll start in 14th position as well. So it's going to be an interesting one. Maybe Josh Birkin, he was just at the back of the grid for that one, but I don't think he will be. It's the way he does it. He likes having to play about now or then, so I do think we'll see him line up in the back of the field with the number 1 plate on, trying to have a lot of fun in the final race of the year. He has recently shaved his head for aerodynamic and weight reduction reasons, I'm sure, so maybe he's using that to his advantage. Yet the number 1 spot is completely empty.
I'm quite surprised by that, to be honest, because if he was starting on the pole position, that's a bit closer to the end of the race for Josh Birkin, which means it's a bit quicker to get down the pub at the end of the season. But fair enough, if he wants to do a last first challenge, no problem with that. We've seen him before in FAB-Racing. Let's see if we've got another one. Nick Birkin alone on the front row. It's all eyes to the green flag for the final time in 2023. Green flag drops, we're underway. It's a fantastic start from Nick Bennett. Once again, David Meyer rockets away from P4, but he's unable to get past Mark Payne in P3. So it will be Nick Bennett that leads the way. Josh Birkin already making up places there at the back of your picture. David Meyer to the inside. Almost contact there with Mark Payne. That is going to cost him a little bit of time, but as they head through Luna Bend and officially start their first lap at the timing line, there is the maestro Josh Birkin, already well within the top 10, already fighting his way through, currently in P7. He's made up about 6 places off of the line, and he's not going to slow down anytime soon. Josh Birkin could be putting on a performance for the season. We will just have to wait and see, but it is Nick Bennett that leads the way from Mark Payne in second. David Meyer, again, a brilliant rocket ship start for him, but just couldn't get past Mark Payne, and then actually got sat up heading into Luna Bend, so he's cost himself a bit of time. He's running P3 at the moment, just ahead of Keaton Payne. Behind him is Chris Yeomans, behind him is George Reddix, and behind them Josh Birkin is already there, and Josh Birkin is already trying to make the move on Chris Yeoman. Just unbelievable pace from the champion. I mean, he's the champion of the senior mini motos. We know the guy is so fast. We've known it for years. He was part of the dynamic trio himself, Will Howarth, Bernie Hook, and his brother Matt Birkin. They were the 4 that back in the day were really special. And Josh Birkin, the lone soldier on the season, on this grid this season, he has been dynamite, and he's going to continue that as he tries to slide up past Keaton Payne, that was, and he's already up into 3rd place. Unbelievable. Looks like Holly Harris has had a mechanical issue. She's pulled off into the pit lane and is out of the race. Disappointing way to end her season. And a shame that she's not going back out there and putting on one last great fight for us here at FAB-Racing in 2023. So it's Josh Birkin up into 3rd place already. He's only got Mark Payne between himself and Nick Bennett up the front. Again, we've seen, I say that he's only got Mark Payne between himself and Nick Bennett. He's probably already got through Mark Payne. Yes, he has indeed. There goes Josh Birkin. It's taken him 2 laps to go from last to second, and now there is 4 seconds to gain to get onto the back of Nick Bennett. And Nick Bennett is running very fast at the moment. He set the fastest lap last time of 50.516, but with the speed that Josh Birkin is displaying at the moment, I don't think it's going to be long till he gets caught.
Beyond impressive for Josh Birkin. Last to second. Can he do last to first? Let's wait and find out. Look at Allen having a good battle further down the field. And there is the 171 of George Rennick having a battle with Lamar Morgan. Just in front of them, Isaac Greenstreet inside the top 10. An awesome ride for the 92 machine. He's having a good battle, is the Greenstreet. So the Greenstreet currently in 9th, just behind Luca Allen, and actually 1 tenth quicker than Luca Allen last time around, but he is getting caught at the moment by George Rennick, who's having a good race here at FAB. First time we've seen him this year. Incredibly impressive ride for him in the senior mini moto class. Always hard to adapt to these machines, but he's done a great job of it so far and competing with the likes of a British GP2 rider. So Luke Allen defending for his life on Isaac Greenstreet. Isaac Greenstreet though, he's going to make a move down the inside. Luke Allen releases the brake and carries all the speed through. Of course, Luke Allen on the number 11 on the front of his mini moto. They come over towards Paddock Bend, a tricky part of the track for these guys. Callum White a couple of places ahead. he's lost touch almost of Keaton Payne, but there is Keaton Payne actually that's had a mistake or having a mechanical issue, and he's tumbling down the order this time around, and it must be some sort of mechanical. Keaton Payne, he was in 6th position before this, and now he's all the way down in alignment.
Yeah, real shame there for Keaton Payne as he's sliding up. Not seeing Josh Birkin has apparently dropped down to 12th place, but I can see him out there. So Josh Birkin apparently nowhere to be seen. Waiting for us to go through it. And actually, I can't see Josh Birkin out on track because Josh Birkin had it off or was pulled into the pit lane, because it says he's currently in P12. I can't see him out of our commentary box window. So, potential drama here. Josh Birkin possibly out of the race. Is he had it off, or is he just not coming around? I've got no idea what's going on with the champion. Maybe he got a bit bored, I don't know. That wouldn't surprise me knowing Josh Birkin. He's just had enough of it. He's pulled into the pits. But Josh Birkin, so according to race control, they believe that Josh Birkin has stopped, but we cannot see him anywhere, not even in the pit lane. So we'll have to get it confirmed for you, but currently Nick Bennett leads the way. That promotes David Meyer into P2, and Mark Payne is up into 3rd place. And Josh Birkin, the maestro, seemingly out of the race. So late drama. Oh, and that was, I believe, that was pulling off there. It was Keaton Payne on the 112 that you just saw at the front of the shot. And yes, indeed it is. And is that Josh Birkin? And I see, Josh Birkin has stopped. He's pulled over at the side of the track, just coming out of the first corner at Paddock Bend. And that's Keaton Payne who stopped in the 112. So Keaton Payne we've lost as well, but Josh Birkin, I can see him out of my commentary box window, and I believe you're about to see him in a moment. Well, there's Nick Bennett anyway in the 711 leading the way. But yeah, that's a real shame for the maestro. Josh Birkin out of the final race of the season.
Yeah, sitting on the tyre while watching the racing unfold, and that's all he can do. A little shake of the fist there, and actually the other side of the track for each other is Keaton Payne and Josh Birkin, so they'll be able to have a little conversation over that one. So Birkin watching the racing go on now, that's all he can do. But there is Nick Bennett, there is the race leader, and he has a 7.1 seconds lead from David Myatt. So David Myatt on the 22, fast starter, and now he's able to keep that 2nd place at the moment, ahead of Mark Payne, 1 second ahead of Mark Payne last time around. But now coming over the line is Nick Bennett. 2 laps remain in this race. A 52.2 is his best lap, an incredible lap to him actually for the 711. He's finally going to get this win. I think he knows that all he has to do is bring it home with over 7 seconds lead at the moment. So he has it on his knee. He's incredibly confident. The 711 only has it to bring 1.5 laps, and then he is home and dry for the season. He's home and dry for the 2023 FAB-Racing Senior Mini Moto class. Will he be back next year? Could we see him in a Moto Team machine? He was thinking about it earlier on in the season. Will we see him potentially a little bit of a bigger bike, something a bit more his size, because he is a very, very tall rider. But Nick Bennett, great year for him so far. He's always been there or thereabouts. He's been Josh Birkin's wingman recently, 2nd position constantly, but this is his time to shine with just 1 lap to go. If you're watching this, you want to get involved, you want to have a go on these little machines, these big riders, little machines, head over to the FAB-Racing Facebook or website, or message any one of these riders and they'll happily tell you and point you in the right direction. It's so much fun. If you cannot guess, they're out in the sunshine riding motorcycles, having a laugh with their mates, and half a lap remaining separates Nick Bennett from victory in the senior mini moto class. A 5-second lead. He's let off the gas in the past couple of laps. Why is that? Because he doesn't have to. He's built up the gap. Nick Bennett comes round the final corner to win the race after Josh Birkin retired, with David Myatt just wide. So Nick Bennett wins in the final race of the season on the 711. Calm, cool, relaxed is Bennett. What a race it was from him. Although Birkin retired, what a ride.
Absolutely. The 711 ends the season on a high with a great win. He goes over to see his retired compatriots in Keaton Payne and Josh Birkin. Josh sends him a little bit of celebration. And a real shame for Josh Birkin to end the season in that way. But nonetheless, what a ride that was from Nick Bennett, just in a class of his own. And out there, he will end the season on a high. That's it. As you said, Lewis, no more Big Ben on little bikes for 2023. But of course, I'm sure all of the senior Mini Moto gang will be back for the 2024 season. There we go. Burnouts from the senior Mini Motos as well. It's a bit of a staple, to be fair, the senior Mini Motos. They always do a burnout after the final race of the season. Well, that'll be it for 2023 here at Three Sisters, race 3. Nick Bennett, it's all done and dusted. He takes a commanding victory, and unfortunately, that's it for the senior Mini Motos this season. But there is plenty more action to come this year. Plenty more action to come today, should I say, as we still have a few more classes left to run with their race 3s. But that is it for the senior class in the Mini Moto, and a little bit of drama there to go follow.
For the final time this year, the AC40 Pros make their way onto the circuit and they get ready to head out. The championship has been decided. Taylor Tomlinson is your champion in 2023. And well, for this time around, we have a special guest in the commentary box. And well, earlier on in the year, he should have been racing in this class, in the AC40 Pro class. It's Oliver Hall. Oliver, how are you today? How are you here at the Three Sisters circuit?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's been quite a season. There's been loads of good racing and just enjoying being here in the commentary box.
Well, it's the last race of the year. The championship is already wrapped up for Taylor Thompson, who's very, very happy, waving to the camera. Loads of riders waving to the camera. If you're Taylor Thompson, do you think this is his opportunity now just to go all out for the win and show what he can do?
Yeah, to be honest, I think Taylor's just going to go all out because, I mean, it's the end of the season and I think his point of view is either go out there and win it or bin it.
Well, Rex Austin, he's on pole position for this one. He's an up and down season, has Rex, but do you reckon Rex is going to have the pace to be able to take and convert the pole position into a win this time around?
I think Rex could do it because he's been very strong this weekend, and the parts of the season, most of the parts of the season, he's been really good. So just want to find out.
Well, we're not going to have to wait too long to find out for their last race of the year, but it's AC40 Pro bikes. They're heading out on their warm-up lap now. Rex Austin, as we mentioned, he will be your man on pole position. Alongside him, your 2023 AC40 Pro champion, Taylor Tomlinson, on the front row. Logan Cousins and Josh Birkin, they'll be starting in 3rd and 4th on the 2nd row of the grid. Well, Preston Baker, he'll be starting the race from 5th, while Archie Hooper, he'll be alongside him on 3rd row of the grid in 6th position. Sebastian Gosowski, he'll be in P7 after initially not qualifying due to an earlier crash this weekend. So the riders heading out now on their formation lap. Before we can get started for the final race of the season, well, Oliver, out of everyone here today, who do you think is going to be most likely to win this race?
I think that Rex Austin is going to try and take the win because although he has not had the best of the season, he's been quite well and really strong, so I think he's going to do well and surprise us.
Well, a surprise for the end of the season would be very interesting to see heading in to the 2024 FAB-Racing Championship. It's going to be an exciting final race of the year. Just 9 laps separate these riders for the end of their seasons. The point to the green flag has been made. Rob Keys, who'll raise it up in the air and it'll drop and we'll go racing. Rex Austin, what a start. Tomlinson pushing Logan Cousins to the grass. Well, Josh Perkins, a great start from him, up in 3rd position, up into the podium places. Sebastian Kosowski, he's made his way up into 5th after starting all the way down in 7th position in the final place of the grid. But Taylor Tomlinson initially off the line, 2nd place from him, following straight away from Rex Austin, trying to get the slipstream, trying to make a move straight away onto the Conrod Straight. Who's going to break the latest? Is it going to be the 77 or the 991? It's going to be Taylor Tomlinson who leads the opening lap this AC40 Pro race. He started from 2nd up into 1st, And well, your 2023 champion is already showing how it's done. It's Sebastian Gazowski now jumps into third position as Rex Austin initially fights back. A duke on these guys. Who's going to do it? Thomason sticking around the outside. What bravery from the young rider, and well over. A great start from Thomason, already into the race lead.
Yeah, Tomlinson's done quite well. This season, he's of course the pro champion, so I think for the last race of the season, he's going to be number one.
Well, he's got a massive number one plate on the front of his windscreen, on the front of his fairing, so he's going to want to do that on the circuit as well. But Sebastian Gazowski, perhaps some redemptions in store from him. Third position at the moment for him, already gaining onto the back of Rex Austin. The amount of ground he's gained lately, and wow, that could have been an amazing move if he can make it stick. Obviously, we've seen other riders this weekend being able to make moves there, including yourself, Oliver. How tricky is this circuit to overtake?
This circuit is easy, but not hard, but not easy, because this circuit is wide, but there's just everybody will just cut you off because they know that you will go.
Yeah, it's corner after corner here at this circuit. It's very tricky to overtake long corners as well, and some long straights as well. The Conrad straight, very good to make a move into the braking zone. As we see Rex also do it. Will he run wide? They're running ever so slightly wide, but not enough to allow Tomlinson through. So Tomlinson pushed back to second, looking round the outside at the moment into the inside. He'll get the switch back into the braking zone, and Tomlinson making it work. And the 77 hits the front once again. The more these fight, the more chance it's going to allow Gazowski through. Rex Austin trying to fight back like he did at Paddock Bend, but he backs out of that one this time around. Tomlinson knows better of it. Tomlinson knows how to defend. Josh Perkins, the Logan cousins, having their own battle further down the field, but Perkins, he's on a very consistent season as well, but right now just a little bit off these front guys.
Yeah, he's been doing quite well, but I think he's going to get up to the front.
Well, hopefully he can. Hopefully we can see more riders involved in this battle as Rex Austin now hits the front of this field. And well, it seems like they both have weak and strong points of the circuit. This is where Tomlinson is extremely fast, and already he's made the move stick. And now as we come out of here, through the Joey Dunlop corner, we're going to see Rex Austin try to get the drive and line up a move into Paddock Bend. Will he make it work? And then Tomlinson cuts off the front once again. So, well, we're seeing some patterns here. They're making moves at the exact same corners. It seems to be at the end of the straight and also into the Joey Dunlop bend. But right now, 1/10 of a second separates Tomlinson and Rex Austin, so nothing between these guys. And well, as a rider, I'm sure Tomlinson now, he's got to be put under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think Rex is just quite good in doing moves on the back straight, because he's just went round the outside. So I think he's strong there, but Taylor's just strong going round the left. And of course there we see that he's just went round the outside again.
Yeah, it seems to be almost every single lap that changes position. Rex Austin, he knows how to get a good drive out here, and he's going to make a move once again, but then Tomlinson cuts off and defends it just right into him. It's exactly what you said. People just try to cut off your front wheel because they know they can. You know that you're just going to throttle off and back out of the move, and that's exactly what we're seeing here about how tricky it is to make a move at this circuit. Is this circuit a circuit where you have to make the move on the brakes, or is it always about mid-corner and carrying the speed?
To be honest, it's all of it, because I get people coming out of the corners and I get people coming into the brakes, as Rex Austin has just went underneath Taylor Tomlinson.
Rex Austin hits the front once again. Tomlinson builds up the speed once again, reclaims the race lead. Gazowski, though, he's only able to watch this. He's only going to be able to watch Rex Austin try and fight back on the exit of the Joey Dunlop corner. He's trying a new line, though, and now Gazowski gets him. So Gazowski into second position, and this changes the entire dynamic of the race. With now, instead of Rex Austin and Tomlinson going at it, we get to see finally what Gazowski can do, because he's been extremely impressive all season.
Yeah, Gazowski has been really impressive. To be honest, I think he might be able to get up to Taylor, and he might be able to get the race win, because he's really fast. And as Gazowski just gets past Taylor Tomlinson, but I don't think going to stick it because I think Taylor's going to go around the outside.
Well, Taylor Thomas, as you said, and Gosowski able to have the pace there, so extremely fast there from him. And well, you've raced against Taylor Thompson yourself on the circuit at some points this season, so how tricky of a rider is he to battle with? As you see now, Logan Cousins and Josh Perkins having their own battle further down the field. This is the battle for fourth, but how tricky is Taylor on the circuit to race with?
Yeah, it's really tricky, to be honest. Taylor's a very fast rider, very good, so it's hard to get the battle with him, but everybody else can.
Yeah, everyone's battling with at the front, and everyone's battling right now for this fourth position as well. Preston Baker, he's on the back of Josh Perkins, trying to make this move stick with less than 2 laps to go now. They continue to battle it through. Preston Baker and Sebastian Gosowski now sits the fastest lap of the race, but Preston Baker last time around 1/10 of a second as Gosowski now hits the front of the field. The 64 in the lead of the race as we just have 1.5 laps remaining this time around. There is that battle with Logan Cousins still at the front of it on the number 7, Josh Perkins as well. Josh Perkins trying to make that move stick, but with only about a lap remaining, who would you guess is going to get this? Who looks the strongest in your opinion?
In my opinion, Sebastian and Taylor look really, really strong, so I don't know who's going to win, but it's going to be a battle to the line.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle to the finish. We have to wait and see. Thomason, though, round the outside there, he's trying to get the drive, trying to get a late apex, power it through, and then through this left. Can he do anything? This isn't Rex Austin. It seems like Gosowski's slightly faster through this infield section and towards the valley, but powering it through now, through the Joey Dunlop corner, less than 1 lap remaining in this AC40 Pro race. Who's it going to be? Gosowski, Thomason. Thomason won the championship. Sebastian Gosowski, vice championship. It was the same in the rookies last season between these two guys, but now Gosowski at the front. Taylor Thomason trying there, he couldn't make it work. Is this going to affect his drive onto the line? To the finish line though, we head now for the final time. Gosowski or Thomason? It looks like Sebastian Gosowski is going to win the final race of the season. Taylor Thomason could only do second. The fastest lap of the race, a 49.1, with Rex Austin finishing in third. But there you go, Oliver. What a final couple of laps it was there for Sebastian Gosowski. How do you think he managed to be able to do it?
I think he managed to do it because he's got great corner speed, and he's very good, so he's got the speed, and I think he just done what he could. Yeah,
he done everything he could, and well, so did Taylor. Sadly though for Tomlinson, it wasn't enough this time around. There's Mason Fedrick, but of course it was Sebastian Gosowski who won that race by 79 thousandths of a second from Taylor Thompson and Rex Austin, with Josh Perkins and Logan Cousins rounding out the top 5, Preston Baker in 6th and Archie Hooper in 7th, as Sebastian Gosowski manages to do a burnout on a Mini Moto. Very impressive, and very impressive as well from you, Oliver. Great always to have you in the commentary box and have a chat with you. We wish you the best of luck for next season, especially. We hope as well we can see you on a geared machine, so best of luck for next year, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now then, for the final time in 2023, the Extreme 200s prepare themselves for battle. Sullivan Mountsie is on pole position on the number 4, with Blake Wilson in 2nd place. 7 riders signed up to be here. Some more showed up here on Saturday. Daniel Goodman has appeared here today, as well as Alfie Davidson, another 2 British Talent Cup riders to add to our many, many ones that show up here at FAB-Racing. A shame that we don't have the likes of Philip Soroviak here, but you can see now the riders coming into the home area and ready to race, Ross. You have to say Sullivan Mountsie, you would say would be the favourite, but Blake Wilson, he has been known to spring up some surprise.
He has indeed. Sullivan Mountsie has had a great season, not just in FAB-Racing, but all over the show. And I'm sure he'd love to cap it off with a clean sweep this weekend. But Blake Wilson, he has been very, very fast this weekend, and the likes of Dan Newman as well, been up there on that number 71. So I think it could be close. I think it's close. It's the final race. Nothing to lose. May as well go absolutely all out for it. The riders making their way out onto the grid now. And of course, we're back onto the full circle. We've got the big boys out on the big bikes. The Mini Moto Racing for the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship is over. And now it's the final race for the larger bikes and the more senior members of the paddock, apart from the senior Mini Motos, of course. But you know what I'm talking about, making their way onto the grid. Again, no Marker Holt, it would seem. No Lawrence Wardle either. And once again, not seeing Austin Johnson or Ronnie Harris at the moment. So, could be a four-bike race for this one. But it will be Sullivan Mounsey who starts on the pole position with Blake Wilson in P2. It'll be Annabelle McCarthy starting 7th and Dan Goodman starting in P8 as they make their way out for the formation lap. Yeah. No Ronnie Harris, so that's a shame. But Lewis, season is coming to a close. It's been a great year in 2023 for FAB-Racing. We've had some fantastic action. And this weekend as well. We've turned up to Three Sisters, a track that we've never been to before as a series, which has turned 19 this year, of course. FAB-Racing being around since the dark, heady days of 2004, which I'm sure will make many of you in the audience feel a lot older than you actually are. But it's we've had a fantastic weekend of racing this season, and it's just been a brilliant weekend. We turned up here to Three Sisters. The racing been fantastic. Apart from the odd shower, the weather's been beautiful. The riders are absolutely loving it. It's just been fantastic.
It has indeed. It's been a great year for FAB-Racing. A very, very great championship as usual. And championships going down to the final rounds. You can see some of the riders on the pit wall at the moment. See what the track's like as well, because, well, the sunshine's out now. Best it's been all weekend. Some of these guys, they have had some practice here at the Three Sisters circuit. So very, very great to see this circuit in action. It's produced some awesome racing this season. But Annabelle McCarthy's bike in the hole near, ready for the MotoGP 50 race, which will be coming up very, very soon. But of course, FAB-Racing, it couldn't take place without all the support we've had this season. For example, LS2 helmets. There's going to be an LS2 helmet which will be eventually given to Marco Holt if he shows up to take it. If not, I'm sure someone else will happily accept it. But there's a fresh LS2 helmet waiting to go to our champion Marco Holt. Danny Webb's GP camp as well. What a job he's done with the riders this season. We've just seen in the AC40 Pro race, one of his riders, Sebastian Gosowski, taking the race win on the final lap of the race. And, well, it's once again showing that Three Sisters is one of the best circuits that we've had all year for racing.
Absolutely. I mean, it has just been non-stop action everywhere you look. I mean, there is plenty of motorsport to watch this week, and there's plenty of motorsport going on around the world. But why would you want to watch anything apart from FAB-Racing at the moment? Because, yes, of course, it's, Friday and Saturday. It's been a phenomenal weekend of racing, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. Now, which I confirm that there is going to be a special presentation after race 3, so Marco will actually be given the helmet for being the champion of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. He was supposed to receive it after race 2, but he just went straight back into the paddock because he was so happy he forgot to go and get it, which is fair enough. He's made history here today. Yeah, in the moment, but it's fair enough. The boys made history today. The first ever double champion of both the 50s and the 70s in the same year. No one has ever done that before, and it is a monumental achievement and just shows how talented that young man is out on track. So after race 3 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship, the penultimate race of this weekend and the penultimate race of the season, there will be a special presentation for Marco Holt, and he will receive his helmet. Of course, if you're just joining us, hello and welcome. You join us in the dying moments of the final day of the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. It's been a fantastic weekend. It's been a brilliant season, and only a handful of race 3s left to go, 5 in fact. And there is a brilliant audience watching along here, and the paddock atmosphere feeling strong. Everyone, the vibes in the paddock, they're just good. I mean, FAB-Racing, it's a real family, and everyone's just really enjoying themselves here at Three Sisters for the final race of the season. And of course, if you're watching along, and you've maybe got a young one at home who fancies starting their motorcycle racing career, or you want to maybe you want to give it a go yourself, even if you're younger or a little bit older, do not be afraid to head over to the FAB-Racing Facebook page or the FAB-Racing website. You can find out all the information on how to get involved there. And of course, we are the place to be to start a fledgling motorcycle career. We are on the road to MotoGP, an accolade awarded to us by Dorna in 2019. Since 2019 as well, over 60% of the British Talent Cup field have all come from FAB-Racing. The champion and vice champion from this year, all from FAB-Racing. Evan Belford and Sullivan Mounsey, both as I mentioned, the champion and vice champion of the RNG British Talent Cup. They've got the call up to the RedBull Rookies Cup as well, and they'll be racing alongside MotoGP this season. They're all from FAB-Racing, and of course a big congratulations to them as well. Sullivan Mounsey is here this weekend, and that loving time being back in the Fab paddock. And we've got riders who've made it over to MotoGP, made it to WSBK, made it to BSB. Everybody here wants to go and achieve something special, and many a rider has. So this is the place to come if you want to start your motorcycle racing career. And we have TV coverage as well, so you can tell all your mates you're on TV, and that's not something you hear every day. So please do check out the FAB-Racing Facebook page, the FAB-Racing Wedge Bike, if you want to come along and get involved. It would be great to see some new faces in 2024.
Be great to see some new people. If for example, though, you don't want to race and you just want to keep getting involved, well, of course, as you mentioned, TV coverage, and you can watch all the races back. Anything that you've missed from the weekend will be available on the YouTube page, and as well, I'm sure there'll be some highlights as well all over social media. Make sure whenever you do that, you tag the FAB-Racing or the Motorsport Radio Facebook or social media channels anyway. But plenty of people this weekend coming to watch the race and eating food, of course, from the cafe. It's
quite
here
nice
at
cafe,
the Free
to be
System
fair.
Circuit. It is indeed. And well, you can drive your road car or track car here as well. This is used for cars, and well, this circuit opened up in the late 1970s, and well, actually some big talents started out here. For example, Neil Hodgson, of course the 2000 BSB champion and the 2003 World Superbike champion, won his first ever race here at this circuit in 1990. So it's produced some great racing and great talents, just like FAB-Racing has as well. And well, FAB-Racing continuing to get those talents out there into the world as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who is going to be the next. Hopefully this weekend, I'm sure we'll catch up on it throughout the weekend as well, and especially throughout tomorrow is, of course, Casey O'Gorman and Evan Belford. They're racing at Aragon this weekend in the Junior GP paddock, where we'll have commentary on that from two former FAB commentators, Tristan Finocchiaro, who up to this weekend held the biggest penalty in FAB racing history. Sadly, that was taken away from him by the Green Streets. And well, also alongside him this weekend, it'll be Mr. Kiko Giles. So it's going to be great to hear them on commentary together. It's going to be very interesting to see how the racing's going to unfold, with Casey O'Gorman making his debut in the Junior GP class and Evan Belford making his debut in the European Talent Cup Championship with the Vision Track Racing Team. So make sure you tune into that one. That one will also be live on YouTube, just like the FAB-Racing series, and also just like the FAB-Racing series, it's also on the road to MotoGP. But plenty of family watching on the side of the circuit and enjoying the action that's unfolding. It seems like there's about one fan zone here. Everyone's kind of going to the same side of the circuit, and no one's appreciating the technical of the top end of the track.
Yeah, I would absolutely recommend people going up to the other spectators on the other end of the track, but I guess if people don't want to go, they don't want to go, because it is my personal favourite area to watch. We were out doing some odd jobs on Thursday, and honestly, watching it was absolutely awesome. So yeah, and we can see as well members of the FAB paddock watching along there. Some of our younger FAB members sat on top of a bin for reasons I cannot quite describe, but great to see the FAB community still in full swing, even following the last race of the season. And there is the cafe. There you go. So obviously you may know that my co-commentator Lewis Ray is now a former motorcycle racer. He's announced his retirement to focus on commentary. Personally, I think it's a terrible decision because he's terrible at that as well.
Wow.
I'm joking. You're fantastic, Lewis. But Lewis, for many of those riding at home, they may not know what it's like riding a motorcycle. So, why don't you explain, the trials and tribulations of being a young motorcycle rider in a paddock like FAB-Racing, and you're going out there against some of the best in the UK. What's that like for a young man?
It's a great lot of fun, obviously, here at FAB-Racing. At FAB-Racing, of course, I'm winning racing motorcycle. You have one or two spills, sadly. That was majority of what race weekends for me and my family. But, so it's an interesting time. In the paddock, for example, whenever you're a young rider as well, it's one of the best influences these young riders can possibly have. It matures them, and whenever we go to interview them throughout the race weekends throughout the year, you'll notice just how well spoken they are, and that's all from the racing paddock, the racing community, and we'll being appreciative of what they have, because obviously not every kids, not every rider, not every person gets to do what they want, and these riders out here, and like myself, they got to do what they wanted, and sacrifices obviously had to be made to be able to do that. So you just have to go out there, appreciate it, and have fun. And like we see in people like Silva, man, say it's able to work, you're able to get places, you're able to get opportunities like the RedBull Rookies to be able to move up. Sadly myself, I was never that quick myself. I did once beat Harley McCabe in one race this season, so that's the highlight of my CV and my racing career, but we'll pretend that there was no mechanical issues, and I finished one place behind Scott McPhee as well, so I can almost say I almost bet McPhee. But these guys as well, great to see them out, and great to see the likes of Sullivan Mintz as well returning to FAB-Racing and coming back and helping these young riders. Sullivan obviously does stretching sessions, he coaches them almost, especially the likes of Luke Fitchett. He's able to coach them, telling them how to go faster if there's any issues, especially mentally, knows what they're going for if there's been a couple of mechanicals in a row. Or like we see on Luke Fitchett, he had a brake failure, had a mechanical issue, and that really affects his confidence. Someone like Sullivan Mintz, who's been through quite a lot in his racing career, he's able to help him and understand what a rider's thinking and how to regain their confidence. So always interesting to hear, always interesting to see Sully, who's currently had a great run this season. I mean, Extreme 200 champion, he's done well to do that, and maybe next season in the RedBull Rookies, who knows what to expect from him. He could spring up one or two surprises, definitely himself and Evan Belford. Hopefully Evan, I know he's busy at the moment, hopefully we can see him make one or two returns to FAB-Racing. It'll be awesome to see him come back.
Absolutely, it's always great to have old faces returning to the Fab paddock. Here we can see the trickling in, shall I say, of some of our 50s riders. They're getting ready for their final race of the season, and they'll be heading out onto the grid in just a short moment's time. And it has been a great season of FAB-Racing. It's been a great weekend of racing here. The Fab finale at Three Sisters. Hello and welcome. If you are just joining us here for the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Three Sisters in Wigan. You've missed a fantastic weekend of racing, but we still have a few races to go. And of course, I encourage you to go back and watch everything, because it has been some of the best racing that we have had all season long. It has been very much enjoyable. And we are just moments away from getting racing again with the Mini GP 50s for their final race of the year. Of course, the title for this was locked up by the now double champion Marco Holt some time ago. I don't think he's going to make an appearance in this one. He did not make an appearance in race 2, but that doesn't mean to say that we're not going to have anybody else out there. We had a fantastic race 1 and race 2. Luke Fitchett and Wilson Dilks putting on a display, putting on a monumental tussle up at the front. And we'll just have to wait and see. Time for race 3 for the Mini GP 50s, their final race of the season here at the final round of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at Three Sisters Circuit in Wigan. And in race 1 and race 2, we've seen Luke Fitchett and Wilson Dilks putting on an almighty display. Both of them giving each other less than an inch, fighting over every single piece of tarmac. While all over the rest of the field, we've seen some colossal battles. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, and alongside me, Lewis Ray. And as the riders make their way out onto the grid, we've had two fantastic races. How about we cap off the season with another brilliant one?
That would be great to see us finish off the season on the high. We have high numbers all the way throughout the year. We've not really had much of a drop-off. 18, 19 riders should be making the start of this race. Tyler Hartley, hopefully he can start this race. He's at the back of the field, but he did have some issues in race 2 earlier on. So race 3, hopefully that's all fixed. Wilson Dilks and Luke Fitchett, number 7 and 85, they'll be on the front row of the grid. They'll be hoping to go into battle. Once again, Rob Keys and Lee Klaus at the front of the field for the final time this year in the Mini GP 50s. They prepare to go racing and then they prepare to go to battle. But Travis Shaw is in 3rd position, but a couple of rows behind that, Seth Hayward is there in 7th position. He had a great start to the weekend, one of his best weekends that he's had here at FAB, the 4th row of the grid for that rider there. There he is, the number 15 with a bright yellow wheels, easy to spot on the circuit. And well, it's going to be interesting to see if he has the pace during the race, because in the pace in qualifying it was Luke Fitchett who had it with a 1 minute flat on pole position. Wilson Dilts alongside him with Travis Shaw and Jenson Bishop on the 2nd row of the grid. Frankie Watson and Corey Gleeson is in the 3rd row of the grid with Seth Hayward and Harley Baker in 7th and 8th position. Byron Johnson, your champion in the LC40 Elite class, he is having a great year in the Mini GP 50s in 9th position with George Ackerman rounding out the top 10. Matthew Thomas, one of the riders that's moved up from the Mini Moto classes, he's in 11th, next to Bethany Ashby. Riley Paisley, Annabelle McCarthy, they're 13th and 14th position with Lucy Curtis rounding out the top 15. Murray Simmons, he will start the race from 16th position with Ollie O'Gorman in 17th, Cal Maxwell in 18th, and Tyler Hartley rounding out the grid in a very impressive numbered Mini GP 50 class. What a season it's been. Let's go out on a high once again. Can we see Chloe Gleeson finally get a podium this season? She was so close in race 2 and got pipped by her teammate Frankie Watson at the final stage of the race.
Yeah, dead heat to the line between Chloe Gleeson and Frankie Watson. Can she finally step onto the podium places as we wait to go racing for the final time in 2023 for the Mini GP 50 class here at Three Sisters? We've had 2 amazing races so far. Let's bring it home with another fantastic one on this sunny October Saturday afternoon. Racing here on a Saturday makes no difference. We're still here, we're still having a great time at FAB-Racing, and you can see a big crowd watching along from the paddock. There is a sizable crowd as well over on the banking from spectators here for a good time. It's time to go racing for the very final time in 2023 in the Mini GP 50s. It's ice to the flag. Flag drops, we're underway. It's a great start from Black Cat Vichin, and once again it's a slow start for Travis Shaw. He had the same issue in race 2, and once again he struggles to get away from the line and falls down the order, but it will be Flat Cap Vichin who gets a great start, but Wilson Dilks is following him closely. Looks like we've got another battle for the lead on our hands here in race 3. Similar to race 1 and race 2, these two were ding-donging the entire way around. Let's see who has what in their back pocket as they come round to officially start the opening lap by crossing the timing line. It will be Flat Cap Vichin who leads from Wilson Dilk in P2. Jenson Bishop is 3rd with Frankie Watson, I believe, in P4. Chloe Gleeson unfortunately didn't get a very, very strong start. She's fallen down to P7, and as we head through Penrith Climb and down to Coward Summit for the very, very first time, it is Flat Cap Vichin that leads the way back onto the pit straight. Wilson Dilk still there alongside him, but it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be on top during this race. Head round Paddock Bend and back to Lucy's Valley down the middle of the track. Very dangerous corner. Oh my goodness me, Wilson Dilks took a very tight line there. Almost thought that there was going to be a collision, but there has not been one for the time being. And as we head back down through the S's, it's still Flat Cap Vichin that leads the way. Wilson Dilks following in tow. It'll be 10 laps left to go at the line this time, with Fitchett still leading at the moment.
is still leading the way at the moment. Is Luke Fitchett, 11 laps remaining to come over the line now. Ticket over to 10 laps to go. The fastest lap of the race heads to Luke Fitchett, a 58 flat, a 58.1 from Wilson Dilks. So Frankie Watson in third place. So now powering it through towards the Coward Summit and down into the braking zone, where we go to the Joey Dunlop corner, go through there, then paddock bend for these riders all the way around through the hairpin, and then they start going towards the valley. Now it's very tricky into this section. It's easy to lose, it's easy to go a little bit too defensive before you go round to the next tricky section, the S's. It's all about your drive out of here into the Rogerson Straight, where you need to get a nice short and sweet drive, and then into the final sector, the Lunar Bend, and it looks like no one is able to make a move stick. The Conrod Straight in the final time now. They come towards the line, and it's going to make it 9 laps remaining in this Mini GP 50 race. 0.2 of a second separated them at the line. A 58 flat from both of them, with 9 laps to go, with Frankie Watson a further 6 seconds behind these two. Jenson Bishop in 4th, Corey Gleeson dropping down to 5th position. Travis Shaw making his way up the field past F. Hayward now. So Travis Shaw finally making up the order after a bad start to the race. There is Corey Gleeson trying to get past Jenson Bishop to make her way into 4th position before she can fight her teammate once again for that podium place. So Jenson Bishop on the number 11. He's done some 70s this year, mainly 50s though, with Byron Johnson just behind on the 37. He's only able to watch this unfold at the moment. Corey Gleeson ever so slightly wide into the S's before the Rogerson Straight. So the 25 looking extremely confident once again. It's so good to see so many different riders up at the front this time around.
It is absolutely great to see. Chloe Gleeson is flying at the moment. The only other riders with a sub 1 minute lap besides Luke Fitchett and Wilson Dilks on the previous lap. Wilson Dilks there, fastest lap of the race at 57.7 dead, a 10.5 faster than Luke Flatcap Fitchett. Can Chloe Gleeson try some miracles down into Coward Summit? No, he cannot, but Wilson Dilks can certainly find a way round into the lead. Lovely move from the number 85 up the inside through Paddock Bend. That is as calm as you like. Flatcap Fitchett just left the door open a little bit on the inside, missed his braking zone by half a metre, ran slightly wide, and that was enough for Wilson Dilks to slide on through and into the lead of the race. That, I believe, is Travis Shaw trying to rejoin the race.
George Ackerman,
George Ackerman, yeah. So George Ackerman trying to rejoin the race even. So clearly he's had problems pulled into the pits, but he's trying to head back out now. And once again we're fighting, but across the line we go. It is it's actually Luke Fitchett that leads the way. He got a better run coming out of the final corner at Lunar Bend, and he's retaken the lead heading into Penrith Summit. And now as they fly back down the hill, oh so fast these bikes round here. It was really, really rapid, and coming back onto the pit straight through the Joey Dunlop corner. Flatcap Fitchett leads the way once again. This time he is wise to the attacks of Wilson Dilks, covers the inside line, and Dilks will have to settle for second for the time being. Frankie Watson still running in P3 at the moment as Wilson Dilks slides back through with a lovely move up the inside, but here comes Flatcap Fitchett up the inside into the S's. Side by side they go through the right-hander. Wilson Dilks will just hold on for the time being. But this battle is getting very, very spicy indeed. Both of these riders are giving it their all. They want to end their season with a win in the Mini GP 50s. And, well, when two people want to win, unfortunately, only one of them can do it. And that's how it's going to go. Fitchett once again with a monster drive up onto the Conrod Straight. And here he goes up the inside, sliding through. Once again, it appears that Fitchett down the bottom end of the track is just so strong. But this area of the circuit, well, that is Wilson Dilks' town, because he is just superb coming into there. And as they head back down the pit straight once again, it is Flatcap Fitchett who is wise to the attacks of Wilson Dilks. We know that Fitchett, he is one of the best defenders that we have here at FAB-Racing, but that's still not going to stop Wilson Dilks from sliding through, coming into Lucy's Valley. But wow, what a move that was. And can he hold on to it this time, or will Fitchett fight back?
Fitchett trying all he can on the number 7 machine versus the 85 of Wilson Dilks. 58.9 from Wilson Dilks, while 59 flat from Luke Fitchett on the number 7 last time around. So 1 tenth quicker for Luke Fitchett. Frankie Watson over 10 seconds behind 11.2 last time around, but now they power it across the line at the moment. 5 laps to go. Luke Fitchett sliding past up the Pensive climb. What a move that was. This is where Wilson Doubt's faster though, through the other section of the circuit towards the Joey Dunlop corner. He's able to go a lot of time on the brakes, but now they go for a bit of wait to see who else is coming through. There is Jenson Bishop and Byron Johnson, who's managed to catch up onto the back of him. What can Johnson do? He seems to have the pace over the past couple of laps over Jenson Bishop, while Chloe Gleason, she's got through Bishop and now starting to close in on her teammate Frankie Watson. 5 laps though remain in this race. These riders are going to have to continue to push on. Byron Johnson pushes on and gets through Jenson Bishop for 5th position. Now then we see Byron Johnson inside the top 5 for the first time this race. What a result for the youngsters. First year in the class, moving up from the Mini Motos, and he started the race all the way down in 9th and already making a move on Chloe Gleason. Johnson is the person that has the pace at the moment in this little pack of riders.
The LC40 Elite champion of 2023, showing he has what it takes on the bigger bikes as well. What a performance we are seeing from Byron Johnson, and this paints a good picture for what may happen next year, presuming he moves full-time onto the 50s category. Chloe Gleason is facing a monster attack at the moment, and it's Byron Johnson is the man with the pace. He made easy work of Jenson Bishop. Chloe Gleason is 1.8 seconds behind Frankie Watson in P4 at the moment, and her pace has started to slow as well, so it looks like it's not going to be long before she falls into the clutches of the fast charging Byron Johnson, with 3.5 laps left to run here in the final race of the season for the Mini GP 50s class, because Byron Johnson maybe tries to set it up coming into Luna Bend. Yes, he will, to the inside. Oh, great defending by Chloe Gleason, just keeps it pinned, sweeps around the outside. But Johnson on that 37 machine, it seems inevitable at this point. He is so fast. We know Gleason is super strong at this top end of the circuit. How does Johnson match up against her? We'll have to wait and see as they slide through Pensive Climb, fully flat out through that section of the racetrack, and then into Coward Summit, dropping back down the hill. And there we see a few more riders coming through as well. And it looks like Chloe Gleason, has managed to pull a bit of a gap as we expected. That's where she's very strong, at the top end of the circuit, down in the fast stuff. But this is where Byron Johnson, this is his kind of ballpark. The stop-start, awkward middle sector, it's all about technicality. And this is where he's super strong, being heavy on the brakes. There is the number 85 of Wilson Dilks in the lead. He has pulled his second now on Luke Fitchett, and he starts the penultimate lap of the race. I think Wilson Dilks has finally got to get himself a race weekend this weekend, presuming nothing goes wrong.
Hopefully not. Still some back markers left, so hopefully he can finally get a great race weekend, as there is Lucy Curtis that he's lapping there cleanly through into the Joey Dunlop corner. Luke Fitchett also through straight away. Fitchett, extremely experienced in multiple classes, trying to get past these back markers and when to do it safely. But it's a new challenge at this circuit for being a brand new venue for the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship, but now they power it through and towards, with just 1.5 laps remaining, towards the S's now, and then towards the back straight, the Rogers straight. It's going to be an interesting finish. There was a leg up there from Wilson Dilks, so hopefully not any issues there, but a little moment coming out the S's, so hopefully nothing to worry about for Wilson. There's hopefully nothing to stress about for him. He powers out through. Fitchett has definitely caught up though. Look, Fitchett has closed the gap once again. 0.2 of a second separates the two riders. What a VAB final for them, and yes, it is an issue for Wilson Dilks on the final lap of the race. His bike just struggled to get into gear, and look, Fitchett got through. Now Riley Paisley and Simmons, can they get through? They need to get through as soon as possible.
My goodness me.
Heads up, pushing Wilson Dilks wide. Wilson Dilks still in second. Fitchett still in the lead. He's still struggling to get past Paisley, and now diving down the inside, almost doing a stoppie into number 7. And there's Dilks having more issues, struggling to get past the 17. Luke Fitchett, he's off into the clear and off into the final sector with the number 7, with the race lead. And Wilson Dilks, nothing he could have done. He had another issue coming out anyway, so even without the back markers, he would have struggled to hold on to that one. Coming through the final sector now, Luke Fitchett is going to win race 3, the final race of the season for the MiniGP 50 class. Wilson Downs, with issues, comes home in second position. What a ride from both of the riders. A huge shame about Wilson Downs, but you can't take anything away from Luke Fitchett.
Yeah, what a ride from both of them. What a shame for Wilson Dilks. Late drama, late problems. And those back markers as well, nearly taking out Luke Fitchett. Oh my goodness me, I'm sorry, but that was dangerous. That was really dangerous. Great avoiding action from Luke Fitchett there to manage to stay on the bike on the last lap. On the last lap there. But yeah, what a weekend it's been for Flat Cat Fitchett. 3 wins out of 3 in the Mini GP 50s category, and a great way to end the season, celebrating, I would say his fan club, but it seems that way as they rush on over to him, but celebrates with his FAB-Racing compatriots. Nonetheless, he's had a stellar weekend in the 50s, and while in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s Championship, it may not have quite have been the best weekend, here in the 50s, he reigns supreme, and he has been phenomenal this weekend. Having a quick word with Byron Johnson, another great weekend for him as well on the 50s, really showing that the LC40 Elites champion of this year, when he makes the step up next year, can do well. That is it for 2023 for the Mini GP 50s, but of course, they'll be back in 2024.
Coming up for the final time in 2023, we have an impressive field of riders for the Pit Bike 140 grid. It's the final time for these guys to take a race win. Well, Jamie King finally do it. He promises a race win. He's yet to deliver. In race 2, however, Michael Med had a issue on the final couple laps after making contact with Chris Wells. And the number 5, starting in 5th place is Chris Wells. His back wheel made contact with Michael Med's front wheel, and well, the back wheel usually wins, and Michael Med went down in the dirt, and Chris Wells won the race. Jamie King, he should be starting second, and there he is. We're waiting, and I don't think Michael Med is going to be making the start, so instead Liam Wood, he's on pole position with Jamie King in second place. Michael Med, he should have been starting in third. I don't think he's making it out. It was a big impact to his helmet. While Bailey Lawrence, the sole rider on the second row of the grid, she'll be starting from 4th. Chris Wells, our champion in 2023. He goes from the 5th place grid position. Next to Cameron Sewell is having a great weekend in 6th place. Keaton Payne and Robert Med, he'll be starting on the 4th row of the grid, with Sean Whittaker rounding out the Pit Bike 140 grid, a reduced grid this time around in the Three Sisters circuit, but still some great action that we're seeing, very close racing.
Maybe it is time for Jamie King to fulfill his promise that he made to us last night. Maybe it's time for Jamie King to finally step back onto the top step of the podium after what has now been 2 years away from a race victory. And what a time it would be to do it as well, heading into the final race of the season. But he's got some stiff competition. Liam Woods been fantastic all weekend, as has Chris Wells. So Jamie King, maybe he's got it stacked against himself. Maybe his promise is going to be unfulfilled, but we'll have to wait and see. No pressure. Pit Bike Sonic, they make their way to the grid for the final time. A reduced grid, as Lewis said, but nonetheless, it's going to be an exciting race for the final win of the season. It is all eyes to the green flag for the final time this year. The flag drops, we're underway. It's a good start from Liam Wood, but it's a great start from Jamie King. He manages to slide into P2. Chris Wells wasn't that quick on the getaway, but he's managed to hold on to P3 for the time being, getting through Bailey Lawrence in the process as well. They go single file, heading through Lucy's Valley, quickly up and over the crest, before back down into the S's section. This is where Liam Wood had his incident in race 2. Let's hope that doesn't repeat itself as he slides on through. He's leading the way from the 76 of Jamie King, and just behind them, the number 1 plated Chris Wells, your 2023 champion. Let's see, out of those 3, who's going to stand on the top step, or maybe there'll be another rider who comes and surprises us. Bailey Lawrence has been superb this weekend. Maybe she can find her way onto the podium. Of course, the unofficial Rookies champion of the Pit Bikes this season, heading up through Penrith Prime for the first time. And Jamie King is under attack. Jamie King's got through, in fact. So Jamie King has slid into the lead ahead of Liam Wood, but not for much longer. Up the inside goes the number 94. A lovely move into Joey Dunlop corner. But Jamie King back to the inside through Paddock Bend they go, neck and neck, side by side, almost contact. Jamie King has to hit the brakes to not cause an accident. My oh my, just too much speed heading into the corner. Now he's got to reset and go again while Chris Wells is watching this behind, presumably licking his lips under his helmet, because while they're fighting, he's gaining time. There goes Jamie King back into the lead, heading through the S's, and Chris Wells, again, watching on quietly in third place. We know the champion can do some damage in situations like this. Let's see what he does. Jamie King looks like he's going to lead the next lap and make it 11 laps to go. Liam Wood in tow, and Chris Wells not far behind at all. Chris Wells maybe even challenging Liam Wood. Let's see what the timing is going to be when they come to the line. They're covered by a quarter of a second as they cross the timing line. Unbelievable. But they go single file, heading through Pensive Climb and up to Coward Summit. Liam Wood is so strong heading through this section. Does he have another look on Jamie King into Joey Dunlop? No, he doesn't. He decides to stay in his wheel tracks, maybe playing the patient game.
Jamie King at the front, Liam Wood second, Chris Wells third. That is your podium at the moment. That is the top three in this race. 11 laps remain. Chris Wells has the fastest lap of the race. A 101.7 is the fastest lap so far. So these riders straight away onto the pace, while Jamie King and Liam Wood into the mid 102s at the moment after that first lap. So Chris Wells definitely the best first lap of anyone out there. Cameron Still, he's still in 6th position, so this is the battle to watch at the moment between these guys. The top three duking it out on the circuit. Chris Wells trying his best to get onto the back of Liam Wood. Liam Wood trying his best to get into the slipstream of Jamie King. What they're going to do is head into the back section of the circuit towards Conrod Street, and then the Pensive Climb is coming up. A fast right-hander now. Liam Wood trying to build up momentum almost onto the grass there, while Chris Wells, he can only watch this unfold. He can only watch this drama happen in front of him, as there is Liam Wood. Through he goes on the 94. He takes the lead. Jamie King, he might get put down to third. Will he? No. Chris Wells unable to make the move. 10 laps remain in this pit by 140 race. It's fast, it's furious, it's exactly what we expected. And Jamie King, he's looking to do everything he can. He knows this is his opportunity to win his first race since 2021. He reclaims the lead.
The three-time Pit Bike 140 champion Jamie King is looking racy. That number 76 flying up at the front at the moment, but he's having a fierce battle with Liam Wood, while Chris Wells watches patiently behind. He's a hunter stalking his prey, the champion waiting for the opportune moment to strike on either one of these riders as they go single file, now double file across the line. Now what's the gap at the line? It's 1.5 tenths covering them at the line. It is so close between these three as they head over Pensive Climb and into Coward Summit. This is where Liam Wood is so strong, heading down into Joey Dunlop corner, and once again goes for the move on Jamie King. Gets it done, but Jamie King gets the drive out the corner. Back to the inside. Chris Wells 3 wide heading into Paddock Bend. Not quite going to happen. Jamie King to the inside, Liam Wood to the outside. Still side by side, driving out of the corner. Jamie King gets the advantage, but Liam Wood will have the inside. Jamie King is going to turn in, and he's going to keep it somehow, even with Liam Wood there. Now Liam Wood will have the inside line for the S's, but he backs out of the manoeuvre. Side by side for a fair few corners there between the front two. Brilliant racing action in the Pit Bike 140s, as you'd come to expect from three riders of this caliber. Three of the best riders that we have in the Pit Bike 140 field, and the three best riders that we have here this weekend in the Pit Bike 140 field. No doubt 8 laps to go as we come to the line this time, and once again neck and neck, 2 tenths covering the top three, and Liam Wood trying to go round the outside of Jamie King. That's brave, that is so brave, but it's not going to work this time. He's going to have to wait and hold on for a moment as they head through Coward Summit and down into Joey Dunlop corner. Liam Wood on the brakes through there is untouchable at the moment, but then he sacrifices extra speed once again 3 wide, but he will hold the lead for the time being into Paddock Bend.
Continuing to lead is Liam Wood. Jamie King just behind, so the number 76 trying his best, almost hitting into Chris Wells there, running a little bit wide, was Jamie King. He cut back into the line and almost made contact with his best mate on the circuit, but 8 laps remaining in this race, 7.5 laps really to go, because we're coming to the end of this one already. They come so quick into Lunderbed now. Jamie King, he's lining up a move potentially into the Pensive Climb, trying to get the drive onto the Conrod Straight towards the finish line. We go now, you can see where the finish line is with his tyres on the side of the circuit. Now we cross the line and we get 7 laps remaining. Jamie King already at the front. Liam Wood pushed down to third. struggling there on his driver straight line speed. So Jamie King and Chris Wells, both of them are past him, but now they would come in past on the brakes. He's made it work in second position round the outside. What a move that was. Jamie King, he continues to leave nothing between them. 48 thousandths of a second it was at the line. 7 laps remaining in this race. King knows this is his opportunity. This is an opportunity he has to take. You can just see Chris Wells, he's looking this way, he's looking that way with the number 1 plate on his machine. A lot of sort of the visor from Liam Wood, trying to keep himself calm and try and keep everything consistent in this battle. One mistake, it can not only be yourself, you take out the race, but someone else. You don't want to make one mistake for yourself or another rival. Power it through the final sector of this circuit towards the line. We're about to go now, and then we're going to make it 6 laps to go. Is Jamie King now going to try and pull the pin? Because we know Liam Wood struggles on the straight here, and then Chris Wells, he's going to try and make a move. So Jamie King, he has to get away now, or will Liam Wood go round the outside or go down the inside in the Joey Dunlop corner? He's good on the brakes here. He goes round the outside and makes it work before the corner. What a move, and Jamie King already fighting back.
This is brilliant stuff. Pit Bike 140 action at its absolute best here at the final race of the season in the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. Chris Wells, fastest lap of the race last time, a 101.254, and now Jamie King dropping behind Liam Wood, almost dropping behind Chris Wells as well. 5.5 laps left to run of the season here for the Pit Bike 140s here at Three Sisters in Wigan. It's been a great weekend racing so far, and this has without a doubt been one of the best displays that we have seen. 3 of the finest pit bike riders in the UK going toe-to-toe with nothing to separate them. Liam Wood will once again lead this lap. They're going to go 3 abreast coming up the straight. Jamie King goes through. Does Chris Wells go through? Yes, he does! Chris Wells slides up into second place. How's Liam Wood going to respond to that one? Because Chris Wells is now on a charge like Chris Wells always does. He leaves it late in the race and then goes for it. But Liam Wood on the brakes around the outside, coming onto the pit straight once again. Jamie King elects not to go defensively because it's 3 wide. And through goes Liam Wood. Does Chris Wells slide through as well? No, not quite. Jamie King just able to hold on and stop Wells from sliding up the inside at Paddock Bend. And as we see, as they come through into Lucy's Valley, battling further back as well, that's Keaton Payne up the inside of Bailey Lawrence. A great battle going on for P4 as well. All 6 bikes out there on the track because Robert Med has unfortunately retired. We've got 2 fantastic battling groups of 3. This is pit bikes at its brilliant best. Coming into Luna Bend, it'll be 4 laps to go this time. Liam Wood will lead once again as they come to the start finish. But Jamie King, we know he's absolutely rapid. Up the
Whoa! Contact.
Whoa! Contact between Jamie King and Chris Wells. Chris Wells had to stop himself from going over the handlebars. Unbelievable. But as a result of that, Liam Wood was able to hold on due to the momentum lost by the other 2. But man, oh man, what a save from Chris Wells. But Liam Wood, that's just giving him a bit of breathing room with 4 laps to go.
Jamie King doing everything he can. He's trying to use his inner Sonic that he's got inside himself to try and catch onto the back of Liam Wood. 89 thousandths of a second separated them at the line last time around. There is that battle for 4th position. Keaton Payne now going for the move on Bailey Lawrence as Jamie King following through on the S's with 4 laps remaining this time around. Chris Wells in 3rd place, still watching this one unfold. He's unable though to make a successful move to hit the front of this race. He's able really to get to about 2nd, drop back down to 3rd. But now this is where the move needs to be done. It needs to be done here. Otherwise, Liam Woods could pull away by the time we get to the Joey Dunlop corner. Now that Jamie King is by, will Chris Wells be by? Yes, he will. But watch Liam Woods, 3rd bike in your picture, 94. He's going to go around the outside, head into Joey Dunlop corner and beat Chris Wells on the brakes, or the inside rather, as Chris Wells tries to defend the outside line. Now that Liam Woods into 2nd position, can he drop down or can he move up in position to battle once again with Mr. Jamie King? It's going to be an interesting one. It's a showdown here in race 3 in the final race of the season in the Pit Bike 140 class.
Indeed it is. What a race we are getting here at the moment, as we got more action behind as well in the battle for P4. Phenomenal scenes, ludicrous scenes here at Three Sisters as Bailey Lawrence continues to defend for a life in P4 from Cameron Sewell and Keaton Payne. Back up to the front though, about to start the penultimate lap of the race. Pit Bike Sonic leads them to the line with 2 laps left to go. Behind him though, Liam Wood looking racy. Chris Wells waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Now isn't that moment, but he's still within a shout. Any one of these 3 could win the race. It's anybody's guess what the podium order is going to be. There goes Liam Wood to the outside. Jamie King defends superbly. Coming through the Joey Dunlop corner, but Liam Wood gets the run to the inside, down the pit straight, heading into paddock bend. And there, Jamie King, big wobble. He's going to lose out to Chris Wells as well. Oh, what a shame for Jamie King, but he's still got a chance. He's still got time to make it back up as there goes Chris Wells into the lead. Chris Wells finally pounces on Liam Wood. He comes through, and there we go. Your champion now leads the race. It's soon to be 1 lap to go. Who's going to take the victory? Nobody knows as they head into Luna Corner for the penultimate time. It is soon to be 1 final lap for the 2023 Pit Bike 140 season. Has Jamie King had his moment in the sun and will he drop back, or is he able to fight once again as Chris Wells leads the way? Liam Wood on the outside, is he going to give it a go? No, not quite. Jamie King being patient behind as well, wasn't quite close enough that time. There goes Liam Wood to the inside. Great move to retake the lead of the race. And with 1 lap left to go, I'm coming onto the pit straight. Here we go, Liam Wood now starting to pull a little bit of a gap as they head into paddock bend for the very final time. You can see the other 3 bikes fighting at the back of your picture as well. What does Chris Wells do? Coming into Lucy's Valley, he's going to try a dive up the inside, but he's not quite close enough as they come through. Now, here we go, the final tour of the S's. Jamie King, can he fight his way back through? Can he perform a miracles? Can Chris Wells slide through to cap off his championship winning season with a win? Or will it be Liam Wood who's going to stand on the top step of the podium? Looks like Jamie King's made a mistake. He's out of the running. 2 riders drag race to the line for the final time in 2023. It's a drag race. Who gets there? Chris Wells! Chris Wells wins it at the line by 0.5 of a second, and that means so much. You can see how happy they all are. You can see how delighted they all are. What a race! What a race we have just seen in the Pit Bike 140s. What a way to cap off the season. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Your champion, Chris Wells, ends the season on a high. Who got 4th? It was Cameron Sewell. Another drag race in that battle for 4th place. Man, oh man, that's why I love the pit bikes.
Liam Wood tried his best, and once again the drag race to the line is where he lost out. Jamie King, so close yet so far to get another race win to his books. He finished in 3rd position. What a celebration it would have been if he was able to get it. But Jamie King potentially did some burnouts in the pit lane as well, so celebrating Chris Wells as well. So Chris Wells enjoying himself. Jamie King, there he is, and almost stalling it as well. So loves to get himself on cameras as Jamie King, and loves to get some sort of advertising in for the Pit Bike Sonic YouTube channel. I'm sure he'll be doing a lovely vlog about this roundabout. He almost won this final race, but Jamie King, he'll head off into the paddock and celebrate all night long, I am sure. He was at some local establishments last night. I'm sure he'll be back at them tonight on Saturday night. But they'll be back at action next year, where hopefully we can see Jamie King finally get his race win.
Final race of the season for the Mini F1 Sidecars, although the championship is done and dusted, with Mick Williams taking yet another championship victory in race 2. We've got 3 sidecars out there who are looking ferociously racy. There is one of them, the number 90 of the Green Streets, who will be devastated after a weekend that could have yielded a championship has ended in so much disappointment. Of course, the other one, the number 26 of Mick Williams, out there doing what Mick Williams does best. But of course, the 44 of Mick Lay this weekend, they've been superb. The thing is just a rocket ship down the straights. And with the Green Streets lining up back on pole, the championship is done and dusted. It is all about racing for personal pride and glory. Who is going to stand on the top step of the podium in the final race of the season? We're about to find out.
They have some, they have some history to settle on the front row of the grid, that is for sure. Number 90 and the 26. They had a few moments this weekend, so McWilliams racing on, looking slightly different this weekend, of course, with his brand new fairing that he's had to put on after the collision. Mick Lee in third position on the 44 sidecar. Watch out for them. We could see a freeway battle in the last mini F1 sidecar race of 2023. Green Street's on pole position. Williams alongside the flag will get waved in the air, and then it will drop, and then we'll go racing. What a start from the Green Streets. They lead the way, but McWilliams, they will be ruthless this time around. They will not hold back on the Green Streets. They want to get his final race this season, and they want to get ground early on the Green Streets. So lead the field through McWilliams and Mick Lee. They are in third place at the moment, but you can just see the back sidecars going through the S's at the moment towards the Rogerson Straight, and then as you see the 230 having some issues there, so Mark Parker having to retire from this race. So disappointing for their sidecar outfit, Mark Parker and Ems that is, but there is McWilliams, second position at the moment for the 26 sidecar. They power it through, and then they come over the finish line for the first time at the moment, and then Green Streets go up the rise for the first time in this race. The Pentef rise, Pentef climb. Mick Lee already on the attack. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke versus 4-stroke here in the Mini F1 sidecar race. This is now personal. There's history between the front two. Mick Lee took advantage in race 1, finished second in race 2. This is their chance to beat them all on the circuit. So it's going to be incredible to watch this unfold. 7 laps remaining, an issue there for Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They're going to have to retire from this one. A huge shame after the weekend that they've been having. They were running consistently at the front in race 2 as well until they ran wide ever so slightly. But there is the Green Streets, number 90 going through. McWilliams slowly catching up. 1/10 of a second was the gap between both of them last time around. It's going to be interesting to see how the gap develops, how the lap times develop between the two outfits.
We'll have to wait and see. This newfound rivalry turns hot, that's maybe turned cold now that the championship is over. The Green Streets and Mick Williams, of course, in a ferocious battle in race 1 that ended in tears and furious anger for the number 26 of Mick Williams. But the Green Streets doing a great job. The 44 and Mick Lee still there in the background as well. And as they head down Coward Summit and into Joey Dunlop Corner, it's anybody's guess as to who's going to be on top. The top 3 very, very close indeed. The Green Streets still holding on for the time being. The Leys just holding on there in P3, maybe hoping for some more race 1 antics where those two spear each other off and then they can inherit a victory, because I'm not quite sure they have the pace to win outright at the moment. A little bit wide there from the Green Streets, heading through Lucy's Valley as they come down to the S's section. Wow, it's going to be interesting to see. It'll be 5 laps to go in a short moment's time. Of course, the final race of the series, and everybody wants to win it, even though the championship is over. They say the only one that everyone remembers is the last race, and this is the one that people will be remembering over the winter and heading into 2024, and who the competition is going to be. The Green Streets take us on to 5 laps remaining in this race, 5 laps remaining in the 2023 season for the Mini F1 sidecars, and they've actually started to pull a bit of a gap. It was 5/10 faster than Mick Williams was the Green Streets last time, a 27.407, fastest lap of the race so far. They are really starting to put the hammer down. You can see visually the gap beginning to extend, and as they head through, coming into Paddock Bend, actually Mick Williams is slowing a little bit. I wonder if he's made a mistake somewhere, because the Lees are closing in. Mick Lee is getting closer and closer on the number 44, as that is a disappointing way to end the season for Mark Parker on the number 230. A mechanical issue, and they are done for race 3. A real shame for them, but back to the action up the front. The Green Streets still lead from Mick Williams, from Mick Lee in P3. Mickception, if you will, as they head into Luna Bend. And yeah, Mick Lee, just the pace that sidecar has coming down the straights is unbelievable. They are just so fast on the long stuff. And when they come onto the straight again, you'll see here gaining on Mick Williams, and you can see it visually. It's like they've got some push-to-pass system on the sidecar or something like that. They're just so quick in a straight line. It's unbelievable.
Mick Williams defending from Mick Lee. We spoke about it last time around in race 2. And now there is Mark Parker and Ems having to finally pull into the pit lane. Green Street, so that gap has definitely closed in actually this time around. Mick Williams, extremely quick in that final sector. It's closing in this time around. What's he going to do in this final sector though? Is Mick Williams slowly getting into this race, slowly getting his lap times down? Last time around, Jason Hill Green Street, a 108.2. Mick Williams, 3/10 quicker, a 107.9. Of course, the sunshine's getting lower. It's almost 5 o'clock in the evening, so potentially some sun getting in their visors while the Green Street, so they do have the tinted visors, while Mick Williams not so tinted. Passenger as well, Michael Elms, they just have a normal clear visor on as well. But now trying to get through Iona Glover and Elliot Newton further down the field. Mick Williams held up ever so slightly, it seems there, so he would have lost some time in that final sector because the gap was definitely closer than that. And now Mick Lee is trying to make a move stick on the 44 before the corner, already through. Mick Williams slowing a lot, as Mick Williams got a slight issue in a straight line. Whenever they get up to high speed, we're going to have to wait and see how it develops, because 108.7 last time around. Look at that gap already. Mick Lee pulling away from Mick Williams.
Absolutely, potential issues for the champion. What a shame. That'll be a disappointing way to end the season, but they're soldiering on regardless. Currently in P3, but the Green Streets lead the way with 2.5 laps left to run. And the 44 now maybe fighting with the Green Streets for the win. Only time will tell who will stand on the top step of the podium in the final race of the season for the Mini F1 Sidecars. And Mick Williams, that thing just doesn't look very happy, does it? It's just seemingly a bit slow. It's either that or the Lees have just found some extra pace out of their back pocket as we head into Luna Corner. Oh, a slight error there for the Green Streets on the corner entry. That will compromise their exit. And as they head up the Commonwealth Straight to enter the penultimate lap of the race, it will be the Green Streets against Mick Lee. And maybe there's a bit of a failure on Mick Williams. It looks like almost the chassis is scraping on the ground. Very interesting there. Hopefully everything is okay. But look at how close the 44 is to the number 90. This is now very much a race for the lead between the two sidecar riders. Whoa! Up on 2 wheels. Huge slide for Mick Lee, but they're continuing on regardless. Unbelievable scenes here with 1.5 laps left to run. That was awesome for starters. I mean, you can show that to your grandkids in a few years' time. What a save. But man, oh man, that was properly sideways, heading onto the pit straight out of the Joey Dunlop corner into the S's for the penultimate time. The Green Street still leading the way. They've had a very disappointing weekend. And, well, on a weekend when they could have won the championship, it's all come to naught, but they would love to end their season off with a win at least and keep that momentum going into 2024. But the winners of race 1 would love to make it 2 as well. One more tour of the Three Sisters circuit. One more tour for the Mini F1 Sidecars in the 2023 FAB-Racing season. And it is the Green Streets who hold the advantage as they come up Penrith's Climb and into Calwood Summit. The Lees look to the inside but can't quite make the gap appear. Heading down the hill, the Green Streets will have the advantage into Joey Dunlop corner and onto the pit straight. A bit of a wobble for the number 90, the 44. A lot smoother through there this time by Paddock Bend for the final time. Almost touching the rear of the Green Streets. So close is the 44. And now Lucy's Valley, arguably the trickiest section of the track. Leo Greenstreet on the passenger seat for the number 90 glances back. I don't think he can believe just how close the 44 is, and there's traffic. They've got to negotiate the traffic. Will that cost them time? We'll have to see as they head through the S's for the final time. Just a few corners left to go. Who's going to be on top in the final race of the Mini F1 Sidecar season? Will it be the Green Streets? Will it be Mick Lee in the 44? Round the final corner for the very final time. It's a mistake for the 44. The Green Streets are home free. They end their season with a very hard-fought win. The Green Streets take the victory in race 3. Mick Lee so close and yet so far. And after a disappointing weekend for the number 90 outfit, they take the victory in the final race of the season. Mick Williams manages to drag the thing home in P3. Clearly damage to the sidecar. They were 10, nearly 11 seconds away come the end of the race from the Green Streets. But man, the Green Streets, it's been such a disappointing weekend for them. That is some way to cap off the season, though.
A great race there in the Mini F1 Sidecar race. Awesome for Jason Leo Greenstreet winning by 3/10 of a second. Mick Lee finished in second with Mick Williams and Michael Elms rounded off the podium. John Hosker came home in 4th with Chris and Robert Impey should be coming home in 5th place. Liam Wood and Harry Skolden made their debut this time around. They finished in 6th position with Iona Glover and Elliot Newton rounding out our finishers. Mark Parker and Ems and Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbert we sadly lost during that race, but we hope to see them back next season. And of course, Mini F1 Sidecars will be back in full swing.
Final race of the season beckons for the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. The title has been decided. Of course, Marco Holt now a double champion in the 50s and the 70s. I do have to stand corrected on a point I made after race 2. Thank you to the Brits to MotoGP Instagram account for making me aware of this. Mark Holt is not the first double champion. He is the second. Casey O'Gorman also did the 50s and the 70s back in 2018. But still, to do it and join the likes of Casey O'Gorman, that is a very elite list. So thank you to Brits to MotoGP for making me aware of my error in my judgment. But still, that's an elite club for Marco. That's it's an elite club for Marco Holt to join.
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be alongside Casey Gorman, who many see as, Britain's next global superstar, it's still phenomenal to be in.
Now then, the riders head out of pit lane for the final time this season for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Our champion this year has been crowned, but his ceremony will take place after this race has been completed. You can see the blue haze of two-stroke in the air. What more do you want on a Saturday evening? It's 5 o'clock in the evening now, and well, in pole position for this one, Marco Holt, our 2023 champion. It's going to be so interesting. We can't wait to see what he's going to do. A bright gold bike on the front row of the grid. Wow, wow, wow. That is going all out. You have to give him credit for that one. What a display of talent there for Marco. What a livery. Now they're heading out on their warm-up lap for the final time this season. So Marco heading out. He's starting on pole position. Archie O'Brien is in second place with Blake Wilson in third. Luke Fitchett, he will be starting the race from fourth with Wilson Doubts and Sam Gardner on the third row of the grid. Bill Harris starts in seventh with Jenson Bishop in eighth. Harry Payne begins the race in ninth with Austin Johnson rounding out the top 10. Finlay Hill will start the race from 11th with Hamish McIntosh rounding out the grid, and we're joined by Ross McIntyre himself as a special guest in the commentary box, Mr. Sylvan Mancy. So Sylvan, how are you today? Are you excited to see this race unfold and excited to see, first of all, Marco Holt's incredible livery?
Yeah, well, I must say it's pretty cool, this livery. I'm a big fan of it. With the old, it's actually an old Metchkit frame, which I really like the look of. And I just love the gold look. It's I don't think we've ever seen it before, so it's a really nice touch to his championship challenge, or championship win, sorry. Now he's won it, so I must say he's done an outstanding race this round and this season in both classes, so congratulations to him.
Yeah, big congratulations, of course, to Marco Holt, who lines up on the pole. Let's see if he can make it a hat-trick of wins here to cap off what has been an amazing season for the young man. Archie O'Brien starts alongside him. It's all eyes to the flag for the final time this season. Flag drops are underway. It's a great start from Marco Holt. Blake Wilson gets away very well as well. Wilson Dilks follows him through and knocks Archie O'Brien down into fourth place. Black Cap featured a disappointing start to him, but it is Marco Holt that leads the way. Archie O'Brien looking into Lucy's Valley, but can't quite make the gap appear, as there goes Blake Wilson. Just because there's a gold-fairinged man in front of you doesn't mean you can't try and challenge for the win, as he's been doing all weekend long. That number 8 has been so fast, but as they come to the timing line, it will be Marco Holt that leads on lap 1 unless Blake Wilson gets the drive out of the corner, which he will not. So we begin the first lap, and it is Marco Holt who gets a fantastic start. He leads on the opening lap.
He says indeed, he leads the way from Blake Wilson, who's almost on the grass again. We've seen it multiple times in race. Blake Wilson's line through there when he tries to make the overtake. He's almost riding on the white line. That's allowed Wilson Dilks to get through. Archie O'Brien, he's in 4th position with Luke Fitchett just behind him. Now Wilson Dilks hits the front of the field on the 85 machine. Marco Holt down to 2nd place, and Marco Holt trying his best to go back straight away, and straight away he cannot. But Blake Wilson watching this all unfold and almost making contact with Holt and Will Sullivan straight away at the start of this race. 12 laps are still remaining in it. These guys are going all out, and clearly they all want the final win of the season.
Yeah, well, Wilson is definitely giving Marco some challenge now. They've got nothing to lose, really. Marco's won it. So Blake, he's been always struggling this whole weekend to get past Marco. And Marco's got an awesome Moto 3 tuck going down this back straight, but Archie and Luke just look like they're tailing off a tad off the back of this group, but they've caught them straight back up, as I say that. This is a really good fight, and actually you've got Sam Gardner, who's had a fantastic weekend, and there goes Luke Fitchett up the inside of Archie O'Brien. He definitely wants this 2nd place of the championship, and I must say all these guys are at the top of their game.
Sorry, Sullivan.
No, go on. I was just saying, Sam Gardner. Oh, wow, and there's Marco Holt, aggressive up the inside. And here comes Blake Wilson up the inside of Wilson. They're all getting chopped off here. But, no, Sam Gardner, he's just I think he's having a really good weekend. This is his 2nd time on the 70 this weekend. And he's just been doing absolutely amazing for his 2nd time.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make the point that the Vice Championship for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship is still wide open. At the moment, Blake Wilson lies 2nd in the championship table, but Luke Fitchett is not too far behind as we fly up through the rise and into Coward Summit. So if, as it stands, Blake Wilson will be declared the Vice Champion of the 2023 LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. But look at this. Once again, a 5-fight battle for the lead, and Blake Wilson tries to go the long way around. He's going to have to cut back in, but he will get a mega run into Lucy's Valley. But Marco Holt, great defending there, just holds the inside line. And as they run out and into the S's section, as you said, Sullivan, Blake Wilson, he just cannot find a way past Marco Holt this weekend. No, he's had moments where he has looked like the faster rider out of the two, but Marco's just doing everything right to keep him behind.
Yeah, exactly. It's just awesome riding by Marco. Really good racecraft. I actually think it'd be better if Blake went behind someone else for them to go in 2nd and then get him by, and then Marco will get challenged. But look, he always, every time he goes to the outside of Marco, and he might actually get it done this time around, and yes, he has. Round the outside goes Marco Holt of Blake Wilson of Marco Holt, and there comes Luke Fitch up the inside of Marco Holt. Marco Holt has been done. Oh, and there's Wilson Dilks up the inside. What a lovely move by all 3 of those riders, and poor Marco's been shuffled back all in 1 lap. 3 positions lost in a matter of 2 corners. But I think Luke's looking really racing. Here goes up the inside of Blake Wilson, not this time around, but there goes Archie O'Brien up the inside of Marco Holt. Marco Holt has had the worst lap of his life at this moment in time. He's lost 4 positions in a very short amount of time, so it's not looking very good. But Blake Wilson is now on a charge. He is motoring away, and as they come into the last corner of the lap, we'll probably go and see a very fast lap time by Blake Wilson. The fastest lap of the race so far is a 56 dead, which, if I'm correct in saying, is the lap record. And there goes Blake Wilson, 56.3, and he is trying to go. But there's Luke Fitchett, completely missed that. Luke Fitchett has now led the first lap of this race for himself, because he hasn't led at all this weekend, and he's now trying to go. And as you can see, I think Wilson's starting to understand this, and Blake is going to go for a move up the inside. He hasn't been doing it up the inside into this corner. Are we going to see it this time around? Not this time around, and Luke is trying to go.
Luke is trying to go at the moment. Of course, he was at this circuit a couple of weeks ago. He only managed to do 1 day of riding on it, though, and it was on pretty mixed conditions. So coming here this weekend is his first chance to properly have a go in the dry. All the riders, including yourself, Sullivan, would have been surprised with the grip levels here. All the riders, especially the wet, have said how grippy this circuit actually is. But Wilson Dilks looking great in 3rd position. Archie O'Brien following in behind, but Marco Holt, he's kind of dropped off the back of this group already, so having some issues in this race, not able to find his rhythm. A 56 flat still though, but now we're into the 55s. A 55.9 dead for Luke Fitchett. What an incredible lap time there from the youngster. Wilson dealt down the inside there. Blake Wilson demoted once again to third position, and well, this is an all-out Moto3 race. Archie O'Brien, he's looking the races. We've seen him all weekend, and well, Sullivan, before the race, you know Luke quite well. Did you guys have any kind of idea that he could be riding this good?
Well, I said to him, you've got nothing to lose. The championship's over. Go out there and have some fun, and we'll see what you can do. And he's performing on that, and he's having fun. And I bet this is going to be his favourite race all season, because he is fighting for this one. And it's so all these guys. Archie O'Brien has had an awesome season. He has struggled at times, but he's been able to recoup at this final round. Marco is tailing off. Maybe he doesn't want to damage them lovely fairings, but these guys are top of the game at this age range in the UK, and I can't wait for this future, because this future generation are going to be able to give it to the Spaniards and the Italians. And Luke is just being so smooth, so calm, and no pressure at all. He's just going out there, having fun, and we might see a couple moves coming, but now Marco is just looking like he's tailing off the back of these guys. Maybe there's a problem, or maybe he just wants to get this race over and done with for the final race, but Wilson is all over the back. Archie's there, Blake's there as well, just in third place, but as we've seen, he has been struggling quite a bit just to overtake people at this track, so really, really interesting why that is, and it'll be interesting to find out why. But there we go, Wilson Dilks, fastest lap record, and breaks it again, breaks his own lap record with a 55.652. That is a new all-time lap record. That is an astonishing lap by Wilson Dilks. And there we go, he has done Luke Fitch up the inside, and here comes Luke. Is Luke going to be able to do him back? We're going to see an awesome battle. Luke's probably broken his rhythm, has Wilson Dilks, and there we go, confirmation of the fastest lap of this race. And here I think Luke is going to be lining up, but here comes Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson is now lining this up. This is going to be a good one for sure.
It absolutely is. All four of these riders up the front, riding at the top of their game as we come to 4 laps left to run in this race. 4 laps left for the season for the LS2 helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. It will be Wilson Dilks that leads him across the line. He has been phenomenal all weekend, but can Flat Cap Fitchett challenge him into Pritchard's rise? Up the inside he goes. A lovely move from the number 7, of course, fighting for that vice championship spot. As it stands, it will go to Blake Wilson if we finish as we do, but Fitchett nonetheless is giving us a display and a half. Something just hasn't quite clicked for him in the 70s this weekend. He was performing super well in the 50s all weekend long, but until this race something just wasn't working in the 70s. But now he's gone out there and he's showing us what he can really do. He is laying the hammer down and being absolutely fantastic out there on circuit. A little bit of a mistake there from Wilson Dilks heading through Lucy's Valley. He's dropped back just a little bit, a bit of breathing room there for Luke Flatcap Fitchett, and maybe that allows Blake Wilson to start putting some pressure on the riders in front. Archie O'Brien, I think, has made a small error. He's just slightly tailed off on the previous lap as well, as it becomes 3 laps left to go, and Flatcap Fitchett leads the way.
Flatcap Fitchett leading the way on the number 7. What a race this has been so far. Only 3 laps remaining in this race. The final race of the season, Hamish McIntosh fighting with Jensen Bishop for 7th position. Hamish McIntosh only came in at Rowra this season in the 70 class, already battling with the mid-pack. Finlay Paulhill all the way down to 9th place, not where we'd be normally expecting to see him, so perhaps struggling with this Three Sisters circuit. But you can see the battle there, the front 3, and it's starting to pull away ever so slightly from Archie O'Brien. Holt in no man's land in 5th place. So weird to see once again from Marco, not where we normally expect him, but Holt, hopefully we can see him back next year in some sorts here at FAB, even if it's just an odd visit in the Extreme 200 class, because he is once again a double champion already with 1 race to go. This was all out for fun, a lovely looking bike, but he is having to work hard with that new fairing. He's having to lift his bum off the seat to be a bit more aerodynamic. But there is Blake Wilson trying his best. But Sullivan, as I was saying about Finlay Paulhill, you don't expect him to be down there in about 9th position.
No, it's a big shame for Finlay. I think he struggled after a couple of past rounds. He's a fantastic rider. We went actually training or I went to help him train at a couple of the tracks recently when he couldn't get here to Three Sisters, and he's a fantastic rider. The way he rides is so smooth and so gentle, it's awesome, but there's just a couple things that you have to iron out in every rider, and them things with him are just a little bit harder to iron out, but we will get there. And he's an awesome rider and he knows he can do it. He's just got to now do it, but I think this will be good when he does do it, and he will be at the top of his game, so he's one to watch out for. And here we go, final lap of the race, last lap of the 2023 GP70 LS2 class, and here we go. I'm pretty sure Wilson Dilks is going to go for a move soon enough. As they come, it's the top three battling for the lead. This is a Moto3 race all over again for me. And here we go, Wilson Dilks is going to get the line. He's going to go for the inside. Is he going to be able to do it this time around? He's not. Luke's gone very, very defensive. Wilson in the middle of the track and Blake Wilson on the outside. They've all killed their drive there, but Blake has got the best drive. But he's going to be held up now as they go through the S-Bend. Here we come onto the back. Luke's gone very, very defensive. Is Wilson Dilks going to be able to get the line? Here we go. The last corner of the GP70 race, and Luke Fitchett has to have done it as they come across the line. Luke Fitchett wins the final race of the LS2 Mini GP70 class of 2023.
Luke Flatcap Fitchett, deadly when defending, back to his best. He takes the victory in the final race of the season for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Some battles still going on. I believe Hamish McIntosh just going to hold off Jensen Bishop for the line as he takes 7th place. A great result for the Scotsman as Jensen Bishop and Finlay Polhill follow him home. There is your champion, Marco Holt. A disappointing way to end the season, but I'm not sure he really cares because he's got that golden fairing on with the number 1 on the front. A great achievement for him to take the championship, and now a special ceremony as well for your new champion of 2023 in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. There we see Oliver Hall, a LS2 Helmets rider who has been tasked with giving Marco a special helmet as a reward for his achievements this season. And well, Lewis Ray, what a season it's been for that young man. Surely he's got a big future ahead of him.
What a season in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship that it has been for Marco Holt. It's been so impressive all season for him, and well, these guys will be heading out on the circuit and he'll be handed a helmet for winning the championship. The number 1 plate on the shirt and the number 1 plate on the fairing. And well, Sullivan, it was great seeing you and great hearing from you for this class. And well, what is your final takes from this race and from the championship this season?
Wow, it's been an awesome championship. I'm really impressed with how all of these riders have rode, but Marco Holt has come out on top and I'm very impressed with it. Congratulations, Marco.
Well, it's great hearing from you once again. Congrats on the RedBull Rookie Ride, and there is the LS2 helmet that he'll be given for winning the title in 2023. Smiles all around for Marco Holt, our champion this season. And well, what a season it's been. Although he only finished in 5th position, he would have wanted better than that. A picture as well with his dad in the photo. Awesome to see, and he'll stick on the helmet hopefully and celebrate the rest of the ride home anyway, that's for sure. Overhaul as well, and the LS2 banner. Rob Keys, they all do a great job keeping this event going, and now he heads back into the pit lane with his brand new gold fairing, some of the nicest looking motorcycle that I've seen in so long, and a round of applause and a thank you to FAB-Racing.
Absolutely, what an achievement there for Marco. I really hope that helmet fits. It would be a bit embarrassing if it didn't, but I'm sure we could get a new one. But wow, what a way to end the season for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. The final race of the season in the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship has unfortunately come upon us. It is time for the final race of the year. It's time for race 3 of the Moto Team class. And, well, as the riders make their way round to the grid, it's sure to be a great race. Of course, the championship wrapped up in race 2. and we wait for them to get off on their green flag formation lap. A bit of confusion, I think. What a great season it has been for the Moto team, guys. Great to see the class going from strength to strength, and what a great season in FAB-Racing overall. We have seen multiple champions declared today, and many a happy individual. Team Acme Racing, your new open class champion, starts from the pole with Ian Jackson alongside in P2. Chris Wells starts from third with Team Ernie the Badger in fourth, with Team FFC Racing in fifth, and Mark Pollard alongside in P6. Team Pinky the Brain, your standard class champions. They start in seventh with Harrison O'Keefe alongside to complete the fourth row, with Ben O'Keefe and Elliot Newton rounding out the top 10. Team Burt is 11th with Gary O'Keefe in P12, and Team Keats Racing and Madison Martlew round out your grid for the final race of 2023 in FAB Racing, the final one of the year. It has been a fantastic race a fantastic season this year, and it's a shame that it has to come to an end, but you know what they say, all good things must do so. And don't cry because it's over, smile because it's happened. And of course, FAB Racing will be back in 2024. The riders making their way over to the grid for the final start of the season. It's a beautiful sunset here at Three Sisters, a picturesque moment to bring to a close what has been a brilliant and beautiful season of racing. And as the Moto team guys make their way to the grid for the final time in 2023, let's get ready to go racing. Lee Klaus, the flag marshal at the front for the final time. Of course, a big thank you to her for all of her efforts this year as the flag marshal. She has been superb, and of course we hope that she continues her efforts with us next season. No Team Acme Racing, they've decided to no show for the final time this year. It's all eyes to the green flag. The green flag drops, so we are underway for the final time in 2023. It's a great start from Ian Jackson. Chris Wells also gets away well, and alongside Team Ernie the Badger, not a bad start from them. Team FFC Racing also in the big mix as they head into Lucy's Valley for the very first time in the very final race of 2023. Ian Jackson looks set to have a pretty quiet race this one. He's been the class of the field alongside Team Acme Racing. Of course, those two in different classes, open and standard respectively. And given there's no Team Acme Racing, they've won the championship and decided they've had enough. It's just Ian Jackson to possibly wallow on his own at the front, unless one of the likes of Chris Wells potentially tries and pushes. There we see Ernie the Badger, vice champion of the open class this season, having a fight with one of the O'Keefes there, and that actually is the 1-3-3 of Team SFC Racing into the overall lead. Unbelievable stuff there as they head through and down into the Joey Dunlop corner and on to the pit straight. Once again, it has been a fantastic season of Moto Team. It's been a fantastic weekend of Moto Team, and Let Us Lewis Ray ended off with another banger.
Keats Racing defending at the moment, trying his best from the 2-3-2 of Elliot Newton, trying their best to be able to catch O'Keefe's catch the Keats race, I should say. The O'Keefe's still out in this one though. Harrison O'Keefe is the top one in 5th position. Gary O'Keefe, well, he's down in 10th, so the O'Keefe's back on circuit once again. Ben O'Keefe is in 6th, over the battle with his brother actually, but here is the Keats. Great to see them back racing here at FAB Racing for the final round of the season. Three Sisters as well, of course. A new circuit for everyone. Madison Martlew just behind these guys watching it unfold, but SFC Racing leading the way, 7/10 of a second of a gap from Ian Jackson and Mark Pollard in 3rd position. Harrison O'Keefe trying his best. He's got ahead of Team Ernie the Badger now, vice champions in the open class. Well, there is some issues there on the back straight, trying their best as they head through the rise now. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Elliot Newton or the Keats? The Keats losing out there on straight line speed, it seems, as the 64 of Ben O'Keefe is just been overtaken by Team Ernie the Badger. Harrison O'Keefe managed to get through and already pulling away. So look at the lap times. Ernie the Badger struggling immensely, about 5/10 of a second a lap around this circuit. It's the 119. Trying their best, the final race of the season for the Moto Team and the final race of the season for the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. The 65 continuing to battle on of Harrison O'Keefe. There is 119 trying their best to stay focused, stay calm and stay collected in tricky conditions where the sun is so easy to get in your eye at this level.
It is indeed. The evening is approaching thick and fast. The sun is beginning to set and the sky is getting orange. And well, now is about the time that any rider with a clear visor really wishes they don't, because that glare off of the visor is going to be absolutely brutal as we continue to follow some of the riders round coming through the top of the circuit. And there is the 651 of Mark Pollitt, currently running in P3 overall, P2 in the open class, doing a great job out there at the moment, following a pretty uneventful first couple of races for that 651 bike, but now he's out there and doing a fantastic job at the moment with 10 laps left to go in race 3 of the Moto Team, 10 laps left to go in the 2023 FAB-Racing season. It's unbelievable how fast this weekend and how fast the season as a whole has just absolutely flown on by, and it is a real shame that we have to conclude racing at FAB. But of course, don't worry, we'll be back next year, 2024, as always. And if you want to get involved, make sure you head over to the FAB-Racing website or the FAB-Racing Facebook page, and you can find out more about how to get yourself, or maybe a young one who has an interest in starting a motorcycle racing career, and find out how to get involved, how to start racing, and how to become a member of the FAB-Racing family.
And that is exactly how the O'Keefe started. They've seen it online and decided we want to have a go at this, and now Harrison O'Keefe has just got himself into the podium places past Mark Pollitt, who's dropped down to 4th on the 651 machine. So at the top 3 we have an open bike and then 2 standard class machines. Of course, in the Moto Team class we have 2 classes in one race, a standard and an open, as there is Mark Pollitt having an issue, and that is why Harrison O'Keefe is pulling away so quickly. So that 2-stroke derby having an issue there, trying to get that bike going there. It seems like he's managed to somewhat get it going, but the derby bike proving to be unreliable. As the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe powers on and stretches a gap. 9.6 seconds was the gap between Ian Jackson and Harrison O'Keefe last time round. You'll wait to see what's it going to be now. There's the 64 of Ben O'Keefe that's retired from the race. He was mid-pack and now he is out. You can see him at the side of the circuit, over the fence in safety and taking off his helmet. But Mark Pollitt, number in 4th position, still continuing on, continuing to battle and continuing up the Pentif climb.
Absolutely. FFC Racing lead the way overall. Ian Jackson leads the way in the standard class with just 8 laps left to run in the 2023 FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship season. And boy oh boy, what a season it's been, Lewis. We have had ups and downs, we've had rain, sun, chaos and all in between. We've had some fantastic racing, we've had some, heart-stopping moments. And putting you on the spot, off the top of your head, what has been your favourite moment from 2023 in FAB-Racing?
Well, I'm sure we can get to that later on, but in Moto Team wise, definitely we've seen some great battles this year. And actually, seeing, for example, Will Howarth, whenever in the Moto Team class by itself, Will Howarth, whenever he was racing, our Sad's not here this weekend, watching him when his bike was working correctly, it was like poetry in motion. We've seen it last season as well, places like Ella Park, where you can start from the back of the field and then still win it by a mile. Watching something like that is always super special, and seeing these big numbers as well. 14 riders entered for this weekend for the Moto Team class. It's so impressive. Well, I think you can agree, the Moto Team class is definitely one of the more affordable classes. And for example, if you're a bit of an older rider and you don't necessarily think it's going to be a good idea to try and squeeze yourself on a little mini moto, this is definitely one of the best options for you.
It absolutely is indeed. It is ideal perhaps the more older rider who wants to get back into motorsport, or maybe wants to give something new a try, but maybe doesn't quite have the budget to do it properly, or maybe doesn't want to hurt themselves, shall we say. Moto Team is one of the slower categories that we have here at FAB, but it's also the cheapest form of motorsport that is available in the UK. And the fact that it's a bit slower and a bit cheaper does not diminish the racing whatsoever. It's still a wonderful, wonderful category full of, an assortment of amazing bikes and wonderful people who go out there and give us a show every single time. And as we see there, that is the 133 currently leading the way in the open class and overall team SFC Racing out there at the moment. Ian Jackson currently leading the Moto Team standard class and 2nd overall. Harrison O'Keefe doing a great job, 2nd in standard and 3rd overall at the moment. Yeah, Team SFC Racing doing a great job at the moment to be leading overall and leading the way in the open class. We really thought Ian Jackson would be the one to come through, as there we see the 666 and the 63. That's Team Keats and Gary O'Keefe currently fighting for P8 overall, and that'll be P5 in the standard class as the 133 fights his way through the 666. Hopefully no bad omens from that race number there, and up into Pentrith climb he goes. Yeah, the 133 in this race has just been really, really solid, you know. No mistakes, been really fast. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
It has indeed. 6.6 seconds last time around though. Ian Jackson was the faster rider, was the faster bike combination as well, but of course open and standard class, they are just racing for glory. The next open class rider is Mark Pollitt, who we've seen have some issues. Then Team Ernie the Badger is also there. Mainly, as we mentioned, in race 2, this grid this weekend has been made up more of the standard class machines. The Keats Racing, they're one of the standard class riders as well. SFC Racing, they have a couple of riders that swap and change of whoever goes on that motorcycle. Whoever it is, they're always at the front. They're always battling consistently. It's great to see them doing it once again. 6.6 seconds, and their best time is almost 2 seconds quicker than anyone else on the circuit. They are pushing on, and they are just trying to go for lap time after lap time back into the 103s now. No one else is in the 103s in this race. Never mind consistently in the 103s. So the 133, incredibly impressive for them, and incredibly impressive to see what they can do. Ian Jackson, 27, very impressive. Obviously, we've seen him all weekend be near the front. He qualifying second, he contains in second, but he's consistently doing the times he did in qualifying. In qualifying, did a 1 minute 5.2, while in this race, his fastest lap, a 1 minute 4.2. So over the space of the races, improved by a second in this very tricky Three Sister circuit. It's been incredible racing here this weekend, and there is the 63 trying their best. Gary O'Keefe to battle with the Keats. This is a race for position, but Gary O'Keefe looking like he ran wide there, or having some sort of issue. So the 63 looking down there at the dash ever so slightly, maybe trying to get tucked in, but he definitely has lost a lot of time on the Keats Racing machine. The 666, great to see that iconic livery back here at FAB-Racing. Team Ernie the Badger now ahead of Mark Pollitt as well for 4th position last time around. So Mark Pollitt on that bright yellow bike, still continuing to have issues on the 651 machine. The 63 coming towards the line now. 3 laps remain in this race for them. Who is going to be able to get this position? Is it going to be the Keats Racing, or is it going to be the likes of O'Keefe as they're building up through the climb and then all the way through the Coward Summit into the braking zone, into the Joey Dunlop corner, and it's very, very tricky. It's a very tricky braking zone. You have lean angle, you have a lot of brake pressure on, and he makes it work. He makes it stick. Look at the height difference between the motorcycles. Look at 2 completely different styles, and that is why Moto Team is at his best. He's trying around the outside. Can he make it work on the 63? Now the 65 is getting involved. It's Harrison O'Keefe. He's trying to lap both of them and get through to carry on his race. But who knows, he could give his family member a nice little tow around this circuit, help him improve on his lap times. The Keats Racing though continuing to battle on and continuing to fight on the 666 machine. The O'Keefe, well, Harrison O'Keefe struggling to lap him there very fast through the S's section, while then the 63 machine still continuing on as Elliot Newton makes his way into 6th position, just ahead of these 2 riders on the 63 machine. So having a little look behind is the 63 rider, is O'Keefe, and not able to make it work.
2 laps left to run in Moto Team Race 3. 2 laps remaining in 2023 for FAB-Racing, and Team SFC Racing are in a land of their own up the front as we continue to follow Gary O'Keefe round in his fight with the Keats Mobile, the 666. The 63 doing a great job. They had a great lunge a few laps ago, but unfortunately just got held up by Gary, or should I say Harrison O'Keefe, coming through to lap them. As there we see some other riders back to the Keats battle though. And there we can see Gary O'Keefe doing a great job at the moment. It's great to see how quickly he's improved on the bike as we begin the final lap of the race for Team SFC Racing. That 133 machine has been absolutely rapid so far in this race. It's been a weird weekend for the 133. It's not been always up the front, it's been there or thereabout. But in this race, They have absolutely dominated. Of course, the next open class bike, Team Only the Badger, down in P4 overall. No one in sight to even touch them on the 133 machine. With only a handful of corners to go, they could cruise home. They could do it blindfolded if they wanted to do it. But of course, they've got to still negotiate the S's and then Luna Bend, and then it is all over. And the checkered flag will be theirs. With only one turn left to go, it is domination from the 133 to cap off the FAB-Racing 2023 season. Team SFC Racing take a dominant victory. They win the final Moto Team race of the year, the final race of the year, by quite some margin. Ian Jackson will bring it home in second overall, will take the victory in the standard class, but they were nearly 12 seconds behind. Such was the pace of the 133 machine as they make their way into the pit lane. Harrison O'Keefe looks to round out the overall podium and finish second in the standard class, and Team Only the Badger will come home P2 in the open class. A disappointing way to end the season for the new vice champions. They just haven't quite found their feet here as the battle for P7 overall still rages on, as Madison Martley's now getting involved as well. Who's going to get it? It will be the Keats ahead of Gary O'Keefe. Madison Martley missing out on that P8 overall by just 0.2 of a second. A drag race to finish off the season. Not bad going, but it will be Team SFC Racing who take the victory in the open class. The standard class victory goes to Ian Jackson, with Harrison O'Keefe in second and Team Burr in third. And second place in the open class is Only the Badger. Unfortunately, we lost the only other open class rider that was out there, Mark Pollett. So only 2 finishes in the open class. That is a big shame. But that is it for the 2023 FAB-Racing season. And Lewis Ray, what a season it has been.
It has indeed. The Moto Team class, great year for them, and obviously they will be back next season where hopefully we're going to see even more riders take part. But of course the day is coming to an end. The sun is starting to set here at FAB-Racing, and it's going to be great to see us all come back next season. Obviously the sun starting to set here. It's great to come to a new circuit for the final round, but of course we await to see what everyone's going to do next season. Now then, the celebrations continue for the champions of 2023. Taylor Thompson and Byron Johnson already on the grid. Of Jenson Ansell making his way, Josh Birkin as well. Great turnout this season as well for the celebrations. Greatly organised. Well, Acne Racing, great to see them show some face. Well, didn't take part in the last Moto Team race of the season, but the bike was there in pit lane, and here it is at least for the celebrations. Potentially celebrated a little bit too early to go racing. Chris Wells as well making his way out onto the circuit. What a great season it's been for him. I'm sure he's going to have a great smile on his face during the photo. We're waiting as well for a couple of riders left, Mini GP 50 70 as well, and the other Moto Team class. But obviously, Ross, we spoke about it briefly earlier on, but overall, all classes this year, what is your highlight of the season, whether that be class, race, moment, anything?
I mean, it's a difficult question, Lewis, because every class, every race, every moment has just been superb this season of FAB-Racing. As there we see Marco Hull also making his way to the grid. I must say, in terms of race, I think race 2 this weekend in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s Championship, what a tight battle, what a titanic battle we saw, with Marco Hull ultimately being crowned the champion and the first double champion since Casey O'Gorman as well, joining a very, very illustrious and elite club. But honestly, every single moment as Sullivan Moundy also joins the celebration image. Every moment, it's when I wake up in the morning and I get to be here and I get to do this, it's the best feeling in the world, because FAB-Racing is a real family, and I love coming here and I love doing what I do, and I love meeting the people that you get to meet, and it is just such a wonderful championship to have the privilege to commentate over. And that is what my favourite thing of this season is the fact that I get to be here and I get to do this.
Well, it's good. Not a bad job indeed, that's to say. And it's a great paddock as well, great community as well, and great to see so many happy guys. Great to see such a great turnout as well for everyone. But Billy Laurent as well turning up for the champion celebration. Of course, Pit Bike 140 Rookies champion in 2023, but plenty of photos going on from parents, supporters, and of course Mr. Jamie King down there. I'm sure that'll be heading up on the FAB-Racing Facebook page pretty soon. But happy faces all the way down there. Marco Holt, sadly only one bike out there, sadly couldn't get his 50 out on the circuit as well, but a great season that we've had. Some great moments, great champions, smiles all around. It's going to be so interesting to see what everyone's going to be doing next year. Chris Wells, where he's going to be next year. Sullivan Mintzy, he's planning on coming back as soon as he can. Obviously he's got RedBull Rookies, potentially some European commitments as well. So once he has time, once he has a weekend off anyway, we will see him back in the paddock, which is great to see. Taylor Tomlinson as well, a star of the future. Everyone can agree with that. Of course, Mini GP 50 rider as well, constantly developing on that. So it'll be interesting to see how long it's going to take before we can see similar results from like Taylor Tomlinson on a geared motorcycle.
Absolutely. There is many an opportunity for those young riders to make their way forward, and many an opportunity for the older riders here to go forward and achieve great things on a grander scale. That is it. 2023 at FAB-Racing is done and dusted. Thank you so much for joining us for all of the coverage all season. It's been a real pleasure to bring you everything that we can from what has been a brilliant year of racing. Of course, a big thank you to everybody involved in organising FAB-Racing, Rob and Roger Keys, the race directors, and of course all the marshals, the roving marshals, and everybody who's enabled all of this to happen. And of course, Lewis, thank you as well for being here with me.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been awesome. It's been great to see a new circuit. We've seen some great racing this weekend. What a way to end the season. The sun is starting to set here at Three Sisters, and well, great job by all the medics, all the marshals, and all the officials this season. So awesome to see everyone that's took part in it. So I believe they're going to take a lap of honour potentially before we fully wrap things up for the season. So cold tyres, cold track. So it's going to be a very slow celebration lap.
Who wins over one lap out of all of these people though? That's the question for you. I mean, who's got the fastest bike probably is the better question. It's got to be probably Marco Holt, but Sullivan Mintzy is pretty quick as well on that thing. I don't think the Mini Moto stand much of a chance, to be honest, against the gear bike. But a few donuts and then a lap of honour for our champions for one last time here at Three Sisters. And, as you can see, some donuts just to warm the tyres up. But that's going to be a special feeling, being down there, knowing that you are a champion here at FAB-Racing in 2023. These young riders, they will remember this moment and that it all started, and maybe for the older riders, they'll remember this moment as a pivotal point in their career where things maybe really took off and promoted them and helped them go up to the next level as the lap of honour gets underway. What a beautiful moment for all of our young riders. Looks like it's just the younger riders who are heading out for a lap of honour, which is completely fair enough. But there it will be, the three Mini Moto champions of going out, and it's quite a short lap of honour it would appear. Sullivan Mintzy following, and then Marco Holt there as well. What a lovely image, and what a lovely moment for Jensen Ansell. Taylor Tomlinson does the Macarena as he crosses the line. Byron Johnson there, stoic as ever, and then following suit is of course Sullivan Mintzy and Marco Holt. And what a beautiful moment this is.
Yep, it certainly is indeed. Hopefully none of them get too competitive on this lap of honour, but Jensen Ansell leading the field through at the moment, and trying to pull any wheelies as possible on these Mini Moto machines, and now coming to a stop just after the finish line because this season is finished. The burnouts all around. Sullivan Mintzy, he loves a good burnout. Taylor Tomlinson doing a good job. Byron Johnson doing a real good job as well at managing to do a burnout. Jensen Ansell getting some help to do his. Well, Marco Holt, look at that as well. Bright gold fairing. So thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you in 2024 where FAB-Racing will be back as big as ever.